think we're good. Mic check. Cam check. What up, y'all? Just a Kango. Into 25-minute start time. Right. I gotta make sure all of my tech vitals are good. Yesterday I sat there and like disconnected 3 times from the Twitch stream, but my YouTube live stream kept going for some strange reason, even though they were using the exact same encoder. So it wasn't the connection that was the issue. So no, I use the startup time to make sure all the stuff actually like stays consistent. Elena, what's going on? Yeah, I don't even know. Like it was the weirdest the weirdest thing yesterday. I was vastly upset because I got rated like 3 times. So like I had a pretty big audience in the course when you disconnect from Twitch all those times and you know people don't refresh, you kind of lose them, right? So I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. The worst timing. Yeah, I know. And yeah, we're gonna jump into the game. But hello everybody. Hold on, let me read up real quick. Yeah, might need your advice to figure out why my twisting blade build isn't working at T4. Let us chat about it if you end up having a moment. Yeah, sure, we can. Did you want to hop on like Discord or anything, or we can chat here, or either or, whatever works for you, or you can just like DM me either way, and we can just do it that way. Whatever's easy. Apple, that's what's going on. Let's actually boot up the game real quick. I think Boiler said he wanted to do some boss runs. Okay, I'll probably start off with asking general questions. But hopefully people understand streamer problems. Yeah, that's the thing. I think usually, I guess for me, I can't speak for everybody else, but like when I have a starting screen, I try to at least make sure that the starting soon screen is interesting enough for me to be able to kind of go over all my vitals and make sure everything is stable, because usually my internet's usually never stable. So that's always a big thing for me. So it's like, I don't want to start like 5 minutes in and then internet drops and have to restart 5 minutes in. And you said you're following the TB Maxroll build by Mippy. Okay. So what I will say off the top of my head right now, Elena, is that the clone isn't receiving a lot of the imbuement benefits that we thought it was going to. After further testing, yeah, so like because your TB is built around alchemical admixture, right, or admixture right now, which is still pretty good, don't get me wrong, on regular TB, but the idea was for the clone to mimic all of that and continue to help you stack more poison and stuff like that for insane poison damage. But the clone isn't doing like most of that at all, and that's the problem. It really does hurt that setup. Now, if you still want to play Twisting Blades, I would almost say that going close quarters combat might be a better way to do it right now, because the clone does get direct damage. So like close quarters combat is direct damage in general because it's just a multiplier to your damage, and the clone actually does get that. So if you really want to like continue to play Twisting Blades, you can. I would probably suggest going close quarters combat and almost just probably going physical. Like I guess you could still go poison if you want, because poison still does scale with close quarters combat, so you can still do it that way. Yeah, it's unfortunate because I mean it was theorycraft well. It was theorycraft really well, by Mippy. So like it's definitely not on Mippy on that one. It's just what we thought was going to work. It just ended up not working. Now we did get some sort of confirmation that it's supposed to work. So later on, we will probably see a hotfix or a patch or something. So it's not intended that this doesn't work. So in the future, it will, but right now it doesn't. So are we friends on here? I don't know. Actually, hold on. I don't think so. You can DM me your battle tag. Okay, that works too. Yeah, when I play Twisting Blades, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go close quarters combat. I have no plans on pushing with Twisting Blades at all, so I'm just planning on just speed farming. And I honestly, in my opinion, I think physical close quarters combat Twisting Blades for speed farming is probably the better choice anyway, because you're not waiting for poison damage to do stuff. But yeah. But it won't push as high because no poison scaling. But all right, let me copy that real quick. Static Green, what's going on? Oh, that's weird. It's not allowing me to send you a request. Like I'm hitting the button and like nothing, like literally nothing is happening. Wonder why. You try it real quick. I'm gonna send you my tag. It might be buggy on my end. Sorry guys, we're gonna replay the song. Well, sorry, not sorry. I kinda wanna hear it again. You had an ad? Okay. Yeah, it's not allowing me to add. Yeah. For some reason I can't add you for some reason. Hey, I heard something. Why is my Battle.net acting weird? There's local players, friends list. There we go. Hit the button there. Cool. What tier are you on right now? Is Random Rails working as intended? Yeah. There's no bugs. T3, okay. I'll let me jump down. Indo, what's up? Dawn Tracker, what's happening? Cool. Send me an invite, or I'll get you. 162 Paragon. You've been blasting. You need to gear up for it first before switching over to Rain of Arrows. I think you need to have the prerequisites for Rain of Arrows before you touch Rain of Arrows. It's like you definitely need the 3 uniques required. Like there is no way to like slowly get into that. You have to have those 3 uniques, and I will highly suggest that you try to get a Word of Hakam with GA on cooldown. If you don't, it's not going to feel as fluid. I'll put it that way. So it's not necessarily a easy build to gear for. But it works really well. Oh, I guess I guess came to you. Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I mean, I think you can do T4 with TB without mythics. I'll check it out. Okay, face to face, not bad. What you got that plus 5 of poison imbuement. Okay. Are you capped in armor res for T4 playing this? It looks like you are, or close to. Close-ish. Okay. Yeah, if you can snag yourself like a Yin's Blessing or a Rakanok's Waist Boots, and then I guess you can move this aspect to a chest, or well, not chest, probably I would say helm. That would give you the res you need to be able to jump into T4. I currently have that issue right now. Like I'm actually wearing Rakanok's. No, I'm wearing Yin's Blessings boots because I still haven't been able to get enough, like the right stats to be able to just jump in. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, Elena. Because you can't rely on your clone like we thought you would be able to, you're definitely gonna want to change around some aspects, especially the ultimates aspects right now, because your clone ain't pulling his weight right now. So yeah, so I would for now build to just do more direct damage, honestly. So let me see what we're missing. So instead of having Furry here on your weapon, I would go with try to think here. What do you have on this? How's your poison imbuement uptime by chance? Do you find yourself being able to like spam poison pretty consistent? Okay, good. All right, so here's what you want to do. Let's actually, where's Blade Dancer? Unless I'm missing something. I don't see Blade Dancer. Oh, there it is. I was getting worried. I'm like, oh wait, where's Blade Dancer? Okay, so I would move this here, corruption. Move this to your weapon. So move corruption to your two-hand weapon. Yeah. All right. So yeah, move corruption to your weapon. And to replace that missing aspect, let's do conceited, because you have barrier up, right? You have barrier up almost all the time, right? Yeah. So yeah. So let's move. So let's add conceited to your to the one hand weapon that you move corruption from. We're gonna get rid of some of the ultimate stuff because there it's just not doing. It's not pulling his weight right now. We can leave this though, because Vehemous Brawler actually increases your damage, so that's fine. Also, is Starlight mentioned in is Starlight mentioned in the guide, or is that like your choice? Or wait, I guess no. That's for the sustain. Okay, no. Yeah, I would keep that. Okay. Your shadow clothes also mimic the imbuement supply to your skills. That's kind of buggy, but I don't think you really have a better option there. But I do think that moving corruption to your two-hander and then picking up conceited is going to help your damage considerably in general. Because the thing that you had on your weapon doesn't help. That your clone isn't nearly doing nearly the work. So you almost kind of had a two-hand aspect that was almost doing nothing for you. So like that should be a pretty big jump. And then the boots that I took you to switch to should help you with your resistances. So you should be able to maybe move some of these around for armor going into T4. And then trying to think here. What else do we have? Oh, here's what we can do. I'll lead this up to you. I'll lead this up to you, Elena. But I think you can squeeze some more damage if you want to hit a little harder. How often do you? Oh no, you have Dark Shroud here, right? How's your defense? Do you find yourself like? Is your defense fine? She dies fast. Okay. Okay. Well, we will leave. No. You're fine. Just she doesn't apply poison enough. Okay. One more question. I promise. Do me a favor, and I would go with Creeping Death aspect for more poison over Starlight, but only if you can maintain the energy. So like go to a training dummy and like imprint over Starlight and then just spam on a training dummy and see what happens. If you can maintain your energy without Starlight, you gain another passive. Do I want to watch? Yeah, sure. I'll go with you. Teleport the wrong time. I did it all the time. No worries. Because I mean, you do have a chance to regenerate your primary resource on a ring too, so that should help you. Okay, is that with Starless or sorry, is that with Starlight or without Starlight? Without Starlight, how did that feel to you? I mean, it looked fine to me. Maybe like 1 or 2 hiccups in there, but when the Shadow Clone came out, it also said so. Like you weren't like starved the entire time, but you were starved a little bit. Is that what you're saying? Let me see what we can do to kind of like help with that. Your Starlight before, okay. It seemed like it seemed like you were sustaining like pretty fine, but there is one more thing you can do. I'm gonna leave this up to you. Well, actually, wait a minute. Let's look at your runes. Hey, where are your other 2 runes at? You only have 1 set of runes. Runes are garbage. check this out though. No. Check this out. I got you. Check this out. Do you have Pac or Tam? Tam or Pac is fine. Either one. So Pac or Tam. You got Pac. Yeah, okay, use Pac. Pac is good. So pick up Pac and then pick up Lum. Lum actually restores your resource. So Pac Lum it's actually really good. It's replacing the weapon. Yeah. Put it in your weapon slot. Go Pac Lum. Okay, do that, and then now hit the boss dummy again. Okay. Was that a little bit better for you for sustain? It felt better? Okay. Let's do one more thing because we're missing one big aspect still. Okay. Now you can switch it back if you don't like it, but I want you to try this. Okay. Instead of enshrouding on your chest, go with Noxious Ice. Okay, so you'll have to go in and print that. That's gonna also spike your damage up a bit. If you kill faster, you'll die less. At least that's my motto, usually. Because you're not standing in one spot trying to hit as much at the same time. I mean, everything else looks fine for where you are in your Paragon, for sure. Replaced it. Okay. All right. Come back into on the training dummy. All right, go ham. Oh, that's a boss training dummy, by the way, too. So you haven't staggered yet. There you go. Yeah, your damage is that's without any crowd control. So that's actually significantly better than where you were. It's all good. All right, so that's pretty much it. That's probably what you can do for now. One more thing to go note. You have a lot of mats now. You may not want to. I'm on T3. Yeah, I know. That's because Elena was in tier 3, so I'm here helping her. A few more things, okay? I would stock up on elixirs just to help the situation. You can go with resourcefulness. Elixir will help you with your energy, and you can craft a lot. Believe it or not, you've gotten a lot of master drop already. You just don't know it yet. So either craft resourcefulness elixir for your for better energy management, because that's going to help a lot too, or you can do the fortitude elixir, which is the health. So if you feel like you're a little squishy, you can craft your fortitude elixir for more health. And it's cheap now. Like you can legit craft it. In fact, I'll go ahead and give you this to start with, because as a glass cannon player, I don't know what health is. So I'm never gonna use that elixir, but it's very good though. But yeah, so either fortitude or for more health, or you go with resourcefulness for energy. I would start with the resourcefulness first. Okay, do resourcefulness first, and if you find yourself everything's gelling, you're doing fine, then just stick with that. Cool. All right, well, go off and slay, Elena. No problem. Just keep on being awesome, you and Endo. I'm about to go boss with Boiler for a bit. Tell Boiler, I say, yeah, well. Yeah, I yep, just finished up. Yeah, I was hoping Elena with her Twisting Blades build for a bit. But that should be that should be that should help. That should definitely, you should see and feel a bit more. All right, I'm coming in. To be messages again. Yeah, I saw you, Kyle the Nameless, man. Like 3GA Kyle the Nameless. Yeah, I need a better helm. My helm is kind of my helm is sus. I'll just put it that way. Although it does kind of work pretty well, considering that I can lower my cooldown extremely fast, but it's definitely not a helm that I prefer. I'll just put it that way. Is Rain of Rails pretty strong rogue? It's the strongest rogue build, technically. You Dancing Knives right now? I mean, Dancing Knives is really good. It's the best speed farming. Whoops. It's the best speed farming rogue build. Oh, you want to switch? You don't like Dancing Knives? I'm always going to tell you, as a player, I'm going to always tell you, play what you find the most fun playing. The only time I would ever tell you to switch a build is if you have very specific goals. I'll give you an example. Let's say you only care, like you really only care about doing like T130 plus on your rogue. You know, like that's your thing. It's like, you know, I'm going to die on that hill. This is what I need to do. If that is your thing, then the builds available that can do that severely diminishes. See what I'm saying? So like, let's say, oh, I want to eventually do T130 plus, then you have to go Rain of Rails. Okay. Because that's your best bet, right? However, let's say, hey, I just want to do, you know, just farm T100, like T100 to, you know, farm T100 to get my glyphs and stuff, right? Oh, if that's all you want to do, then there's 7 rogue builds that can do that. 8 rogue builds that can do that. Right? So I have to know what you want. I don't ever just tell you play this build. I always ask you what you want to do with your rogue. What are your goals? And then I go from there. Right? Like for me, for instance, I don't care about pushing. You're never going to see me push in this game. You know, I play the builds I find fun. So I have an order of builds that I'm going to play this season, like 8 or 9 different builds. And I'm going to have a lot of fun with each and every one of them. Yeah, I do like it. I just don't know what gear you need. Are you following the Maxroll guide by chance, or? Because if not, we got you covered on gearing and everything. You're not okay. Yeah, definitely go to maxroll.gg. Look at the Twisting Blades endgame. Not Twisting Blades, sorry. Dance of Knives, since you're playing it, Dance of Knives. And the thing is, the person who pretty much defined the meta for Dance of Knives is the person who wrote that guide on Maxroll. So Mippy. You're probably not going to get a better, more thorough guide for that build. Not saying others can't. You know, that's not what I'm saying at all. Like, I'm not saying others can't. But like you're getting information from pretty much the person that probably spent the most time figuring out meta stuff for it last season. So man, when this song came out, I think I was in college, I think. And it was so silly of a song. I'm just like, man, really? It's a song about not stepping on somebody's kicks. But it was hype though. Like, I mean, it's it's just. But I was going around when I was working, literally just like repeating the lyrics all day, even if it was very basic. It was just fun. What do I think about Pinch Shot Rogue? I think it's okay. I do think that the buffs that they did to it helps it a little bit, but I'm still very disappointed that they didn't do anything with Eagle Horn. It's like the Pinch Shot bow doesn't really work well for Pinch Shot right now. But Pinch Shot is in a better position than it has been in a while. The thing is that the other builds are also very good, so it makes Pinch Shot look weak by comparison, even though it's not. I don't know if that answers your question. Like you'll be able to farm T100 basically. And you can probably push between T10, 110, 115 area-ish or whatever like that. Bam, what's going on? What's the best push build for Rogue? Rain of Arrows. It's also one of the hardest builds to play on Rogue, but it's very strong. Totally answer. Gonna try to make it good enough to farm pit 100 plus with one hand. With one hand, okay, all right. That's a feat. Usually I would reserve that to like maybe Dance of Knives or something, but hey, I'm curious. Okay, what is the funnest? I can't answer that for you. Because I don't know what you find fun. Like what I find fun is not what most people find fun. I'm a glass cannon, push 57 buttons for like a 3-hour rotation to do one big massive burst of damage type guy. The exact opposite of what most people would probably want, right? Give me an idea of like what you like. Like when you play your rogue, what do you like? What do you want your rogue to do? What do you envision your rogue doing? And then I could tell you what you would like based on that. You like distant? Okay. Well, Rain of Arrows, Rapid Fire, Pinch Shot. Also Heartseeker, but Victimize and not Close Quarters Combat. I do have a Victimize variant on Maxroll in the tab section. So Victimize, Heartseeker, Pinch Shot, Rapid Fire, or Rain of Arrows. In terms of which one is the most fun, I would say that Heartseeker is probably the easiest to gear for and also to play by far of the 4 builds I just mentioned. But all 4 of them will be able to, you'll be able to level your glyphs, you know, get to T100 easily. But the best pusher would be Rain of Rails out of those 4. Okay, so it sounds like you should be playing Charge Blade Monster. You know what? Actually, you're not wrong. Actually, I thought about that. I was thinking about that the other night. I guess my pushback against it in my head was like I didn't know the monsters well enough. But I feel like once I do, in any given game, it's kind of like, all right, now that I know, like the timing's really well, let's you know, let's make this happen kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like I'm aware when I know, like I know when I don't know enough, if that makes sense. I won't try to pretend like, oh yeah, I got this when I know I really don't got it. Like when I got it, you'll know I got it. Like I'll perform pretty well, and people be like, yo, your rogue moves so smooth, or it's like, oh man, you move so effortlessly. But that's because I got it. But if I don't got it, you know. You'd be like, Doc, what are you doing, bro? Bro, what are you doing? The monster's over there. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Bro, what's with all you in this this gear tonight, man? It's actually not bad. What would a physical close quarters combat TB look like? I mean, you would just kind of just go mostly direct damage. Like, I forgot how to like explain it. You could probably look at Flurry. Like, look at the Flurry guy we have on Maxroll, I think that's close quarters combat. I don't think that's... If that's close quarters combat, I would almost like use that as a guide. Because you would build TB to be pretty similar for that. If you want to go the close quarters combat route, that is. Yeah, am I wearing Jen's blessings right now? Yes, I am. Because I don't have the right stats in the right slots right now to be able to cap resistances and armor. Season of the Druid. Hey man, do you think this build is too much slower than Dance of Knives for farming? Well, Dance of Knives is just the best rogue farming build. There are good rogue farming builds, don't get me wrong, but Dance of Knives is just so good at it, right? That it will make some of the other builds look like they're not as good for farming. But you can farm with any of the rogue builds, I think. Rain of Rails is not bad for it as long as you have enough ultimate cooldown, then you're fine. Because then you can just cast one and it just covers an entire area. Dash, rinse and repeat, dash, rinse and repeat sort of thing. So it's actually not bad. But it is more gear intensive to speed farm with it. But I mean, Barrage and Heartseeker are actually very good for speed farming too as well. And so is Flurry. So like, you know, but Jason Nas is just gonna be the best at it. Like, and it kind of needs to be because it's not a good pusher at all. So it definitely needs to be like the best at something. And it's definitely speed farming. Big DPS. Does it feel a lot better? You land him? Nice. Cool. Glad I could help. She's kicking ass immediately. Thanks again, Doctor. You're welcome. Just glad I can help. You said Flurry is momentum? Okay. Okay, well then never mind. I'll probably just have to make one. I'll have to make a TB planner because like I plan on doing TB close quarters combat myself. So I'll just make a planner and just have it linked. For those that want to go that route.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Barrage okay for leveling? Yes. What's the best rogue build? Depends on your goal. If you look if the best for you is what puts out the biggest numbers or the most damage, then it will be Rain of Arrows. If the best for you is what can do T4 content the most efficiently, then I would say Dance of Knives. So your Rain of Arrows build is the top DPS, you think? So the way that I built it on Maxroll is to be as intuitive as possible. The rotations can be quite difficult, and the most optimal rotation I definitely did not put on Maxroll because it's nearly impossible to play, and it's really a pain. Like nobody would find that fun, and I had to be very careful with how I did it. So I came up with a solution that is, quite a bit easier to play, to perform. It's still like not easy, but it's definitely easier, much easier than the optimal rotation. The difference between the optimal rotation and the rotation I did on Maxroll is like 17% more damage. So you're looking at like one pit tier of a difference, and no one's gonna know or feel that, right? So I don't think the 17% is worth all the ridiculous rotation necessary to pull that off. And I think honestly, for most players, trying to do the most optimal rotation will end up being less damage than the route that I did on Maxroll anyway, because you're bound to make mistakes. Like I was doing it on PTR, right? Like I did the optimal rotation on PTR, and I was making mistakes quite often. Like I won't say often, but like I would say maybe like 30% of the time I was like messing up. I was like, oh crap, I missed this before doing that, after doing this, while doing this, right? And if you mess up, you lose a lot of damage. So if you want to take into account, user error, then the strongest, most reliable setup is the one I wrote. But it was hard to get that to happen, man, because that was a headache. That was a nightmare. I'm like, oh my god, how am I gonna get people to actually like this build? I was like, no way. I'm making it more. Yeah, but I like it though. Like I'm having fun with it. And I think it came out pretty well though. I think I did a pretty good job of that so far. At least the people who have been playing it and have been able to not have resource issues, or whatever like that, it's been received positively. So that means that I guess you could say did my job in making sure that people can actually perform the build. Otherwise, I would have gotten a lot more like, this build is unplayable in my DMs, right? And it's like, ain't no way anyone's gonna be able to play this. Why'd you write this kind of thing? So like none of that happened. So that was good. Appreciate the follow. Mr. Pant, you said would I go combo points with close quarters combat? Ooh, chest armor. Shroud, what? Yo, I got a shroud. What? What? Maybe that's good karma. Maybe that's what that is. What? Yeah. That's a huge damage increase. Oh man, that's gonna be great. People are 230 plus already. Yeah. I'm at pleb level Paragon compared to the to the other guys. So hold on to that too. I want to keep items that I can also give away too. Oh, I'm sorry. I did, Mr. Penn. I don't think I answered your question, right? Yes. Well, if I would do combo points or I would probably do preparation just because it's more fun than combo points. Although combo points might be slightly stronger, but preparation would be infinitely more fun. I guess in order to proc the close quarters combat portion of it, the marksman skill you need. Give me a sec. I'll think about it. Cow traps might be the answer, but I don't know if I really want to use an aspect for that though. To make it a marksman skill. I guess what you could do though is you could just do like just have Heartseeker slotted, cast it like once every 8 seconds or whatever, and then get the buff for it. Like get the 15. You get the attack speed buff from Heartseeker, right? So if you think about it, you can get the attack speed. Yeah. So you gain attack speed, 16% attack speed. And then you can go with Fundamental Heartseeker, which gives you 15% more crit damage. So like, now I know this sounds weird because it's like only 4 seconds, right? Like, okay, well it's only up for 4 seconds, but you can actually temper Heartseeker duration on I think pence or something or whatever. Make that 4 seconds to 8 seconds, and then you can basically have a perma buff of these two. That will make your twisting blade stronger. So that would be the first thing I would think about, honestly. That's kind of going off the top of my head. Its chance for a dance with now is doubling missing. You can't find it. It should be on the weapon, right? No? TB is back. TB is definitely stronger this season than it's been in a while. I'll put it that way. Who did the guy for rapid fire? I did. What's up? Is something messed up? She's very talented at League of Legends. She was an awesome Destiny player. I never got into League of Legends, but I did play Heroes of the Storm, which I know I know how other mobile players feel about Heroes of the Storm, and then I get it. But it was fun. I like the I could relate to the Blizzard characters. and it was fun for what it was. I'll put it that way. You play a lot of Murky? Nice. I was a Fawstead main for a long time. Like I would almost play exclusively Fawstead, and people like when I was leveling, like when I was ranking up, people hated it. But then once I got to like Grandmaster League, people were kind of fine with it. It was like, oh well, because I mean I guess Fawstead was good in most comps anyway. Like you know, kind of universally good. Could build to be, you know, AA or mage or whatever. So like he was very versatile, and if you were good with him, people was fine, right? But later on though, like later on in like a year or so later, I decided to branch out and play other heroes and stuff. Because I'm like, that's probably not a good. That's really not good. I mean, playing a MOBA and trying to only play one hero, that's not how the game is supposed to be played. I wasn't being like I wasn't being a team player, so I branched out to try to, you know, figure out a few like bruisers I like to play, and like Leoric was like my favorite bruiser to play. For a tank, I'd play Mirrodin or ETC. For range DPS, I would do obviously Fawstead, Vala, Raynor, Lunara. I got really good with Lunara like when she came out. Played a crap ton of her, and then for healing, I played Lily. Not because she was easy, but because I went try hard with Lily. Like I will always be in the front lines, being very aggro heavy, like baiting people all the time. And that was a lot of fun. I would still go heals, like I would go jugs all the time, but I would still have pretty decent DPS on Lily because I was always so aggressive. So like Lily became like one of my favorite heroes to play in general. Where I was like, I don't mind healing it as long as you guys don't mind me playing Lily. Lily. Yeah. We would just I would just call her Bruce Lily. It's like when I play her. Do you still use Sky Hunter and combination for rapid fire? Yes. So is TB back like an S tier kind of back? Yes. Morning thinking Heartseeker will climb to S tier or start to focus on current S tier to climb pit. It depends on how high you're trying to climb pit. Peter Rosenberg. Like if there's a certain goal you're trying to reach in pit, I can tell you whether or not you should stick with Heartseeker. I think Heartseeker is actually pretty good this season. I plan on playing it after Rapid Fire. But Heartseeker is actually one of my favorite builds to play. It's like super fast, super zoomy. You attack a heck of a lot, super like ton of attack speed. It works really well with the clone. But the best gloves for Reign of Arrows, just a regular legendary glove with the fur aspect on it. You can do like Fist of Fate, but legendary gloves are better. So I'd be fun to play with in League. Someone told me, I forgot the hero, the hero that does a lot of like stutter stepping or whatever, or you have to stutter step a lot with. Everyone says that I'd be very good at playing that hero. I don't know the name of that hero. Cassia? Not in Heroes of Storm, but League of Legends. Unless it's Cassia in League of Legends. Glyphs to get to 100. Any rogue class able to do that? Yeah. No. every rogue build, an S tier, A tier, or B tier, can get glyphs to level 100. So that's 7 rogue builds. If you ever get in the league, I'll play. I'll play with you. You're gonna have to teach me because I don't know anything like about. I mean, Heroes of the Storm in League of Legends. I know they're, you know, they're in the same genre, but they definitely like, you know, play different. So like you have to like teach me for sure. Is Rogue better than Druid? I would say Druid's top build is stronger than Rogue's top build. It's probably the best way to phrase that. Better and like better in general, honestly, would just be depending on like what builds you kind of like more, and whether or not you care about pushing in like pit at the highest of highest level. I don't like just kind of just outright just saying, you know, putting all the emphasis on what pit clear can a class do. I feel like there's a lot more to the game and classes than that. Because most people aren't going to do real pit pushing. Like 0.00001% of players are going to actually truly push pit. Like actually push. So I wouldn't, that's why I always kind of give an explanation or ask for goals, because it's like, just because a build can do pit tier 145 doesn't mean that you're going to actually try to go do that. Because the process of doing it means, you know, you spend all weekend, you know, literally trying to find Spirit Caller, failing hundreds of times to get one clear. And it's not a fun process, which is why 99% of players don't do it. That's why, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll be honest, if you say, what does the highest pit? I'll say, okay, well, I'll tell you it's this build. But I want you to understand that there's a lot more to the game than that you're going to enjoy. Because you're not going to enjoy pit pushing. The process, the journey, you're not. You will enjoy clearing the pit. You'll be like, yeah, I did it once it took you 300 tries and fishing and getting the wrong boss like 70 times or whatever in a row, whatever. And then you're mad and frustrated because you spent 9 hours and you achieved nothing because the game, you know, because pit pushing is horrible. Like, you don't, do you really want to go through that in a sense? Now, if the answer is yes, then yeah, I'll tell you. I'll say, okay, cool, play this. Play specifically just this. If that's what you're looking for, right? That's what's fun for you? Oh, well, in that case, play Necro. I'm gonna just cut to the chase. Play Necro, do Blood Wave. If that is if that is just fun for you, skip to the chase. Don't even bother with any other classes. Play Blood Wave Necro. Never Rogue for life. Well, then you're doing it. You're doing it wrong, sir. You can't care about the highest pit tiers and then play a class that can't achieve the highest pit tier. But hey, I mean, you know, I'm not judging. Isn't Rogue the second strongest after Necro for pit? No. I think that goes to Druid. Now, there is a bug right now with some Druid thing that is going to be fixed. I think that bug makes Druid the strongest right now. But it's like legit based off a bug. Like an insane like bug that is going to get nixed. Is going to get hotfixed. That's not staying in. Once that happens, Druid will go back to being number 2. Does Rogue have 2-3 top builds? Top builds meaning like high tier pip builds, yeah. I mean, Rain of Arrows. That's 4. Rain of Arrows, Death Trap, Twisting Blaze, Rapid Fire. All of them are considered S tier or high tier pip pushing builds. Why not fix Necro then? Because ironically enough, Necro being as strong as they are isn't a bug. It's just literally just overtuned. Starless. So there's no bugs associated with their damage being that high, which is actually quite insane because it makes you wonder, like obviously it was like this in the PTR. So like I don't understand how that made it through because we saw it in the PTR and it was like, hey, look, right? And then it still went through. Now a bug is different. Like, you know, a bug they might not have caught in the PTR or whatever. But we all caught Blood Wave doing what it was doing in the PTR. So how did that just still be okay? You know what I mean? Like I don't understand that. It's like, didn't we not like Spiritborn invalidating the entire game last season? Now it's okay on another class to do it. Like, are we just taking turns doing it each season? It's like, whose turn is it next season? You know, like, is this how we're doing it? Like, I don't know. I just find I'm not hating, right? I'm not hating on any class or anything. I could care less about what class do whatever. I'm a rogue main. I play rogue. I play rogue builds. I could care less if barbs are doing pit 400 or something and everyone else is doing pit 50. Like, honestly, my fun factor is based on whether a build is fun or not. So it doesn't really affect me because there's no actual competition in this game. At the same time, it's a bad look on the game when people want to play powerful builds. And there's such a big discrepancy between what's at the top and then where everyone else is. It just looks really bad. Because then people are just like, well, what's the philosophy here? What are you trying to do? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is, you know... Is Twisting Blaze pretty strong from Rogue? Yes. It's a good bow. No, I'll keep this one too. I just want my level 300 mount and then I'm back too. I plan on playing both games, like, still. I actually like both. I say this on my stream all the time, at least the past couple of days. And it's a weird thought, but like, you know, I have fun in Diablo 4 for what it is, right? And I also have fun in PoE 2 for what it is. You got a 4 GA Skylander? Jeez. What's the legendary roll on it? Since it's 4 GA, it should be like pretty high, right? Like with the new changes that they did. Well, you know, they did do Spiritborn to bait people into next suspension. Now the theme is witchcraft. So witchcraft. Interesting theory. I will say this though, the Spiritborn being that buggy was not intentional. I know people, you know, love to kind of say, oh, you know, well they let it be that way because, you know, sales and money and stuff like that. The reality is that it ended up causing more harm to the game than it did helping. So they didn't want it to. They did not want it to be that way. Even if you fixed the bugs on the Spiritborn would have still been the strongest class last season. So there was no reason not to fix the bugs because it still would have been a stronger class. So no, you know, nothing different would have happened. But like it being left, honestly, in my opinion, left the way it was all season was not good for the game, because you set an expectation of a certain class to be a certain power for 3.5 months straight, right? So now when you actually do bring them back to Earth, people are just like so confused. It's like, wait a minute, what happened? What happened? What happened to Spiritborn? Like last season, I was doing, you know, one number, 14 commas, and 75 zeros. Now I'm only doing like, you know, 4 commas and like 10 zeros. I don't understand. Like, yeah, it makes no sense to me, right? And like they have a right to think that way, because it's like it was so OP for so long, right? It was so brokenly balanced for so long. So like people who don't pay attention to social media or go on posts or whatever like that aren't looking at the fact that, oh, they might, you know, nix some next season or whatever. Like you have to have a standard where it's kind of like if something is just egregiously broken, that you fix it, so people don't think that that's the way it's supposed to be. Right? But unfortunately, that's the precedent that was set last season. And, you know, don't get me wrong, like I really like the devs, met them in person, you know, and whatnot. And I do defend them when it's unwarranted. But when it came to this decision to leave Spiritborn alone, I did not agree to that. I was not a fan of that. I heavily disagreed with that. In fact, what I wish they would have did last season was the moment that they saw some of these bugs happen, they should have nixed them early, like the first 2 or 3 days before people spent a bunch of, you know, mats and stuff on gear on it. Had they did that, you would have gotten a lot less backlash. The moment that Paragon node was, you know, was found broken, they should have just disabled it, so people couldn't do it. Right? You know, like they should be on top of that early. So therefore, you know, the internet knows, oh, okay, this is broken. They're probably going to fix it. And they know not to sit there and like waste a ton of mass on it. But if you wait to mid-season to be like, yeah, we decided that we're not going to, like, well, yeah, of course, at that point, you kind of have to decide at that point, because it's like a month and a half into the season. Of course, you're not going to, you know, invalidate people's gear that they spent a month and a half playing. We now it's too late, right? It's totally too late now. But yeah, that's just my take on it. What is like, whoa. Just when are we allowed to play multiple games in the same genre? Anything Rob makes a video on. Fix. Yeah, I guess just bookmark his YouTube channel, right? The moment that a video comes out, new Chinese build, okay, yep, fix, bam, ban, nerf. Well, I won't say nerf, just fix whatever is broken about what the Chinese did, and you know, go on about your way. If I wanted to speed farm, what's the best build for Rogue? For speed farming, Dance of Knives. Sorry, Mr. Pim. I saw your question late. I'm on the same boat. I like D4, but I'm not enjoying the amount of WD you have to farm. Actually, it's actually better this season. The amount of mass working materials you get now for doing activities and stuff like that is actually better. By quite a bit. I will say they actually did do a decent job of that. Last season it was horrid for masterworking. They are definitely dropping more this season, for sure. It was fun but ridiculous. Machine, I saw your comment. What do I have on my chest? I'm gonna have to figure out my armor situation then. To wear the shroud chest. What's the updates on the boosting helmet you're wearing? Is this for bossing or testing? It's more so I don't have the correct stats to be able to run something different. That's all. So I just haven't found the things I needed to be able to run the helm and boost I really need to run. Like I don't have a good Kala nameless at all whatsoever. So hopefully I'll drop one during these boss runs with the peeps right now. Like when we get to Durio and Endario, whatever. Dude, I really need a cow bad. I do. I don't even have an ancient one, or sorry, ancestral one. I have a non-ancestral one, which is not worth using. Like crown makes more sense in this scenario, which is not really telling, to be honest. Hey man, it happens. Sometimes you get some really good stuff, and other times it's just I got a Shroud of False Death. Like that dropped today, so it's like, you know, sometimes you're just like, hey, you win the lottery in some areas, and some areas you're just like, why do I still, you know? Like same thing with my Shroud of Varathia. Like this one's pretty horrible. I need a GA on attack speed, like bad. Amongst other things, but yeah. Am I having to have one? What GA on trick attacks? I don't care about the GA on the other parts, but definitely trick attacks. Yeah, I don't have a GA cow. Get a GA on the one. Yeah, just trick attacks though. Like the other G. Well, I guess unstable elixirs is good as a GA as well, but specifically trick attacks is the main reason why we use that helm. Do you have it? Hold on to it because I might find one today doing these boss runs when we get to Durio and Endario. So I don't want you to just, you know, hand it over and then I find another like right then. Maybe. It might happen. I don't know. We'll see.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? What's left, you ask? Use it well.
You won't need it. Are you on my friends list morphin times? I remember I felt like I added you at one point before. I don't remember that. Wait, who sent me a friend's request? Doesn't have GA the trick attack. Yeah, it definitely has to be GA trick attacks. People don't realize like how much damage one rank of trick attacks for a precision build is. Like the scaling is ridiculous. One rank, 2 trick attacks. Just one. It's like having an extra aspect. And it scales. Like the more trick attack ranks you have, the better. Unlike the others where like you get diminishing returns. Nah. Not for trick attacks. Trick attacks doesn't care. So like each rank is just ridiculous for a precision build. It's also really good for non-precision builds, which is why we still take it for builds that aren't precision based, because it's that good. But it's just ridiculous on a precision build. It's the only thing where I actually like go for where I literally go for what do you call it? Where I triple crit. Like I won't accept anything less than a triple crit on trick attacks. It's the first thing that I try to get a triple crit on, because it's that big of a difference. DM5, okay, cool. I'm cool with the 2GA one if you don't want that. And what's going on? So looking for GAs for sure. If I find one, you can have it. I don't think any of the builds I'm playing will have that. Well, Twisting Blades probably, but that's gonna be a while, so I'm sure I'll find one later. No facial hair. It's there. Unfortunately, my new shaver isn't really the best. I don't like it at all. So I ended up shaving a little too low. Just like a tad too low. So if you ever want Elon's level, you'd have spent 6K and be running pit 120 already. My question is, only 6K? That's like, you think is better Frigid Finesse or trick attacks? Well, I mean, you want both. There's no reason to not have both. They're not on the same slots, so you take both. Like on an amulet, you can't get trick attacks on the amulet, so it's like you're not competing with Frigid Finesse at all. You just take both. They started on YouTube. Yeah, there was like a lag spike just now. How do we know what exchange rate he's It's actually a good point. Yeah, when I was TPing it, yeah, the game, for whatever strange reason, seems to not do well with loading screens. Like, loading screens take a toll on people's PCs right now. You ran like 40 Nightmare Dungeons, so I haven't seen one altar. Are you doing them on T4? Come on. Spoilers like freedom. You're waiting, Sarah got whenever you're ready. Well, we still got boss mats to go for other bosses, so it might be a minute. That's why I was saying, like, you know, I would just hold on to it and then I'll hit you up later if I don't come across one after bossing.
What do you need?
700 in 3D with the 7900 wouldn't know. I've been running the game of ultra ray tracing adrenaline set in eco mode. I'm sure I'd be fine if I wasn't doing this and streaming to two different platforms at the same time. That's mainly the issue. Like when I'm not streaming, I go straight ultra settings all across the board, but can't do that when I'm streaming. Game says no. Twitch says no. Sounds good. Got to be up in 6 hours. Everybody can mind treatment tomorrow. Okay, gotcha. All right. If you're up still in the next 30 minutes to an hour, I will I'll hit you up. I just don't want to slow the group up. That's all. Actually, you know what? Actually, no. More for times, we can go ahead and do it now. Actually, because we're about to farm beasts in the ice, and I don't really need beasts. So I can just tell them just to keep going, and then I'll come back in. All right, morphin times. I got you. Yeah, when I realized they went to do beasts, I was like, okay, yeah, I don't really need anything from beasts, but I can go ahead and grab this real quick. This is quick.
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Is that the new Epic Druid build? Yeah, pretty much. The damage it does is actually insane once everything is snapshotted. All right, Morphin Times. Appreciate you. Good luck. Good luck tomorrow. I have another 2 GA combination. I actually have quite a few good combination daggers. What do you think of Death Trap versus Reign of Arrows? Whichever one you find more fun. I mean, they're both very good builds. Just whatever one you think you're gonna enjoy more. Let me log back in. It's not letting me do the thing. Ellie Main said thanks for the guys, man. You're welcome. Glad to see that boss farming, and it's just per usual. I mean, to be fair, I don't really mind the boss farming per se, but I wish there was like at least like one more tier, so therefore we can fight the boss with mechanics and not just instantly delete, if that makes sense. So I don't mind both being a thing, just maybe just something, you know. Oh, the game crashed. Found Reinforce, switched to Barrage for leveling. Nice. Reinforce is actually pretty good now. Like when they buffed it mid-season last season, it's really good. Sometimes it'll work if they invite. Okay, it's lagging again. There we go. I might try to like join someone else in the party. Your fingertips. Well, the video. I was actually getting ready to request an invite from you. It was bugging out when I tried with spoiler. There we go. I got Doombringer. Like, to be honest with you, sure, this is efficient and you get lots of stuff from it and the things you need from it, but like, legitimately, I really don't think this should be possible. Like, literally, like Beast doesn't even get to like show his HP before he dies. Like, bro didn't even get the roar or like, you know, at least attempt to be threatening before he dies. Actually, not that bad. Oh, never mind. It is. For you, what rogue build is the strongest this season? The one that has the most power is definitely Rain of Arrows. If you're just going by just purely, damage potential. Who's doing the most DPS in this group? Well, no one else is doing anything but Boiler because we don't have to. So like, Boiler is basically just one-shotting it, which is the Druid. So yeah, we're just standing here. Watch. See, we don't have to. We literally don't have to do anything. Already been using Dancing Dots for leveling Rain of Arrows for endgame. Yeah, that works. Oh, Boiler messed up. Kick. Vote kick. Buff lasted 3 seconds. Vote kick. Almost had to do it. I know, right? Like, how dare he? Uh-oh. We are doing a phase. Whoops. I thought I was far enough. Hey, this is actually a good Pain Gorgers. Hold on to that. For some side fun thing. Honestly, bad Phantom, just a loot filter would be nice. In my opinion. If they just gave us a loot filter. We can filter out what we want and don't want. Drop. I mean, just... the one thing we've been asking for over a year and a half. Actually, what is this? It's not even like decent enough for me to try. Well, filter will also cheat the same thing, so why not? I guess, yeah. I guess the thing is that like there's just really no reason to not have it nowadays. It's the same. It's it's the argument that I use when I talk about like inventory space in other games. Items being ridiculously big for no reason, or stuff that just seems out of place. Why not just have the quality of life? It hurts nothing. It's the same way I talk about the D4's game and not having a loot filter. Like, there's just no reason not to have it. Like, if people don't want to use it, cool, right? But if people who do, great. Like, there's no I can't really think of a reason why it just shouldn't just be a thing. Like, people would love you. Like, you get such high praise for having one, right? It'd be such a huge quality of life. I heard they're gonna do something about that Bad Phantom. I think Adam mentioned it on X or something like that they're looking into reducing like the amount of like regular legendaries dropping and instead replacing with stuff, I guess. So I guess we'll see how that goes. Got the Shroud Mythic. Dance of Knives also needs a crit helm, right? Call the Nameless, yeah. Every rogue build that isn't Death Trap, I believe, wants that helm. Maybe Twisting Blades may not. I actually kind of forgot. I'm gonna be honest. Probably not. Ever try TB this season? No. I mean, it's only day 3. It's hard to really try multiple builds right now. So you have to kind of pick one, you know, get it going good, and then branch off like maybe some days later. But yeah, it's too early to kind of have a good setup for any build, really, yet. Trying to kill my bosses, I guess. Try TB for a hot 2 minutes. It felt bug. I will say the clone aren't getting all the benefits of proc based stuff right now. That's bugged. They know it is, and I guess a fix is coming at some point. But yeah, right now I think Twist and Blaze is kind of like because people don't really know about it right now, like that, it does kind of hurt because you're building around your clone actually like doing exactly what you're doing. And for a direct damage build, it works fine, but for like imbuements, it doesn't. Your credit card says will I make a Ranavero video guy? Yep. That's the plan. Either Friday or Saturday. Most likely Saturday. casted that many rails like at the perfect time where it made it look like I did all the work. I didn't even buff it or anything. I just casted it. I really like the involved playstyle TV, so I'm gonna try it anyways. I'm totally not telling you not to try it by any means. I'm just saying I think if you're gonna do TB right now, I would build it to be more damage, more direct damage related. That's all I'm saying. So think of it as like instead of like adding, or putting on imbuements stuff, like you're like imitated imbuements and let's say Burher or whatever, like those aren't worth it right now in the build. Because your clone doesn't get those benefits. So do it for sure. I mean, I plan on making Twisted Blades myself at some point, but just be aware that the rest of some of the other like aspects that it's supposed to benefit the clone doesn't. For proc stuff. So go direct damage. Trying to understand where the barrier generation come from. For Barrage, but for conceded aspect. Second win. Skill, passive in the skill tree. Okay. Yeah, man, you're welcome. All right, so I'm about to look like I'm Notre Dame. Boy, there's like I've been out. Can you see my wish powers, please? You don't want to. I literally don't even have like 2 of the 5 I need, and I don't have any of the Oculus gems yet, occult gems yet. So looking at my wish powers is not something you want to imitate right now. Trust me. I would just look at the guide and try to go there. Because if someone tried to copy my wish powers right now and be like, yo, these powers are booty, I'm like, well, yeah, I know, because I don't have the combinations I need. Don't do what I do with that. I have placeholders that kind of suck. Yeah. The buddy's like, you called? You rang? I'm gonna be doing a lot of Witch Tide today to kind of try to catch up on that Witch Tide and hit Nightmare Dungeons or whatever, because that's like one of the biggest things I'm kind of missing. Like, Wasted Storage is so important for ultimate builds, and combined with Purging Touch and things, and or specialization I still don't have, and that's 35% crit damage multi, which is ridiculous for Trick Attack. Like, the amount of damage I'm missing right now is insane from the Witch powers. And even without that and my 5th Paragon board, with Dance Legendary Note, which is another 75% multi, like I was still able to like speed farm 95s on this Rain of Heroes build, which is good for a rogue. I'll put it that way. You know, which powers, which would you use for with TB physical? Well, the most important ones would be Purging Touch and Witching Hour. Purging Touch, Witching Hour, Wicked Pat. And then choose any aura you want, and then use aura specialization. And then past that point, it's kind of whatever you want. Oh, I forgot. Soul Harvest. I think you fit Soul Harvest in there with that too. Hexa Whispers is the server right now. It is. Yep. Why is there a malignant heart in the ground? We're at 0 and someone just shot the malignant heart. Or is that the... Wait, did a thing just spawn in here or something? Or what happened? It's an okay Scoundrel's Kiss. What is Witching Hour? Where do you find it? It's in the occult gem. Legendary occult gem. You have to like craft it. Dirty Mike, what's going on? What tier are you on? I think I asked that earlier. I'm not sure if I saw the response or it did, or I lost it, or one of the two. Okay, yeah. So there is a lower chance for altars in T3 than T4. It's not like much lower, but it's, you know, a little bit. Are you running the Are you running this elixir right here, the draw or whispers elixir? If not, you need to.
Still got some good in it.
While you're looking for the altars. Photon Hydra. Hey, I haven't seen you in a bit, man. How have you been?
Potato, 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 potato. Hey.
Been busy working, taking care of a phone with. That's where you've been. Gotcha. Real life hit. And it hit hard. It hit. But congratulations, by the way. I was not aware. I could use a better yins, I guess, now that I think about it. I was taking time to play the season at very least. Yeah. But I guess you haven't been streaming much in the recent. I noticed. But now I know. Now I know why. Because I have to stop putting damage reduction and extra health on the leads. Trying to switch to this build, but the stupid sword won't drop. You mean the Shard of Varathiel? Yeah, you have to. That's Infernal Hordes basically, and those keys are rare. You can try to gamble for it though, but that's not easy either. And I think it drops from one of the seasonal caches as well. Managed to get a few streams going this month, surprisingly enough. Just haven't been playing Diablo much at all. Well, yeah, towards it, yeah, it was towards the end of the season for a bit. But have you tried it out like Path of Exile 2 or anything, or anything else that you've been interested in playing? You ran a few horse so far. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the good thing is that once you have it, you don't need a good one. Like literally. Because the rest of the stats don't matter on it at all, other than the fact that it can help you spend energy. That's it. But what you truly want is the GA on the attack speed if you can get it. But outside of that, like it doesn't really hold much other purpose. I shaved? No, I didn't. I did not. Who told you this? I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Malvin. Anybody else believe Malvin? You're seeing stuff, sir. Been on Survivor game grind, to be honest. Nice. I'm gonna try out the new Monster Hunter game in February. I'm actually super stoked for that. You look like a high school student. I know, right? I'm 39 years old, almost 40 in like less than a month. And literally whenever I shave, I look like I could be a junior or senior in high school. Yes, I know. The Emperor's new goatee. I'm 28 and I'm bald and I look like 40. My friends and I are taking a week off at Monster Hunter. Yeah. I'm 39. Yeah, I'm 39. Have I been playing PoE 2? Yeah, I've been playing PoE 2 for most of the December. Like actually the whole month of December, I played nothing but PoE 2. It was fun. I had a good time. Why does the Maxroll guide for anybody else not have beast while boosting it? Read the FAQ section. Also, short answer, if you don't really want to go do that, shorter answer will be we no longer can stack precision stacks with Flurry, so we can't do a 1-to-1 ratio anymore. Which means that the other options are basically a very convoluted rotation involving Beastfall boots that most people, 99% of players would not be able to achieve. Because it is very, very, very difficult to do. So I came up with a alternative that is actually playable. It's only like 17% less damage than the optimal, very hard rotation. But if you take into account user error, then it would end up being less damage than what I have written on Maxroll. So King Titan, what's going on? You have it. Oh no, whatchamacallit gave me one. Morphin Time gave me one. But thanks though. When I asked a question about Barrage build, got my first Uber Unique in his Doombringer with GA to all stats. I guess I don't need this as a rogue at all. Nope, not really. You can hold on to it if you want to like do something else on the side or something. These altars are a pain in the ass. I've been many numbers on that, not a single one. Even with potion, that increases the chances. They are pretty rare. They are pretty rare. And I will say this though, like on the contrary, given that a lot of the game, a lot of the game itself is easy to kind of get stuff, like gear up and things, which makes altars look, you know, like extremely rare by comparison, which is very true, right? I mean, I can understand, you know, the frustration there. At the same time, though, it's like we don't really have much to really grind for or to shoot for in this game, because things are like we get stuff like rather quickly. So that part of the game kind of feels like, okay, you actually have a chase. Like you're not gonna get all your occult gems in 2 or 3 days of playing, right? And I think that that's okay. When you think about it in that sense, I think that that's okay. But the reason why I feel like it's a big shock is because everything else is so quick. You got all your wish powers. Like, yo, or most of your wish powers, and you're just like, okay, cool. I got most of my wish powers. My build's online. I'm in T4. You know, I'm banging out stuff. Got my mythic item that I wanted, and you're still searching for the occult gems, right? So when you look at the contrast, it seems so big, but it's like it just has to do more with the fact that the game itself kind of makes it easy for you to find a lot of things. So I think if there were more things that we had to sit there and grind for long term, or like, you know, take more time to get, then then altars wouldn't feel out of place, if that makes sense. Chico useful in season 7. For Death Trap Rogue, yeah. Hey, what would you play Spiritborn in the tier list? Honestly, I don't know. What's the best controller friendly Rogue build right now? Dance with Knives or Heartseeker? Dance with Knives, Heartseeker, Barrage. Yeah, but it's really not really the death, because there's a lot to learn in the game. It's not it's not like there is a lot to think about and learn and do in the game. There's just no vertical there isn't much vertical progression, and we get things too quick. So because of that, all of the in-game content is basically horizontal progression, meaning that you're farming all the in-game content, right? Nightmare Dungeons, you're farming instead of it being a progression thing. Infernal Horrors, it's a farm content instead of it being a progression thing. Same thing with Dark Citadel and, you know, Cuirass Undercity. So there are other things to do. It's just that they all result into just being another farming mode, and you're not progressing in it. You see what I'm saying? Whereas like Pit, you are progressing technically up in the tiers, which unfortunately, in my opinion, Pit is just a bad mode for vertical progression. I just don't think it works that well. It's the only thing we got, right? If the other types of content in the game you had a vertical progression where you have to work your way up in that content, then you would have a lot more to do. And if the things aren't, you know, if we're not, you know, getting to level 60 so fast or whatnot, or a tier 4 so fast, then we will also feel like we have more of a progression. The thing is that the foundation is there. They could totally make this, or they could totally extend the grind if they wanted to. They can extend the progression if they wanted to. Like, the stuff is there in the game to do it. It's just a matter of them choosing to do it at the end of the day, right? They're either going to do it or they're not going to do it. But I will say a lot more casual players play this game, and nothing wrong with casual players. Like I don't want to say that as a bad thing, because that's not what I mean by that. But what I do mean is that, believe it or not, throughout the season, most really casual players don't make it out of T2, tier 1, tier 2. So even making it to T4 is a pretty small part of the player base. It sounds so crazy to think about it that way, right? But honestly, most of the people who play this game, 80% plus people, actually I would say more than that, 90-something% of players in this game don't make it past T2. It sounds like a crazy statistic, but it's true. So for those players, they still have progression, right? They're still having to go, you know, they're trying to get to T3 a couple of months later, right? So they still got things to do, right? But for like the small part, the much smaller part of the player base, like us, who, you know, play a lot more, or semi-blasters or anything like that, we get to T4 in like a day, right? And thus we don't really have much else to do once that happens, right? So we look at Blizz and we're just like, Blizz, what the hell, right? We're like, what the hell, man? Like why can't you give us more things to do? Like, I don't understand. What the hell? Like it's easy, right? Just do this, just do that, just do this, right? And the people who are saying this are right. They're right. Like they're not wrong. I mean, they're right, right? I mean, like it'd be nice to have more things like that, right? But when you look at the numbers, like the actual numbers, it's kind of like, well, most people don't even reach T4 yet, you know, that kind of thing. And it's just like, wow, okay. So the company, not the developers or whatever, or even the producer or whatever you want to call it, the company itself, the higher ups, are more so likely thinking to themselves, do we need to do more with extending the content if the overwhelmingly majority of the player base isn't even making a T4? Despite the fact that the minorities are the ones that are yelling and complaining and making tons of videos about it, aka us, right? The majority isn't having that issue. So that's like, it's one of those things where, you know, it's, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's very unfortunate for people who want to play a lot, right? Because this doesn't help the people who want to play a lot. However, there's a significantly bigger portion of the player base who don't make it that far. And that's what the company as a whole is looking at when making decisions about what to do for their content in the next part of the game. So from a business standpoint, I get it, but it absolutely sucks for anyone who wants to blast it. Right, so that's kind of where it's at. I'm not saying one decision or one way of doing it is right and one is wrong. I just want to kind of put it into perspective, like a bigger perspective, because while I am in the camp of the people who are the 1% per se, right? it can sometimes be hard to see it from the 90 something percent, perspective, which are people who don't make it that far. And, those kind of things. Now, I am of the opinion that you can do both. For example, in my opinion, I think that if most people don't make it past tier 2, why not make tier 3, tier 4 harder? Since they're not going to get there anyway. Give the blasters and grinders something to do. Make T3 and T4 way harder. Why not? It doesn't affect your, the more casuals who are playing. And then you also get to keep the people who want to play long term. Now you can get both. Now that you know your metric and what your audience is doing, yeah, just make a considerably harder T3, T4. So now the in-game content can feel like in-game. And we're just not running around and, looking at mobs and they die before we cast an animation for the long-term players, right? Now, I'm pretty sure on the developer level, they probably want to do that. They're probably to themselves just like, bro, like, I game too. I don't have anything else left to do, and I get the T4. I'm sure the devs know that, and I can guarantee you, they feel that too. But if the instructions are, well, 97% of the player base isn't there, so I don't want you to allocate resources to the 2% of people, then like, what can they do? At the end of the day, right? What can the devs do at the end of the day but, do what they're told? Just like we all do at jobs that, where we're at, where we think, man, this would make much more sense if we do X, Y, Z at a job. And then our boss is just like, well, yeah, but money. I'm the boss. Shut up. This makes us more money. Do what I say. And then you as an employee are just like, man, but I can totally make this so much better. Right? Like this could be better. This, these are, and the boss is like, yeah, we're not going to allocate funds for the 2% of people who want to do whatever. Like at that point, what do you do? Right? So I'm not saying that people shouldn't be frustrated. Absolutely. I mean, I'm frustrated. But in my opinion, I think, I think the frustration can be expressed in the I'm gonna say correct way, but it's more so of like, I wouldn't lash out at the devs about it, especially not the community managers. Like the community managers get so much shit for this. I don't understand. Community managers don't do anything in terms of game design. Like Adam Fletcher isn't the person to sit there and like be cursing out and stuff like that. He has nothing to do with what's going on. In terms of like the ladder, he's lower in the totem pole of the, whatever. He's underneath the devs and that in terms of the company ladder per se, right? Like if the devs don't necessarily have complete control over their product and have to do what their bosses say, then definitely Adam has no anythings. You know what I'm saying? Like Adam's a great guy, but he's just the messenger and that's it mostly, right? He just compiles messages and say, hey, Reddit's pissed at you. And then the day after, hey, devs, Twitter is pissed at you. Next day, yeah, YouTube doesn't like you. Yeah, I'm simplifying it, but that's kind of what it is. Like he's there to send feedback, collect feedback, and send feedback, right? And that's it. That's that's kind of what that is. So I just think that pointing our frustrations to the in a way that's going to reach management, the people who are making the actual decisions, is much more productive than cursing out Adam Fletcher. You know what I mean? Yeah, just. I understand the frustration. Like I said, I'm in that crowd, so I understand it. Someone said Dark Side TED Talk. Community manager Sally the Fog. Oh yeah, they are. They absolutely are. The higher ups are glad to push him out there. Like I'll give you a great example. Like, and I still feel for Wyatt Chain to this day. And granted, he shouldn't have said what he said, but honestly, the developers were worried about being on stage to announce Diablo Immortal before announcing Diablo 4. They were already like worried about the crowd reaction. And they didn't really want to do that until Diablo 4 was announced either. But they were told to. So they had to kind of make the best of it. And nerves kind of got the best of Wyatt Chain, and he said something he shouldn't have said, and then that was he's been memed ever since then, right? Again, I'm not defending what he said. I'm just saying that these people did not want to do that presentation at that time. And the company's like, well, we want money, right? Mobile game, print money, go talk about it. Bottom line. What do you do as a dev? Okay, well, I guess I'll go out there and talk about it. I know people are going to be upset, but I'll go up there and talk about it. I'll get booed on stage, I guess. Which is exactly what happened. You know. And, yeah. They actually do more money than all Diablo games combined with Immortal, right? Yep, they do. That's great. Yep, they do. I really want to just fix my beautiful build on for a bit more and get some more fun. So I think that's what we're really missing. I agree. The issues that the community has isn't the devs or the same team. It comes from the top, pretty much. And then when we look at other companies and say, well, GGG does it, right? GGG does this, and Last Epoch does that. But you also got to remember, both of those companies are not under nearly as much red tape. They can do a lot more, whatever they want. Whenever you hear Jonathan and Matt talk, you know, it's great to listen to them because they can talk with no PR. Because they are the game, right? They go, hey, an interview's like, oh yeah, we could change that, could we? And then the other guy, and then Matt's like, yeah, I'll look at it tomorrow. I was like, oh, cool, get on it, right? Because they can do that. They don't have that red tape. They can do that. They don't have to go through one person, through another person, and then the other person's like, yeah, no, right? They can do what they want to do in their game, whatever they want to do, literally whatever they want to do. So like, Aussie's like, we're not paying you to think. I don't know. I guess I know this is like a really big rant that no one asked for. This is an unsolicited rant that none of you guys asked for from me, and I get it. But like sometimes it's like, you know, like I don't know. Like, I get frustrated too. I have issues with the game as well, and like I get mad about things as well, and whatnot. And I guess I just want to like provide perspective sometimes, because especially when I see people getting upset at the wrong people per se, like, or those kind of things, when people who aren't really involved in what's really the problem are the ones that are getting bashed consistently. So I feel for them sometimes, because like, you know, as a teacher, I but yeah, and as a teacher, you know, one of the things is like you do what your district tells you to do, right? Like, oh, but this doesn't work for my classroom. District's like, well, too bad, right? And then you teach something, and then the parents get upset with you. Why are you teaching my kid this thing? And it's like, well, the district says. You can't say the district said it. You just gotta make up a reasoning, to cover your own ass for why this thing is being taught the way it is. And you want to say, as a teacher, it's the district is just full of shit. That's what you want to say, but you can't say it. You can't say it. But since you're the one that's teaching your child, you get the blame, right? But you're only doing what you're told. You can do anything on your last day. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, so because like I'm in that perspective, I can understand that position, if that makes sense. You're the one that's go, oh yeah, absolutely. I gotten pretty good at like handling stuff like that without throwing my district under the bus. But my students very well know, because I'm pretty honest with them. I'm like, look, man, the standardized whatever thing that they're making us do today for whatever strange reason. Look, I think it's dumb too. I know you guys don't want to do it, but please, let's just do it. Let's get out the way real quick, and then we can get back to doing the fun stuff. Cool? And like they're cool with that. Like as long as they, because they know that I get it and I understand. And it's like, oh, he doesn't like it either. I'm like, no, I don't like it. You think I really want to do this thing? No, I don't want to do it either. I don't want to do that. But I don't have a choice. And unfortunately, neither do you. So it's why even with everything that's happened with Helldivers 2, I will always respect Arrowheads through studios. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh, you stopped the snapshot. Boiler, you stopped your snapshot. Okay, well. This DPS part got him. I'll give him an email too. Throw him under. A lot of it too is Diablo 4, but the numbers look great. Yeah, that's a good and a bad thing. Depending on the player, depending on which part of the community you're in, that's a good or a bad thing. If that makes sense. Do you still have to do it for no horse for the Shroud of Rather? Yes. There are a few things more frustrating in the game with wasted potential, especially as a result of some admin executive decisions. Yes. I agree. And the developing, like the developer teams, like the teams who do like who are indie, who have full control over the game and whatnot, simply oftentimes just don't have the resources of being part of a bigger company to sit there and do all the amazing things that they want to do. Like they could be really good and talented and creative developers, but they just don't have the money or to do a lot of things, or a team big enough. Like for example, Last Epoch is a great example. They have a lot of good things going on with Last Epoch, right? But in order to like crank out content more often and do changes more often, you need a bigger team. and they just simply don't have it. They're not bad. They're good developers. They're passionate about their game, but there's only but so much you can do with a team that small, right? You know, and people get upset with them. It's like, why haven't you put out, you know, this? And it's just like, yeah, I understand you want more things, but consider the team size, man. They're trying, you know. But if they were part of a bigger company, they can crank out more content, but at the risk of having the company dictate what they put out. Whereas like, okay, well, yeah, we will fund you, right? But you're going to need to do this, put more microtransactions in the game, take this out, you know, stop, you know, we're not going to put as much content out every 3 months. We're going to trickle it down just a little bit, just to dangle that carrot a little bit. And then we're going to make them pay more for every, you know, subsequent expansion and, you know, for the rest of the content. Like, I mean, like at that point, it's not worth selling out yourself to do it, but it does mean that you'll get more content out. You'll get more of a, you know, I mean, like, which is why I have huge respect for Last Epoch, but it just comes at a cost of, you know, it just takes time, right? So I do have a love-hate relationship with action RPGs market, primarily with Diablo 4, because I really enjoy playing the game, despite, you know, the issues. But I also have gripes with the game, obviously, and I talk about them almost every day on stream. But I also understand that that the devs are trying, and I wish they can do more. I wish they were allowed to do more. I'll put it that way. This is the greatest chapter you'll ever get. Amen, Algar. Not to sound like I'm trolling, but did you read the guide? Amen. Because I do explain why we do take damage to distant enemies in the guide. If you go under the ancestral build progression tab, build variance tab, I explain why we take damage to distance. And you got to be distant anyways, because your Word of Hakan already has damage to distant as a multiplier. So if you don't try to stay distant as it is, you're still going to lose damage. So the idea is to do your best to keep at a distance regardless. But to give you, just to go ahead and like tell you real quick, you see this rank 5 rank of arrow, like Rain of Arrows. At rank 5, look at the thing that says modifiers, like above modifiers. Distant damage bonus 1005% as a multiplier. You know where this comes from? All the distant damage we rolled on our gear. You get 80% of the distant damage you have on your gear in Paragon, which is a much higher value than crit damage. Now, crit damage is still very good because of trick attacks, but the distant damage is still a little bit bigger of a multiplier at the end of the day for the build. Now, you don't have to do that route if you don't want to. If you rather roll crit damage, you can. But just understand that you'll do less damage overall. Isn't damage addition also multiplicative on itself? No. Like, so damage addition is just another additive it's just another additive stat, just like everything else. But it becomes it pours into a multiplicative pull on its own when Rain of Arrows hits rank 5. Now this here, damage to distant enemies. Now this is a separate multiplier that doesn't pull into the damage versus distance on Rain of Arrows. I know that probably sounds a little confusing, but that 50 or that 38% is actually a separate multiplier that's separate from the actual damage versus distance you get from the Rain of Arrows thing. So it's quite insane, and it's a good part of the reason why Rain of Arrows is so ridiculous this season, like so ridiculously strong. Damage too close for Barrage. On the variation, yes. Not the main guy, not the victimized Barrage. You don't want to do that. But on the variation, if you don't want to do victimize, close quarters combat Barrage for close damage, yeah, because you want to be shotgunning most of the time anyways. It just a different way to play Barrage that uses Wind Force, which is also pretty effective. Or try Barrage instead of Heartseeker. Well, not this season, no. Well, I did a little bit leveling up, yes. But I mean, it's only day 3, and there's only it's going to take a while before I can get other builds up and running, because I still haven't finished getting Rain of Arrows up and running yet. Well, it's almost there. Rain of Arrows build is almost there. So once I get that like where I want mostly, I'll make a video guide and then go on to the next build and do the same thing. And then go on to the next build and do the same thing. But the only way that I could have, like, let's say, well, never mind, I won't say that. I won't say it like that. The distant part is the only mildly unrealistic thing about this tune, but you take it anyways for the multiplier. Actually, for Rain of Arrows, honestly, it's actually not that difficult to deal with. I say that because the skills don't snapshot the distance that you're at, which is a good and a bad thing depending on how you like to play. But in this case scenario, it's actually a good thing. This means that you can cast Rain of Arrows at point blank range if you want to. But if you dash right after that and you're away from the enemies, you will get the damage, the distant damage bonus, even though you casted it at melee range. So with Rain of Arrows, you should always be wanting to move anyways. You're not standing in one spot casting Rain of Arrows. You're always on the move. So you should be past the enemies after you cast Rain of Arrows onto the next thing. Meaning that if you do it right each time like that, then you're going to have the distant damage bonus the majority of the time. And any advice for Farm Varathio? The only piece missing? It's Inferno Hordes, basically. That's really... Inferno Hordes and gambling a sword. Like gambling swords. Although that's... You have to get really lucky for that. For gambling, but it could happen. But mainly Inferno Hordes. I would try to get up with friends who might have some Inferno Horde keys and ask to play with them. Because Inferno Horde keys are kind of rare. So it's probably best to try to like play with friends or whatever who also have Inferno Horde keys and try to blast a few of them, so therefore you can get that. I'm bad. Ooh. Got a helm. It's another shake-up, but it's got cooldown reduction. GA, I'll take. What build you think is a good start before switching to Rain of Rails? Honestly, any of them, because they don't. None of them really directly. None of them like directly goes into Rain of Rails. If that makes sense. So you have to farm all new gear no matter what build you're playing for it. So whatever build you like to play until then is just what you do. Just shake around the high fury. It's still law. Finally got an altar. Congratulations. You should play the lottery. And when you win, just make sure that you gift everyone who's here a sub. You know, it's all I ask. So everybody can watch ad free. It's the only requirement. You gotta get scared about the fires. Yeah, my power was out when you called. Like literally, I had no power, none. So like when I came back on and I was able to get life back on track, it's when I messaged you again on Discord. But you're doing all right, man. Yo, it's Dashizi's old song right here. I think you'd be the only one who could put him out. I don't think it's a torment requirement. So the higher torments have a higher chance of an altar appearing. So it does matter the torment you're playing. It's more rare, obviously, in the lower difficulty. So like. Just show up and put your hand up and the rope would be right at this point. Not gonna lie. If only, man. If only. How do you get elixirs for the season work? Witch Tide. Just farm Witch Tide a ton. I'm Paragon 150. I don't have any. Yeah, farm Witch Tide like over and over and over and over. It's pretty much a grind. How do you share your altars though? Bad Phantom. Do you just like if you were to invite people into your group, they can get they'll have their altar there too? Is that how that works? Yeah, so that's actually quite crazy. Wait, did I shave? No. No, not at all. I have no idea why anyone would think I shaved. You're just seeing things, sir. I was just scared last night. You reach your as well. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. There was no problem with you doing. I'm just saying that I literally didn't see your message because I had no power. Is what I was saying. Like legit no power. So in my home for like 12 hours, 12, 13 hours. So I would have answered that had I had power. Don't gaslight us. What up, human? Is dance the fastest rogue build? Fastest speed farming build, yeah. Like for T4 speed farming, yes. There would be a point though. It just depends on like how high of a pit tier you're trying to speed farm. There would be a point where there will be some other builds that would be faster for the higher speed pit tiers. But until then, Dance of Nines is basically like reign supreme. Like for instance, if you want to like speed farm like T100, you're gonna probably have to play something else other than Dance of Nines for that. Like Dance of Nines would do it, no problems, but speed farm it probably not. Not without like some Chinese gear, right? Whereas Rain of Arrows, for example, with really good gear, could probably speed farm 105s, right? But for T4 content, like, you know, everything else, Dance of Nines is mostly untouched. Like, that's just supreme. I just ran right into that. It's refusing that you stock Hexa Whispers. That's because it's bugged. They pretty much disabled it for now. It's so funny to watch my Shadow Clone do more damage than me on Dance of Knives. For the first time, these are season 1. Rotation Flask, Cold Imbuement, Shadow Clone, Shadow Step, Vibrate, CC Clone Stealth, Concealment, Flask, then you can dance and not spin the win. Anyway, if you find a door, chest, anything like that, you just start rotating again. But it's fast and fun. Yeah, I do think while the snapshotting is an interesting mechanic, when it starts to feel like it's required for a build, it can be a bit much. I think if it's a choice where like, oh yeah, you gain a little bit of extra damage, sure, but when you gain a ton more, then it just kind of almost just becomes necessary, and that can make playing the build go from feeling like, you know, okay, this is fantastic, you know, low maintenance fun, to being like, oh my god, like why do I have to do this every time? So there's not benefit from macro. Yeah, I wouldn't admit that you are doing like a script macro, but just saying. But I mean, they know. They know if you're doing something like that or not. Whether they choose to ban for it is kind of up to them, but they know whether you're doing it or not. Link this build, please. ! Build. If it's more than like one action per keystroke, or if it's not, if it's anything other than like a repeater macro, like they're pretty much fine with repeater macros. But if you push one button and it does several different things, then that's a bannable offense. Not saying you will, just saying, you know, that they can if they choose to. However, I will say this: not that I'm encouraging it, because I'm not encouraging it at all. So don't take it that way. I do think that, let's say hypothetically, if Blizzard, with their metrics and being able to find this stuff out, because they know, if enough people are doing that, then, for Dance of Knives, for example, then that really should have them take a look at the build. Right. And being like, well, maybe we shouldn't, maybe all these things might not, should maybe not work as snapshots, and we should just buff the base damage or Dance of Knives or something. Right. Because then, like, if that many people are doing it per se, then that could just be a fundamental problem of the build that is trying to be ran. I'm also just sad because my favorite build is pretty much gutted. What build is that, Cade? Oh, my bad. Didn't mean to hit the mic. All right, so we got an upgrade. Shroud of False Death, which is nutty. But now I gotta figure out my armor with the, oh god. That is I go from 1200 to 506. I might have to roll, I might have to roll armor on my glove.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? My hammer sings. Or
Yeah, that's really the best play here. Okay, well, I guess if I want to wear a shroud, that's what we gotta do.
Let me show you.
I don't like getting rid of deck stuff, but really I just need a new glove, but I don't have one, so we're just gonna do this. Actually, could I just?
May your road be filled with wonders.
Don't have enough to do that. I think we can do that. Then that. Yeah, that's better. Good. I can give you a pair that might have extra pair of gloves. At some point, I'm gonna get it. I don't think it's really that vital that I don't have Dex on it right now, but I appreciate it. It'll come or in time. But this should be fine because when I upgrade this, my armor should go up anyway, so it'll be fine. I probably could continue the quest line since I can't continue due to party campaign state. What you can do? What can you do about it? Not in the party. I think it's because you progress as a party and not your own in terms of the campaign is concerned. I would leave the game, come back in, and see if it allows you to continue your own quest line. I'm not saying that that's the perfect fix, but I remember having to do that before, like some seasons ago. I thought they fixed that, but all right, let's masterwork. Not what I want. Bro, quit. Didn't work. Again, the third time I rolled that? Seriously? Alright. I will Google and see if anyone else is having the same issue that you're having. To be honest. Actually, my RS looking at right now, 186. You know what? No, I can't. I can't. Not yet. I don't have the last thing on my board yet to run that. That gives me some RS, but I don't have the points to get there yet. So I still need to wear the boots. I could remove this since I don't need it while I got the boots. Save some points for now and see if I can pick up the legendary node now. All right, well, now I gotta do the complicated rotation now. Now that I have that picked up. Maybe you know what I did wrong. I had an issue once, and I remember resetting the game, kind of fixed it. But I meant to have to do that part of the campaign again on my own. But I thought they fixed that. I don't know if that's the exact issue you're having. I remember having that issue a while back, like a while back. What am I missing here? What was here? I don't remember. Sir, and okay, it was Pac. And I think it was Lum, because I really need that resource. But I got the thing on the two-hand weapon, or that weapon here. So maybe I don't need that. So what else would I want? If I don't want that, I'm never having energy. Probably Vex. I have Vex in here. Probably in my stash. Yeah, Vex would be great actually. You'll never get GA shares. Yeah, you will. It'll happen. Tried it out. The Mippy's Death Trap build lost a ton of damage. Versus what other build were you doing before that?
It is done.
And there's one more thing I wanted to upgrade now that I got a cow. A couple of cow, the nameless. Get that one. Rapid gambits. Let's go with another one that has a higher, whatchamacallit, regardless of the thing. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna have to like crit on. I guess I can't waste on my mask trying to crit on this thing though. Oh no, trick attacks. But I can at least try to get one crit. Is regular combination better than ancestral legendary weapon for Dance of Knives? Wait, why would you want a combination dagger for Dance of Knives? Unless I'm missing something. Hold on. But ancestral, anything dagger related would be better because you're casting the skill from your daggers. So your damage will go up by having a higher damage weapon. Regardless of what you put there. Yeah. It's not, yeah, it's not, okay. As I was confused, I'm like, wait a minute, combination dagger? No, it's a Shearer's dagger. Yeah, you don't use combination dagger. I was double checking to make sure because I'm like, that doesn't sound right. No, you don't use combination dagger at all. But I want the triple check to make sure nothing like happened to Reese or some new bug didn't pop up. I guess I'll take this.
The forge is always hot.
Alright, so my damage just like went up a lot. So with the stuffs.
Come, what have you brought?
Let's see, we'll unsocket these. This here, my armor went up slightly. It's good. Man, Barry was hey, can I bother you about a possible mistake in the rogue? Endgame Flurry guy. I know it's not yours, but I wouldn't know where to go with that. It's kind of a simple mistake, anyways. So the best place to go is if you're on the Maxroll Discord. If you're in there, go to the D4 feedback channel and enlist the feedback there. We all have to look at it. we read it daily, at least a couple of times a day. So make sure you enlist it there, and DZ will see it. Like I'm positive DZ will see it. But if you're asking me like what should you change or do with a guide or in the guide, I can probably answer that question. But if you just kind of like wanted to like, say, hey, there's an error here kind of thing, then you can get his attention the fastest that way.
Yo, dog son.
Cuter, what's up?
We just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What's up, sir?
Pewter_Odin raided my stream with 8 views.
How's it going, sir? So I gotta change something real quick. Sorry guys, I'm checking out something in the guide. Okay. I just want to make that adjustment real quick. Is there an aspect that imbues all your skills? No. Well, yeah, like imbues all, like, so basically practically all of your skills can be imbued. Except for basic attacks, but they can be imbued with it, like with their own aspects. So like, let's say you hit cold imbuement, all of your core skills, rain of arrows, dance of knives, dash, shadow step, they all are imbued at the time. And then whatever skill you use uses that charge of the imbue. I'll give the feedback on Discord. It's the only about the choice of Eldritch Order. The guy says Poison Order because of alchemical advantage, but we don't take alchemical advantage anymore for endgame. So, or Misfortune might be better. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would relay that. I messed up. Yeah. So now I have to do a slightly more complicated rotation. Now I gotta hit Dark Shroud before I hit Rain of Rails to get the dance legendary node. Which is gonna give me massive damage when I do it. Yeah, 58.1 billion damage now. Yeah, we getting up there now. Yeah, all right. All right, guess it's time to farm some whatchamacallits. Big juice yellow. Appreciate the follow. Last play is 26 minutes. This is 36 minutes, so I guess we'll go here. Oh, I'm already there. Money ain't a thing. J-Mac, what's up? Appreciate you, sir. Back from the shop. It's cold outside. You're watching, but I move fast. The damage increase. Oh, you mean the damage increase I got? Is that what you're asking? Well, I mean, I got a couple of upgrades in general. I got the Shroud chest now. I got a Kyle the Nameless. I got the legendary node on my Dance Macabre board. So it was like several different pieces that gave me pretty big upgrades. Only +1? Why? I'm about to change something. One thing for your build so much better than it's nice. 395s in roughly 4 minutes. For like higher level pit, yes. There's a significant difference between the two. Okay, I gotta swap out the rune. Well, let's do this real quick. Let's do Seer for this one. let's do Seer here. And then Pock for the other one. Yeah. Hopefully that should be able to give me more ranks of Rain of Arrows. God forgive me, but I started Necro this season. How's Blood Wave for you, man? Okay, so I'm only getting to... Oh, 3 ranks now. Okay, good. Alright, so yeah, Seer's the way to go for that rune. Am I getting Raining Rails back so fast? Help you? Are you following a guide, Cole? I should take the materials cache. Oh well. Yeah, I definitely should have taken the materials cache. Follow goes on Maxroll. Okay, so have you read everything on the guide, including the facts section, the FAQ section? Like if you're following the guide, then basically you should be able to be doing what I'm doing right now. However, I will say that, you know, having low cooldown or not a lot of cooldown basically for your Rain of Rails, aka not having a GA roll on the Word of Hakan for cooldown reduction, is going to make your Rain of Arrows not, you know, have a low enough cooldown in general for you to cast enough. Shard of Arathio spends energy, so that helps you lower your cooldown through preparation. But it's mainly just getting the cooldown low. So basically just having a GA roll on the Rain of Arrows cooldown reduction is pretty much the key. Blow away Necro. Does this feel good for hardcore? You can, yeah. Since you gotta stay distant anyway, so you're trying not to get hit. Pretty much any rogue build is found in hardcore as long as you keep your barrier up, the little blue thing that's hovering over. That's pretty much what keeps rogues alive. So using Beast Fall. I was never using Beast Fall. I was using Yin's Blessing. And yeah, I'm still using Yin's Blessings right now. I don't have the right stuff yet to be able to do it differently. Let's see. What's the best way to farm tornado or a specialization? You have to find altars. So basically nightmare dungeons or a pit. But you gotta use the new elixir, the draught of something. Draught of whispers to increase the chances of you finding an altar. Wow, that hurt. Sorry, being lazy and also kind of suck at reading, but can explain your skills and when to do them. Well, smoke grenade and cow traps are just buffs, so I do them when I'm fighting like elites or harder enemies. Generally, I don't need to use them for most of the time, or if I'm fighting the boss. But generally speaking, I just basically cast Heartseeker until my Rain of Arrows is off cooldown. When it's off cooldown, I cast Dark Shroud and then Rain of Arrows, so I can get the all of my buffs, the dance buff from the Paragon node. It's kind of really it. There's a more in-depth explanation in the guide itself, but that's generally all I'm really doing. I was gonna say all I'm really doing, but you gotta. I would look at it as kind of like a combo point build almost. That you gotta push one more additional button each rotation. Yo, I actually got some. I got an Infernal Horus key. Now you don't have to do Dark Shroud before Rain of Arrows. You can do Smoke Grenade before Rain of Arrows if you want to. Either or works, or even Dash before Rain of Arrows. All of them proc this, which is this legendary node, which is very strong. And you kind of have to take this board because this board has damage to distant enemies or whatever, and that scales with your Rain of Arrows like big time. So you kind of have to go that route. You're welcome. How does Rain of Arrows for this season? Strong, but it's It's definitely a little harder to play than last season. But it's definitely stronger than what it was. Cole with the super chat. I see you. Thanks, man. Now, the thing is, you do have to play distant though, because you have a lot of damage versus distant bonus. So like that's kind of gets a little tricky while trying to do all the rotation stuff because you don't want to be close. Twisting Blazes S tier. Do you plan on trying to build? I do plan on playing it, but I'm not gonna play it the way that is written on Maxroll. There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't like poison. So, poison imbuement or poison anything like that build. So I'm gonna do a physical version. I don't try builds based on the tier that they're in. I'll put it that way. I do builds based on what I find is fun. The tier of a build to me doesn't matter at all. Now, if there was like an actual competitive aspect to this game, like an endgame leaderboards or something, then maybe. Or like if, you know, there's you can go pro or something and make some real money or something, then maybe. But since neither of these things exist, then I don't really care. I'm just looking to have fun on some builds. Whatever I find fun to play. Usually builds with more buttons, the better. That's why I'm actually enjoying Arena Rails a lot right now, because you do got to push quite a few buttons to play it. It just happens to be Rogue's strongest build too, but even if it wasn't, I still would play it. With enough investments, all builds are good. Yeah, basically, I mean, most builds can slaughter T4 content. So like, I mean, basically the difference between the builds is just more so how they perform past T100, basically. So if that's something you're into, then your build choice will be smaller. But if you don't care about that, then you have a lot of builds you can play. There we go. Do you know if barrier generation rolls on armor benefits or a misfortune? I don't know. That's actually a good question. Not sure. Or you want to play the 150 mass resource barrage tech? An endgame or stick with Heartseeker? To be honest with you, I'm probably going to stick with Heartseeker because the more complicated rotation build is actually really not much. It's really not really more damage. It's like on paper it's like 17% stronger, and that's if you don't mess up any rotations. And chances are you're human and you will mess up rotation. You will mess a rotation up a couple of times. So if you include user error, I honestly still think that the Heartseeker Shard of Arathio will still be better overall in the end. And I'm someone who likes complicated rotations, and I did it in PTR. Like I actually did the Barrage thing in PTR. But honestly, I don't even know if it's worth it. Like this rotation, I can practically almost never mess up. Now, if it was like 100% damage difference or something, then yeah. Then I'd be like, all right, I'll mess up a few times, but it, I will still be ahead in terms of overall damage. But like, not for 17%, not for one tier, right? And that's if you do it perfectly every time. I just don't think it's worth it. I was gonna write it in the Maxroll guide under build variant tab under ultra tryhard, but then I kind of like decided against it because I'm just like, yeah, I mean, what's the point of someone trying to do all that work for such a small increase? I might do it for those who get pissed off. It's like, well, you don't have the technically the most optimal way of doing it on there, but because people will nag me about it. But I mean, I can make a planner for that for those who want it. But again, you will only do that in like the super high tier pushing, and I promise you there'll be not a single person that will manage to do that rotation perfect for 13 plus minutes straight. It ain't happening. I mean, combo points already by itself, it's things that people mess up naturally. Yet alone throwing in 2 or 3 more things inside of a combo point rotation type rotation is just. How's the Rogue been the win this season? Very good. Very good for speed farming. Like super good for speed farming. Started out dancing nice up to T4, but swapped over the Arena Barrel last night. It's super engaging build. I guess anything is coming from dance. Yeah. But what up, Sora? I see you over there. How you doing? I'm doing alright so far. I got a Stratophos death, man. That was major. Now I'm just trying to farm these fugitive heads. What's the best way to do this? Like, I guess what events should I really be doing in here? Is it just really the rot stuff, like the little white circle stuff here, or like what do I really do? I control. Control Alt Elite. I like that. I was trying to read the name of it. Control Alt Elite. I like that. Gotta kill the boss that comes out of the rot pods. So I guess a matter of just hoping that one of them spawns, or that they spawn in the thing. Okay, so I should be really just doing mostly that, huh? Okay. We're just waiting. We're all just waiting for it to pop out. Playing with Bloodwave Necros, you'd almost be wondering where the density is, because mobs can't spawn. They're dead before they spawn. It's like, bro, where the density be? There are enemies in the game? Are you sure? You've only gotten like 3. I've only gotten 1. That's the thing. I need Voice of the Stars, Purging Touch, so I can do Purging Touch and Wicked Pack or whatever. That's a lot of damage I'm missing with my ultimate skill. So. You need a rose. Yeah, I don't think I've gotten. I think I might have 1 or 2, but they still have to drop from here, right? Like I like those sigils have to drop from Witch Tide. Am I correct? I barely made it. And so is my rings. They're okay. This one, I definitely need to upgrade that, but it's the best I had. And then that. You don't feel the season mechanic. There's too much loot. Yeah, they said that they're gonna address it, but we'll see. Which potion is best with the build? Advantage, elixir. But if resources is a big issue for you, then you need to run resourcefulness. But if not, run advantage. Speaking of advantage, forgot to actually pop one. You turn them in. You can get that from doing turning on Grim Favors. Okay. Did you make any occult gems? Nope. Trying. I am trying. I'm gonna be in this area for a while. I don't want to bore my viewers, so I'll mix it up. But yeah. It's impossible at this point. I actually kind of like honestly, I kind of like the grind. There isn't much in this game that has a grind to it that is worth it. Like the occult gems are worth it, right? So I kind of like that we don't get them in like 2 days or whatever, right? Or all of them in 2 days. Because everything else in the game almost just feels like it's kind of handed to us so quickly. Any idea what the update is for? Nope. I'm pretty sure there's some hot fixes coming out for the barb chest, Hexa Whispers issue, fixing the duping stuff. I'm sure all of those are, on its way. Wait, what did I just pick up? Oh no, just one head still. Ooh. We need Wazi on D4. We do have Wazi on D4. You can play Wazi if you want. It's not popular in D4, but you can. But not good. Well, what's a bad Wazi? As long as you push W and you move, you push A, you move, you push S and then you move, you push D, then you move. That sounds good to me. I mean, it works like it's intended. Implementation is hard, but how? No, like literally, like how? It works just like it does in any game that has WASD. In terms of you push a button, you move in that direction. Doesn't feel fluid? Explain. I know what you're trying to say, but I just want to see if you can actually like put it into words. Are you talking about being able to move and shoot with Wazzy at the same time. When you use the ability to attack the fifth study. Oh yeah, so like I said, be sure to follow. It's not that's not WASD. It's not WASD at all. That has nothing to do with WASD. What you're describing is just the mechanic of being able to move while shooting in Path of Exile 2. That's all it is. I can do that with mouse and keyboard in PoE 2. You don't need to do WASD to do that. That's not a WASD thing. That's just the mechanics are different. In fairness, D4 should just implement it. To be honest with you, I don't know. I thought the same thing when I played in PoE 2, and I was like, oh man, this feels great doing it in PoE 2, like for sure. It does. It does, like on range, it does feel pretty good. With the way that the combat is designed, I don't know if I would care for that, honestly. I think we move around really quickly as it is and whatnot, that it doesn't, like the way it is right now, it doesn't feel like I'm limited, if that makes sense. So I don't know. Like I thought I would miss it going back to D4 and not having it, but honestly I don't miss it. I like it. Don't get me wrong. I like it in PoE 2, but I don't miss it when I'm not playing it. Does get that the movement speed back. Well, yeah, because I mean, I can, you know, dash and all this stuff like that, like movement abilities, I guess you could say. And again, combat for PoE 2 kills all this early game combat goodness for me. I wouldn't say it kills it for me, but it definitely dilutes what I had the most fun with. I feel like I think I said this like a lot. I find the early, like I had the most fun during the campaign. I'll put it that way. Not that I didn't enjoy Endgame, but like the first playthrough where everything was hard, even like every random white trash mob or whatever was like challenging. And like you didn't have anything good where you can just like mollywop everything. Like you had to kind of think about what you were doing and whatnot. The first Act 1 boss fight when you didn't have good gear was actually like scary. In the Act 1 boss, I mean, yeah, like that felt great. Sorry, Season with Rogue. How do you feel about Random Arrows? I like it. Still the same with what you posted after PTR 3 months ago. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing as it was in PTR. I just found a considerably easier rotation to use without really incurring much of any damage loss at all. Because that was my biggest concern, being able to write it on Maxroll and have people be able to actually play the build. Like no build, you know, no matter how strong it is, if 99% of people can't play it, then there's, you know, then the build doesn't technically exist, right, for the masses. So I would say Random Arrows is probably the hardest build I've written in a long time to try to make work for everyone. I spent many days theory crafting rotations and different type of passives and combinations you can do to make sure you don't lose damage. Yeah. But every now and then I do get somebody that come in the stream who's like, hey, have you tried the Barrage version that, you know, with the Barrage tech that whatchamacallit do? I'm like, yeah, I know the tech. I was the one who did it first in PTR before anyone else did. Literally before anyone else did. I just didn't make a video on it, but I can't recommend that, right? And the margin for error is very you're gonna make mistakes, and when you make a mistake, that's a damage loss. You know, their buff restless swap drop rate. I don't know. Do you find it too rare? Just asking. Good morning. Can you explain to me what snapshot is? When something holds a value or a buff while continuing to do something else. So I'll give you an example. So Dance of Knives, for instance, right? If you pop concealment and you take the passive 100% crit chance and applies vulnerable or whatever. So if you pop concealment and then you channel Dance of Knives, then the Dance of Knives will keep that concealment buff for the entire channel. Meaning that the duration, the 6 seconds or whatever that you get a vulnerable, and then the one hit of full critical strike chance that you would normally get for conceded stays for the entire channel of Dance of Knives. That's snapshotting. So you snapshotted that one ability for the entirety of that duration of that ability. And you can do that with many things. Well, not many things, but some things. Hello again. What's the best come up for random arrows? Is it dash, spam, Heartseeker, then use random arrows? Are you following any guides by chance or no, Damien? I do explain the rotation there, what you should do. Basically, I just dash after casting random arrows, so I can keep distance basically and move. But yeah, it's basically Heartseeker spam until random arrows is off a cooldown, and I hit Dark Shroud right before random arrows, so I get the Dance Macabre buff, and then rinse and repeat. I don't even use smoke grenade or cow traps honestly until I hit like an elite or something or a boss. Because the random arrows are so strong that I don't even need these two skills, literally, to do T4 content at all. They just all die in one shot. So now when I'm in the pit, like higher level pit, you'll see me use these two more often, but I don't have to right now. In fact, it gets like a damage loss to use them because they die anyways in one hit. Extra cast animation isn't going to help me farm faster. TPT, appreciate the sub. Random arrows or Dance of Knives for endgame push. Yeah, random arrows is considerably stronger than Dance of Knives for pit pushing. Dance of Knives is B tier. Random arrows is like is S tier for pushing. You're not really close when it comes to pushing. But I will say this, it just depends on what your goal is, right? How high are you wanting to push? If the answer is, oh, I just want to get to like maybe 105, 110 or something like that, then yeah, you can do that on Dance of Knives. But if your goal is like 130 plus, then you're gonna have to do Rain of Arrows. But it just all depends on what you care about. How's Twisted Blades looking? Good. Good. I say it's definitely worth playing this season. But I'll have a video guide on this soon. The goal is to try to get it out by Saturday. I want to try to get it out Friday. Or, well, later today, I guess, is this Friday. But realistically, it's probably going to be Saturday. Generally, the earlier the better as a content creator, but also not only that, but I also want to make sure that my gear is relatable-ish. You know, if I farm too much and my gear is like, you know, past the range of what a lot of people would be able to get in a reasonable amount of time, then my guide doesn't look relatable. It's like, oh, that's really strong, but holy hell, you got, you know, 4 GA Shroud and a 4 GA Trick Attacks Helm. 3 GA Sky Earner, you know, like, you know, like at that point, it's kind of like, well, you're doing that because you got those items. So I kind of like not being, I like not being fully masterwork whenever I do my guides. Like right now, you see, I'm like 4, I'm like masterwork 4, like sorry, 8 out of 12 or whatever. I kind of want to keep it that way. What color are the fugitive heads anyway? Just make sure I'm not like missing it on the ground. Like, is it the legendary color or max level is 200 now? 300 Paragon level. Physical TB physical variant win soon. I'll probably just make a planner for it at some point. I won't be able to play it until like maybe like a couple of weeks from now. 'Cause I got to play 6 other builds before that. Well, sorry, 4 other builds before that. To update, you know, to make sure I update the other guys on Maxroll. But I will do it at some point. It's purple on the ground. Yeah, someone says white on the ground. Someone is saying it's purple. The heads are white. Okay. Purplita. Did they remove the whole 100, level 100 dungeon sigils? Yeah. Well, when they did the expansion, they changed the way that we progress. So that no longer exists. basically they're all tied to the torment difficulty level now. So you want harder nightmare dungeons, you go up tier, you go up a tier. Same thing with Infernal Hordes and bossing and stuff like that. It's all based on the difficulty that you are in. Come on. I've been watching Talking about Diablo a lot. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah. I guess say yeah. I was gonna say I haven't seen today's one, but it's only like 3 a.m. today, right now on Friday. So I will be watching it later today. But yeah, I've been following. Okay. No new wish power metas out there. Because surprised no one found an LP set. Well, I think everyone's still trying to get all the stuff. Right? It takes a while to kind of get all the occult gems, right? So like you don't have a lot of people who have gotten there yet, so can't explore and experiment with things you don't have. But it'll come eventually, you know. I'm sure we'll find something. We'll find some ridiculously broken things. It's just only a matter of time. So far, the season hasn't really been that buggy in general, like in terms of just like bugs in general, which is very surprising. There are some bugs, but so far, like this has been one of the less buggy seasons in terms of, you know, build bugs, seasonal bugs, those kind of things. Like, so it's an improvement. Exit whisper still disabled. Yes, yeah, it is. You haven't seen Druid one-shotting 150 in 3 minutes. I know about it. That's the key word. Let me make sure I put a key for an emphasis. If I can highlight it, I would. There's less bugs this season than there usually are. I didn't say no bugs, but people heard less or heard no bugs. And so, oh yeah, what about that one bug that's doing that? I'm like, yeah, I know. I know about them. I'm saying overall, there's usually considerably more bugs by now. I didn't say there was no bugs. I'm just saying there's just less. Less than what we usually get. I'm not saying that's the good thing. I'm just saying that's an improvement, considering how bad it usually is, or how many bugs we usually experience. So speaking relatively. Do I have August to 100? Nah. I didn't do enough pit for that yet. Yeah, I got 2 in front of Horror Keys now. Aw. I didn't even see him charge like that. I was just trying to drop something, man. The Sicker Wish Tide. I played a lot of it so far, and I still kind of like it. Oh, collect 50 grand favors. I don't really look at that, honestly. I just look at it as I'm gonna get it eventually, basically. Like, it's just gonna happen naturally eventually. I'm not actively going like, okay, I got 1, I got 50 more, dang it, sort of type thing, or 49 more, dang it. I just look at it as, all right, I guess there's something else that will happen while I'm trying to farm for fugitive heads or whatever. I'm actually running low on the whatchamacallit. There's a lot of megas. All this loot in the ground. Yo, what is that over there? Ah, scavenger cutter. Did that patch little part drops? I know that they were working on it. I don't know if it actually happened yet. What aspects I needed to swap out on the poison TB for Maxroll? Drop for her off the weapon. Put corruption there instead. And where corruption was, which is on your one-hander, put the conceited aspect there. And if you can sustain your energy, remove Starlight if you can, and use Creeping Death. Run to the cocoon, go. Is Renovail's meta now? It was kind of meta last season. It was like neck and neck with Rapid Fire. Fugitive Head, yay! Got two. I just need one more to get the Voice of the Stars. If you're doing something wrong because I died a few times, so I have to keep up the shield. You have to shoot. If you're not shooting consistently, you don't keep up the shield. So you have to kind of play aggressively. It will drop if you don't keep shooting. That's why you kind of see me like I'm pretty aggressive. Even when I'm scared, I'm still pretty aggressive. Because not having a barrier and kind of being in a tight situation is better than having no barrier and thinking that you're safe. Yeah, people are waiting for me to do a video guide on this, so hopefully I'll have it out. I don't know. maybe tonight, like later tonight, or Saturday. One of the two. Definitely no later than Saturday, but more into that. What's going on?
What's still got some good in it?
Okay. Actually, what do I want to? Now I have two fugitive heads. I think I might switch up the content a little bit. Well, we'll see how high I can speed farm pits now. Now that I got some pretty big upgrades. I think I was speed farming 95 yesterday. Well, 90s. 95 took like 4.5 minutes, so a little longer than I wanted it to. But we'll see what that is, and just keep leveling the rest of my glyphs too as well. Give me a second. Be right back. Can you level with this build? No. Do exclamation mark build and check out the guide for what you need. Be right back. Hey, do you know if Death Trap is still S tier? Should be. Be right back. Okay. Level with this and then I switched to Arena Barrels. Yeah, that's honestly the best play. Still mage. Does a beast wall boost resource trick still work? You mean the one with like for cold clip? Yeah, cold clip, Heartseeker. Yeah, if that's the one you're talking about.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Range AoE will work so much better to clear Wish Titan. Well, I mean, honestly, with the clone, Rain of Arrows with the clone and also repeating aspects should actually do fairly well. Because the clone actually does damage now. I mean, it's not as wide of an AoE, but like you can still clear pretty well. It's better than what most people would think it would be. Okay, where are we at? We can open at 98, see what happens. Quickly get through it. Lagging. They have 2 elixirs on because one is a seasonal one. The Drata Whispers is a separate one. It's not a damage buff. It's more so to have a higher chance to spawn an altar and pits or nightmare dungeons. That's what it's for. Whoa! Oh, lightning it and the poison, the dot. That melted through my whatchamacallit. How did it live through all that? That was weird. Yeah, lightning is still way over 10. Holy. So with altars, you should search the entire dungeon. Yeah, pretty much. Or do a big clear, I guess. Is there a new game, in-game rewards like title player or cosmetics? I'm not sure. I'm not one that ever cared about it. So I don't know. So I'm not sure. I'm still surprised they haven't let the lightning affixes yet. They deal way more damage than any other elite affix. I'm gonna play D3 season this Friday. I might. Now that it's next Friday, yeah, I might. If, you know, if it was tomorrow or whatever, or today, then yeah, I wouldn't have. Didn't too much like that, but we can make some adjustments. How to get your rain of arrows down to 10 seconds. That's the amulet with the ultimate CDG. We just about that much. Yep. There's a big difference between like 30% cooldown reduction and 76% cooldown reduction. So you can imagine having like a Shaco's worth of cooldown reduction is going to make a big difference. It feels so good as well. Yeah, you definitely want the G on it. It makes it flow a bit better.
I hope whatever.
Oh, that's stuck, really. Okay. I like doing it this way better. Okay. Kind of doing a rotation backwards, kind of. And it's working out pretty well. When the Rose got the equipment tab, starter, ancestral, mythic. Starter has ancestral gear in it. Does it? All right. I'll take a look. The planner. Have you found a shaker yet? I have. I found 2. Yeah, I prefer this rotation. I don't get them crowd controlled too quickly by doing it this way. That's 67 so far as we're looking. Well, this to be the top rogue build to contenders. Rain of Rose is the strongest rogue build, but you also have Death Trap, Twisting Blades, and Rapid Fire, also an S tier. Mother's Judgment, of course. It'll be a long fight. Here, what's going on? Appreciate the follow. This boss should really be deleted from existence. I still write it in that thing. Why did I do that? That's the best way to find those hidden altars to get the witchcraft abilities. Nightmare dungeons and pits. But make sure you use the Draw a Whisper elixir while doing it for better chances to find the altar. You're welcome. I'm ready to just get something more than an XP now. Yeah, it's been that way since season 6. Season 5, actually. If I remember. 4. 5? 4? Yeah. Massive working materials. Number Dungeons is the best place to do it. God, I hate that boss so bad. So much. Paragon wants to say I found 2 altars so far. I'm almost 200. I found 3. I was just storming out here. Out there. Here. I'm about the stream. What up, Stin? How to make it past T3 to T4 if I want to dance in that build. Maxroll, but stuck on T3. Is it just Paragon levels? Well, lots of things. Glyph levels. Just better rolls on aspects in the gear. Like when you're in T3, you don't have the best gear, the best everything. Like there's definitely big improvements you can make still. So it's just a matter of time, to be honest.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Appreciate it, son. Sir. It is Friday. This is Diablo. Seeing that it's on sale, worth. Wanted to get your honest opinion. Have you played other action RPGs in the games in the past, or any looters like looter games in the past? You also show up in a mini map, yes. You say 60 is still wondering, are boss rotations still a thing? Yeah. It's not the only thing, but it definitely is a thing. What would be the best way to farm Piranha Wish Powers? Dungeons with Elixir? Dungeons and Pit. Farming best of slot takes forever. Compared to how fast we get other things, yes, I agree. I mean, there has to be some sort of grind in the game. I feel like we don't really have much to grind for. So having something to grind for, whether it might feel annoying at first, is something to give us something to do. I kind of like not having everything on day 2, day 3. Personally. Ow. Did I really just dash into that? I just put a Woody Joe just there. When he died to that very same thing like, like 3 seasons ago. 4 seasons ago, I think it was. This is very involving for this level of hit. Really? About to say it, man. Come on. Is Twisting Blaze Rogue as good as Rain of Rails Rogue build? No. It's strong, but not Rain of Rails strong. Build link, exclamation mark build. Play some classics? Yes, sir. The boss. Mother's Judgment again? Are you serious? Game, are you serious? Seriously. What a troll. What? What was that? Okay. I'm just frustrated by because I have to fight this boss twice in a row. Like literally the by far the worst boss I could have gotten for this. Wonder if Death Trap is still S tier. Should be. I haven't got anything from the other Maxroll Rogue guys that feel that it's any different. At least not yet. No. Okay, get ready to say. God, that boss sucks so much. And I failed 2 upgrades. Whatever. Was it miss me or because that random barrel sometimes just miss? It goes to enemies, doesn't actually hit them. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I didn't do any damage with like a wave or so, but I also kind of chalk it up to, did I mess up my rotation? So it's kind of hard for me to tell when I'm like so involved in the build that I'm not sure if it's me making the mistake or if it's just like how's the update? Which update? Are you talking about like the season or? Is Barrage S tier? Yes. No, it's not. No, A tier. So Doombringer's useless on Rogue. There's just no reason for it. I wouldn't say it's useless. There's just not. There's just really no reason for it. You're just kind of losing damage for a proc and a lot of health that you don't need. You can use it if you want. Like nothing is stopping you. But I mean, if you're trying to optimize, you're not going to see people use it. But you can if you want. That build is very good for bossing. Keep in mind, that was Mother's Judgment, though. Like, you gotta understand how like a precision build with trick attacks works on a build with no minions, a boss with no minions, and the worst boss ever. If that were Spirit Caller, he would have been dead in like 15 seconds. In that 100. That's the imbalance of pits that I talk about all the freaking time. So you're using Heartseeker plus Rain of Arrows? Well, Heartseeker is just to get the cooldown on Rain of Arrows quickly. That's it. And the stack precision stacks. Rain of Arrows is doing all the damage. So it played like a combo point build almost. I'm just trying to get used to the rotation in a pit environment, which can be quite difficult. Now that I did not see what hit me. a new meta for Rogue. For high level pitch, yeah. Arena of Arrows. I'm gonna say new meta. It was kind of meta last season too. It just plays differently than it did last season. Such a big difference between the bosses, man. I just zoomed through pit 120 without any master worship glyphs, 40 with blood wave. Sounds kind of low for blood wave. To be like a 135 with like half naked. I might be impressed then. Blood wave is just redonkulous. When is Druin getting a Sin theme outfit? I don't know. Good question. No beast fall boost anymore. I never wore beast fall boots this season. Lightning. That was lightning, right? Because that's lightning or that smacked me in the face. I didn't see the lightning orb again. I think that's really the only thing I die to now. It's legit that lightning it fixes some elites. Yep. There it is again. I just gotta get more HP on my gear. I just don't have it right now. 4K is like not enough. Not for lightning.
How shall I guide my hammer?
So what happened to my streamer bot? Hold on. Carry 4-man party, does that count? Not really. That's like saying, you know, I carry my friends in the 4-man party with Quill Volley on Spiritborn last season. Or I picked up a bag of marshmallows with one hand from the grocery store. Like, look how strong I am, kind of sort of thing. That's probably the equivalent. Now, if you did it with like, I really don't know many other necro skills. What I'm saying is that with Blood Wave, you're supposed to do that. If that makes sense, like you're supposed to be doing that. Pardon, no, I'm just saying you're supposed to be doing that. Right? That's like graduating middle school. It's like, sure, congratulations, but You're supposed to graduate from middle school. Like, that's not like a thing where it's kind of like, oh yeah, good job. You know, it's the natural order of things. Now again, if you did it with like almost naked, right? Like let's say you only had like 5 pieces on and you literally are not wearing half the gear in your character, then I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. That's more impressive. Only because Bloodwave is literally the best build in the game without bugs. Right, so I was like, you do 140 pit and you show me. Well, the build is capable of doing 150s. Like between 8 and 12 minutes. That's the math. So I'm just saying. Blood wave damage is intended, yes. It's not bugged. That's the wild part about it. Is that how it works and it should work when you push it? I don't know about should work. That is how it works, but how it should work? Questionable. Because then that means you are literally gatekeeping classes who can't use overpower, who can't take advantage of overpower. That sounds like silly balance if you ask me. Can your class overpower well? If not, too bad. I'm gonna try a different rotation next round. Every class can overpower, but some classes are put around. Yeah, but I guess I'm saying is that if you're saying it should work that way, then you're literally saying the classes who can overpower 100% of the time are the only classes that are worth playing and have and high level pits. It's essentially what that amounts to. And you're saying that that's how it should be, and I'm just like, I don't think that's how it should be. Is it that way right now? Mostly, yeah. That is true. Should it be that way? That's another question. With good gear and Masterworks, we can do 150 with Blowwave. Yep, sure can. I'm not entirely sure where they get the Vehement Brawlers aspect or any clue. You can't really target farm it. It just has to drop on a piece of gear. You can gamble gloves. Would be a good slot to gamble for it. Sword, one hand sword would be also be another good slot to gamble for. Okay, let's switch this real quick. Got a Necro and T2 and minion build. You know, optimize would be hard for you to get the T4. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It really is. I think minions only had like a very short period of like time of like, you know, some glory, right? Does the seasonal portion work in the green area? Yes. Alright, let's see how I feel about this rotation. I feel like it's a lot to juggle. And I don't have a lot of attack speed, so it makes it a little harder to juggle. Lightning. I saw a main issue. It's in the guide, like in the FAQ section, and in the build variant section. It's like a whole troubleshooting section there for you. I get that question a lot. That's why. Yeah, the guide is in the link description on YouTube. I feel like I do have to kind of go this rotation. It's a little safer. Oh, really? There we go. Here's the boss. Bramble. I must have messed something up. Yeah, I messed up something. No. Messed up again. Oh man. I need some more attack speed. No altars yet. I'm curious though. Let me swap helms. Okay.
There is power in these stones.
Oh, I just did two of these. It's fine.
The stars made
Whoops.
man, stars guide you.
All these runes I don't need. I get my first mythic. Bossing a lot. Like a lot earlier.
Guess it's my turn.
I say Dave, appreciate the sub. Hi, Laura Sana. Sorry, you have a good one. Okay. Probably need a resourcefulness elixir to do this. With this helm. No luck so far. Yeah, I mean it took me like maybe 30 or 40 runs before I saw a mythic, like a single mythic. This feels quite good, but no trick attacks. Kind of scary. Not having a helm. That was so bad. Banger of the song, yes. I don't know how I feel between the two helms, man. There's definitely an advantage of being able to cast Arena Rails more often for Crown. But at the high end especially, like later on, I guess you could say, it's just well, the ability to be able to cast twice as often override just how strong Trick Attacks really is. Maybe. I don't know. Still too squishy. As Beast Falls interaction bug with Scoundrel's Leathers. Honestly, I am not sure. Be honest. At least, appreciate the follow. Can I have your guy? Exclamation mark build. Stretch. I do that the riff. How tanky is this setup? Pretty tanky once you have everything. I'm missing quite a bit of life, and I'm not 100% capped on armor right now, so I am a little glassy. But in reality, since most of your damage is distant damage, you really shouldn't be playing close at all, so you really shouldn't be getting hit a lot. What helm do I wear? It's supposed to be Kyle the Nameless is best in slot for most road builds. But I'm hoping what I'm doing right now, because I'm actually wearing Crown right now, and there might be a case where Crown might be better. I have to map it out, but I can cast twice as many rain arrows with Crown, and I also get 75% damage buff, which sounds like a lot. Like that's really good, but there is a but in there. Trick attacks is just so ridiculously strong that even casting, having double the amount of rain arrows and a 75% damage buff still may not beat +7 trick attacks and +4 unstable elixirs. Inferno Horse, casual loot, or buy chest. Basically Whisper Cache and chest. Playing Heartseeker, I'm at T2. How can I get short of Arathiel? Oh, okay, gotcha. Just in front of hordes. But yeah, someone already said it for you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which route I kind of want to go here. I'm hoping all the multipliers actually work on whatchamacallit, on Crown. Do all tributes have equal drop chance? No. Nope. Your opinion about Twisting Blades right now, is it easy to start playing, or is it relying on hitting the perfect tempers? It's pretty easy to start playing, honestly. But I mean, in order for you to like dominate content, I mean, every one of those is going to, you know, just require good stat rolls no matter what build you play. But it shouldn't be too crazy for Twisting Blades. I was single target rain of arrows for the last season. Same. It's the same thing. Like your basic. I mean, it's really good when you get a boss with ads, and then it's terrible if you. I'm saying it's not terrible, but it feels bad when you don't have a boss with ads. But ironically enough, it's still the best single target build in the game for Rogue, even though it's AoE. So it's still like one of the best boss killers for Rogue. I think I should be able to sustain. Let's do this elixir instead. The build in general compared to last season. I mean, I'm saying it's the same thing. Like nothing about the build, single target damage wise, is anything different than what it was last season. So the only thing that's different is just what tier you reach now. So instead of being able to do like, you know, maybe up to maybe 120 or close to 120 with rain of arrows, you can now do like 140. But how it happens is the exact same thing as last season. If that makes sense. So it's not better at single target than last season. It's not better at AoE than last season. It's just better in general, but there's no difference, and between a single target versus its AOE. It's the exact same thing relative. Most builds actually are. Well, I'm saying that, let me phrase it, not most builds, but as long as Kyle the Nameless is pretty much have to be meta, it's gonna not change. I'm frozen. We should have followed him. Sorry for the base question. No, you're good. And then there's some nice thing about trying Rainer Veils, also Twisting Blaze. Twisting Blaze is really good single target. But the buff has got this season. Yeah, I like this better. Flying Heartseeker build, you make a great work. Love it. Thanks, man. Thank you. I actually find the Heartseeker build a lot of fun to play. I played that probably more in the PTR than I did Rainer Veils, to be honest with you. Even though Rainer Veils is stronger, I just enjoyed the flow of Heartseeker. So range only, I never play melee rogue. No, I do. I prefer, like when I play melee, I prefer like Flurry over Twisting Blades. But no, I'm just responsible for most of the range rogue guides because that's like my forte. But I do play melee sometimes. I like Blaze Shift. I do Blaze Shift rogue. If you guys are here, Blaze Shift and Invigorating Strike rogue. If you guys are sticking around long enough for that, you'll see me make builds revolving around those two skills too, as well. Separate, not together, but you get what I'm saying. What's up? How's it seen so far on Pepper MD? What I watch on YouTube, it looks nice. What up, Demon? I'm having fun. I'll put it that way. Well, using Shadow Clone while channeling Dance with Knives, break the snapshot. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember. I think it does. I'm not 100% sure. I would check out the Maxroll guide. I'm pretty sure it will tell you there. But I almost never play Dance of Knives, so I don't remember. That's one of those like tidbits I don't remember. use my rapid fire guy in season 2. I think Heartseeker still has a special place. It will always have a special place. Yeah, I actually do like Crown better. No, I guess missing Piranha. Yeah, I'm still missing all of my occult gems. I don't have Voice of the Stars or Purging Touch or Wicked Pat. Like all the stuff that's gonna really make my damage pop off. I don't have any of that. Yeah, I haven't unlocked. I don't have anyone crafted either. I'm in the same boat. Yeah, yo, switching to Crown has made my speed farming so much better in the pit. Like, considerably better. Crown of Lucian. It flows. It flows a lot better. I don't know if it's actually more damage or like more damage overall in general, but it definitely flows better. I can't do the math. I can't do that math in my head, where it's kind of like I'm getting twice as many random arrows, which is technically 100% more damage plus 75% damage bonus from crown itself. But then plus 7 ranks of trick attacks is just might equal that. That's the thing. Like in terms of like actual damage, it might be on par. Still maybe slightly better than that. That's the problem.
Yo, dog, son.
I don't know.
We just got
do the math.
raided, son. You know how we do.
I do.
Drop my new beat for these new
What's going on,
viewers.
Sickness? Sheezy out.
Sickness_Rees raided my
What up?
stream with 12 viewers.
How's it going, man? Appreciate the rating. Hope everything's doing well for you. So cold winter, what's happening? Much appreciated for your road, guys. Trying to season Dance of Knives and a bit lost with the snapshot and that kind of things. Anyways, doing fine at T2, but I feel like I'm doing something wrong because my damage is lackluster and gear tempers are not that bad. Well, definitely, if your damage feels bad, it's outside of maybe some gear or glyphs. It could really be the snapshotting. There's a big difference between snapshotting your damage and not snapshotting. I would highly suggest if you're not already looking at the Maxroll Dance of Knives guide on how to snapshot properly, because that's gonna help you. Big time, because it's very important to get that right. It's partially the reason why I don't really like the Dance of Knives stuff. I'm not really the biggest fan of snapshotting. Not that I don't want to do it or that I find it too complicated. I just don't like doing it. Hold on a sec. I'm tabbed out, so it's gonna look like that. So. Wait, what's happening? Hold on a sec. Okay. All right, I'm back. I was checking up the Discord. Okay. Guess it's time to spend my Paragon points. So I'm just not doing anything. Let's get some health back. Because I did decide to drop some just to get that node. Oh, sweet. That's why my armor was lacking. There we go. Cap armor. A bit more life. And I get my regular boot, I have life too as well. And the better ring, I'll have life. Yeah, alright. So I won't be as squishy as I think I am. I'll say. Alright. Messaging some max rollers. Another banger too, by the way. Game is currently on sale. I'm mostly a PoE1, PoE2 gamer. Is it worth grabbing and giving it a try? Yeah. There's no reason to. I mean, if it's on sale, yeah. I think if you like action RPGs in general, I think giving it a shot, I could see you getting some enjoyment out of it. It's a bit easier to get into than the Path of Exiles for sure. But it's a totally different game. Easier isn't necessarily a good thing. I say easier to get into in terms of like how much time you have. Like, I'm not saying that like you can like play the game with your eyes closed or one hand behind your back or anything. I'm just saying like, let's say if you, because it's, you know, action RPGs are grind games, right? So like, meaning that you'll be able to achieve a really good character in less time than you normally would in Path of Exile. That's what I'm saying. That's mostly what I'm where I'm getting at. You're welcome, man. Am I applying vulnerable on your Rain of Veil build? If so, how? Rain of Veil is itself. Think about it. So you got Cold Imbuement, right? Cold Imbuement has a chance to make enemies vulnerable. And Rain of Veils with the Word of Hakan basically makes them all vulnerable. But not vulnerable, sorry. You gain all of the imbuements or whatever. So, however, to make sure that you do keep or have a better chance of keeping vulnerable up, you want to run the wish power whenever you get it. Shaken Soul. So I probably should rank that up. but yeah. So like once this is like, so once you have this and you have Voice of the Stars on Occult Gem, you'll be able to apply Vulnerable basically. It's not easy, but it works. It's like I gotta play with Thug Life glasses on. All right. With that being said, let me actually masterwork this thing here. Shadow resistance. Ooh. That looks great on you. Yeah, stop giving me shadow resistance. I guess lucky your chance isn't that bad, but I really want it on health. Bro, stop. Game stop. Bro, that's 4 times. That's 4 times it rolled shadow resistance. I actually don't need the cooldown actually, but thank you, Alf. Okay, I'll take that. That's fine. Better than what I got currently. This is any question. Any reason to do Hell Ties instead of season mechanic? Not really, no. Although I think you get more Inferno Horde keys doing it that way. So that's a reason, but outside of that, no.
Beware the envious, my friend.
Okay. We'll do this again. Actually, no. Let's change up the farming. Let's do Nightmare Dungeons. So we're gonna pop this thing right here. Because I can totally use altar stuff still. Okay, how about this? Most of these sigils are trash. Let's just go ahead and salvage them.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Better than starting from nothing.
Fine. Garrett is fine. No. No. Green Vesture is fine. No. No.
Got some good in it.
No. I haven't done that one, so I don't know. I don't know that one either. How where to get those shades? Honestly, Amazon. I thought about actually like trying to like I'm not brand these, but like I don't know.
It is done. Excellent fight.
Okay. I guess back to blasting. Stone Mage with the Chuck Norris jokes. Yeah, this feels a lot better to play with the crown. How's your build apply vulnerability to mobs? Rain of Rails does it. Because Rain of Rails also has all the imbuements, which includes cold imbuement, and cold imbuement makes enemies vulnerable. Or has a high chance of making enemies vulnerable. And then you have quite a bit of lucky hit because you also gain Alchemist Fortune too as well. So that actually also the witch power also makes it pretty nice too. So like if you go Shaken Soul, the Ogre's effects apply vulnerable, but things like Hex of Flames also helps with that too as well. So you get to keep your characters from prior seasons, yeah. Yep. They go into this realm called Eternal Realm. The reason why there's only 14 slots. I got 1 slot left and I make a Necro Hardcore, but no space. You sure? Is there any reason why you want to keep the other 13 characters or 12 characters? Like, do you see yourself playing the other 12 characters at any point? Just curious. Because keep in mind, generally speaking, well, I guess it depends. Are you going to play a lot of Eternal Realm with the other 12 characters? If so, I can see the conundrum. But if not, then it's, you know, at that point, just delete. Is there a benefit to keeping them? No. Nope. They do nothing. They just sit there. For me, they just take up space. Now there's a armor. You can just have one super character of each class. It's a start, I would say. I mean, it's a start though. Like, honestly, like I would like to have more slots in the armory, but it's a start. I think D3 had what, like 15, like no 10 slots. I think you can do. Oh, let's do more Nightmare Dungeons actually. Whoops. D4 has a rebirth option like D3, right? I think so. I don't think I've ever used it, but I think so. It looks fun. Is it viable without any uniques? Nope. The build won't work without Waterhook on at all. And it's highly recommended to get a Shard of Varathiel and Sky Hunter. So you need the three uniques. They're not hard to get. Well, Shard of Varathiel will be a little bit more challenging, but Sky Hunter and Waterhook on is just a couple of boss rotations away from you getting one of them. Am I supposed to go back to the middle or? Yeah, here we go. Okay. I want to do some testing, but I don't want to do it until this potion runs out because I don't want to waste it. On this build, I'm missing out on much by not owning Vessel of Hatred. For this build, no, not really. It's just a little more damage, but that's about it. Not anything that you're probably going to notice a huge difference in. Yeah. I'm gonna try something.
I'll keep my fort
Yeah,
going.
alright. Still in experimenting mode. Where's my pack? Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. Easier.
Here you are.
Yeah, let's try a pack with. What am I doing? Pack. Dex. And I'm spending so much energy, but do that with Seer. What else I want to do? Alright. Another Nightmare Dungeon. How's Reign of Heroes doing, Pit? It's Rogue's best pit build. You find bossing awkward for Reign of Heroes? Heard people complain that can be frustrating on bosses, but not sure why. Only at like the high end of pit. But it's the same frustration we had last season. It's because it's a precision build that when you're like pushing or or when you're doing high tier pits, not getting a boss with adds is just bad. So the same problem that precision builds had last season is the same problem that it has this season. All because their trick attacks did not get changed or fixed, and that's the reason why. I vastly dislike that, honestly. I was sad when they didn't do anything to it because it literally meant that our pit boss fights are going to be where they is. We're going to kill the boss in either like 15 seconds or we're going to take like a minute and some change, depending on the boss, after a certain level of pit. You still got CC Fist of Fate on the radar in the future. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's really not helping my case for a Vex, is it? I was hoping it would, but it's totally not. Oh, I gotta go this way. Now 3S master work on Arcana damage. Is it better to go for CD reduction? No. Nope. All you need for CD on the Hakan is for it to roll GA. That's it. Once it's one GA roll, you're done. You don't have to invest in it anymore. Oh, it's D4. Oh, Boson. Hey. That's a name I have not seen in a while. Has it improved since pre-expansion? Yes. Mostly. I'll say mostly. There's still a lot of potential, right? Potential things that could definitely be better, and then this makes you scratch your head why it's not. But it does get better each season. Whenever it has become so spammy. Actually, to be honest with you, compared to last season, this is not spammy at all. Last season you can like spam like 2.5 random rails per second. We definitely can't do that this season anymore. In fact, the way that I'm doing it right now is really not even the way that you're kind of supposed to be doing it. I'm just testing out Crown of Lucian with this because I don't want to wait as long as I was before. I figure a 3-to-1 ratio that feels like exactly like combo points might feel better, but I don't know if it beats out Kaba Nameless still, because Kaba Nameless obviously with 7+7 trick attacks, with trick attacks still being bugged, it's still very, very strong. So I don't know if 100% more rain of arrows plus 75% multiplier beats out +7 trick attacks and +4 unstable elixirs. So that's a conundrum right now. I'm like trying to test. But this is probably like the hardest build I've ever had to like describe or write or talk about to play. It's a lot of buttons. Yeah, way to turn off the rich crap ores? No. Okay, that's it. But what you been up to though, Bozon? Like, have you been playing anything different lately? Have you tried PoE2 out or anything? Or how's your gaming? Did Tennis of Akra give you anything else besides Renown? No, not really. Nope. What is Maddox Watch? I don't remember. Oh, you know what I want to try? Let's do let's switch this out. Wonder if I could sustain enough resource without the extra hit. Gain 15% more, such and such. A D4 since must now no PoE. Permissions play Echoes of Wisdom. What's that? Like I've heard the name, but like what is it? I'm looking into Monster Hunter in February. Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh, Zelda. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. What to learn about your new stuff career-wise? Okay, makes sense. Understood. Oh, cool, man. Miss you in the community, though. But totally understood. I'm about to change my runes back. It's not doing what I thought it was gonna do. Come on, give me an altar. I'm missing one wish power, and it's the last altar, and I haven't haven't seen it yet. It's a pretty important one too. It's a huge multiplier for me. My little one's growing up, which is awesome to see. Cool, cool. How old is the little one? $15 months. Okay, okay. Still can't stand without holding on to something. At that age, it's always kind of exciting, all the creative ways they come up with to do what we naturally do as, you know, adults or, you know, older humans, you know? And like we don't remember what we did when we were that age before we actually started walking like on our own. Like we don't remember all the interesting things we tried to do, right? Like watching someone else try to figure out is just kind of like, huh, interesting. I wonder if I thought that way, or if I thought of that way of doing it when I was that age. All right, so we're definitely swapping around rooms. I did not like what I was, or what I theory crafted didn't work out the way I thought. She watches other kids and try to kind of emulate them, which is good. Oh, so she doesn't watch the adults. She's like, screw dad, right? You don't know what you're doing. I'm gonna watch the other 2-year-old, 3-year-olds do it, right? Doc said, if you could buff any build to be able to push pit, which build would you buff? So, I mean, I don't know. I might be the wrong person for that question because I think pit pushing is god awful in this game. So, I mean, all it really is just more health and more incoming damage. It doesn't give you any sort of like new gameplay or interesting gameplay at all. So even if you was to buff every rogue build to do 150, it wouldn't change my outlook on any of the rogue builds as whether I would play them or not, because the gameplay, what you do in a 100 is the same thing you do in a 150. It just takes you way longer, right? So that's why I say I'm probably the wrong person to ask that. Now, if you're talking about just like changes to builds or a class or skills or something like that to make them more interesting, then I'd have a much better answers for you. Like for instance, precision stacks, that probably needs to be above the bar so we can have access to know how much precision stacks we got. That will help open up ways to play certain precision builds. Like that's the stuff that I want, that you know, that helps the gameplay part of it. To me, like 130 to 140 to 150 pit is just an arbitrary number because nothing theoretically changes on your character or how you play or anything. Sorry for the doom and gloom answer. It is what it sounds like. Just want to be honest. If you could change pit pushing to make it more worthwhile to pit push, what would you change? Now that's a question I like. Okay. Honestly, I would definitely do something about the boss HP in general. I think it's way too high at the top end, or you know, in the higher ups. And then the elites and trash mobs don't have enough HP relative. Because you blast through the trash and elites or whatever in like 4 minutes, and then you need the rest of the, 11 minutes to fight the boss, which is a very big discrepancy and not fun at all in my opinion. Also, the bosses in general need a big, I won't say a big rework, but rebalancing. The HP between the different bosses are huge. Like one boss will take much longer to kill than another, even without ads, just because they just have a higher HP threshold or they're just tougher, you know, and that makes pushing really, I won't say random, but it makes you want to fish and like say, oh, not that boss, oh, not that boss, and you just keep leaving the pit until you get the right boss, which for most people is Spirit Caller because it also has ads and it doesn't have as much HP. So yeah, that just becomes toxic after a while and boring and just annoying for the journey. It'd be nice if like maybe every 10 pit levels above 100 or something, 5 or 10 pit levels above 100 is like a new thing that happens in the pit, like maybe like a new mini boss like halfway through or something you have to fight, something that differentiates the pits, you know, as you're going up. Because again, like no one would know what pit level you're doing unless someone said you're doing a 150, or they try to look at the top right and it's like, oh, he's doing a 150, because the actual pit doesn't change, right? It could be a pit 1 or a pit 150 until someone actually starts attacking, right? You just don't know because nothing's different. So I feel like at least above 100, there should be like little things that separates a milestone tier, if that makes sense. So if someone is doing like a 125, it's like something happens midway through and it's like, oh yeah, this is a 125 because that thing happened, right? And then you just keep adding on as you go up higher in the piss. And so that thing happens, and then another thing happens as you go up the next milestone or something. You see what I'm saying? So like, it's more so of like, yeah, someone, you know, like let's say, I'll give an example. Let's say, hypothetically, Butcher spawns midway in the 130, right? But he only spawns when you reach 130, and he can spawn at any point in in the 130 basically. But he will always spawn in that 130 and above. So now there's a milestone. It's like, okay, I did the 129, but the 130 is definitely harder because now I got to fight the Butcher somehow. So now I got to do everything I was doing before, but also kill the Butcher. Maybe in the 140 you add something else, you know, like something, you know, like just milestones that makes you feel like you achieve something different than more HP and health. The context already, yeah, exactly, Mitchum, exactly. Same thing with Infernal Horse. I'll do the same thing with that. Make almost infinite waves and then add more stuff to like wave milestones. Same concept. And then that can be a scaling content in which we can have vertical progression in, and you know, I love Infernal Horse, so I would love to see that be something that we can test our gear in. You know what I mean? Something that has a degree of skill to overcome. Yeah, exactly. Right now we just don't have that. It's just literally it's just boring. I don't like it. I know why people ask about pit pushing and how far can a build go in pit and stuff like that. And I get it. I get the sentiment. It's the only thing we have to challenge our character, right? Quote unquote. But it's such a terrible metric in my opinion. And it's boring. Honestly, at least I find it boring. Let me rephrase that. I personally find it boring. Some people might not, but I just think we deserve better than what's there. Like way better. Because what we have is just a subpar port of Diablo 3 Greater Rifts. That's it. Do any of the rogue builds you get to use air? I don't think so. Because if you can use air, then you should be using Calvin Nameless. This is better. Unfortunately, it's better. I hate the helm with a passion. Calvin Nameless. In fact, I'm experimenting now, trying not to use a helm, but I guarantee you, once I run the map and the numbers again, I'm probably gonna be like, damn it, Cal's still better. Oh, the resource shrine is like messing me up. I can't get my Reign of Arrows cooldown off as much because of the resource shrine. Oh man, it's actually messing up the build. Okay, I guess I won't take that again. I will not click that again. Noted. Pit feels like NASCAR. NASCAR racing. Basically turning left the entire time. Don't get me wrong, there is a big degree of skill in NASCAR. I'm not undermining it, but like, you get what I'm saying. Can your build do pip 150? Simple question, short answer. I don't know if Reign of Arrows can still do pip 150. I think before the nerfs, it could. Going from PTR to live. I don't know about now. If it can, it'll be some Chinese dude with real money trading gear that has fished like thousands of times to try to get there. I can guarantee you it'll get into the 140s. But I don't know if it's gonna hit 150. No rogue build is gonna hit 150. I don't think. What's better for TV? Normal daggers, the right stats, or ancestral swords with the wrong stats? Well, for TB, you always want daggers over swords anyway. So, always. If you can help it. Razon, you said then you'll stick with PO2. What's PO2? Wait, that's your metric? If render rails can't do hit 150, then you don't want to play the game at all? Or am I missing something? I'm just curious. I mean, if so, I mean, I'm not picking. I'm just. That just seems a bit wild to me. I guess maybe it's like me going like playing Last Epoch, right, and going, can I transmog my nose ring? And if the answer is no, it's like, yep, not playing. On the torchlight, then I guess. What are your thoughts? Maybe bringing gear sets back. I don't like the idea of sets, honestly. Well, I won't say I won't say sets in general. I'll put it this way: I did not like them in Diablo 3 because 6-piece sets took up half your slots. So, and it took up half your slots for the sets to tell you how to play your build. So there was little creativity in the sets that you can do at all. So I highly disliked them in Diablo 3. I wouldn't mind like a 2-piece set or a 3-piece set, maybe. But even then, that's pushing it because we already can't fit enough aspects in our builds as it is. If we add set pieces, then we're literally going to invalidate all the other would have been cool aspects, but not anymore because this 3-piece set is just way better, sort of thing. Can you play Heartseeker this season? Sure. Yeah, you can. Guess I like playing the Endgame, and Diablo 4 doesn't have many endgames and pits. The only challenge we can test your build. Yeah, but I guess what's the difference between a 140 and a 150, Zion? I guess it's my thought. A 140 on a build where that's the cap is the same exact cap as a build that is a 150 that can do it. Like the challenge is the exact same. Right? In fact, if we just remove pit numbers and we just have people pushing pits, you would never know what tier they're doing. So the challenge is exactly the same. Like for instance, I'll put it this way. A build that can only achieve maybe at the top end 120 is still just as hard as a build that can only achieve top end at 145. It's the same difficulty for that build, right? And there's no rewards for doing this. There's no rewards between the 145 and the 120. It's the exact same thing, right? Because there's no leaderboards. So my thought is, yeah, basically just what I said. Good question. I'll tell you, are you playing with friends who play Druid and Necro? Yeah, I did. Actually, I played earlier with a Druid and a Necro. And you know what? I still have fun on my rogue. I don't think what other people do dictates what I do. I mean, there are people with Lamborghinis and mansions and stuff. I'm not upset. Like, I'm not going around being like, man, my life sucks because, you know, this dude's driving a Lamborghini and I'm driving a Mazda because I'm a teacher. And like, I don't go through life comparing myself to what other people do. Like I enjoy what I do. I chose the profession and whatever like that because I like doing what I do. Right? It doesn't bother me if someone has a jet. And their jet's way faster than my Mazda. Okay, it's okay. I am not mad at that. Right? I do the best me that I can do, and that's kind of it. I'm not saying that balance couldn't be better. I'm just saying that an arbitrary pit number doesn't determine whether I have fun in the game or not. Your road isn't doing damage for Necro Druid there. Well, then don't play with that Necro Druid. Or just ride the train. I don't really know what to tell you. Like, do you feel like you can't play the game if you can't play with the Druid and Necro? Like, there's nothing else you can do in the game? I'm asking just because it just seems like a very, like, narrow point of view of something. Surely there's something you like. Now you can say I don't like the game in general. Then that's a different story. It's like, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that. But it's like, oh, Rain of Rails can't do 150. Game's trash. Like that's the extent of how it went. Like that's wild. There's a lot of things you could say that you don't like about the game, but that one's lost on me. But again, like I said, what other people do don't dictate how I have fun. That's why I play Rogue every season. Would I like for balance to be better? Oh, absolutely. If someone gave me a Lamborghini, or if I can get a free Lamborghini when I take it, probably. I'm not gonna sit there and say no to a Lamborghini, but I'm happy with my Mazda. I'm not mad. Right? I'm not upset. If I go out with my friends and my friend flew in with his jet, I'm not mad. I don't go, man, y'all not fair. I don't want to do life no more. Life sucks. Yeah, I'll take the Lambo and sell it. Yep, that's exactly what I would do. Honestly, that's exactly what I would do too. Are you gonna try Death Trap Rogue, Twisting Blade build? I won't do Death Trap, but I will do Twisting Blade. I don't like Death Trap in general. Numbers are good for comparison, but don't base your self-esteem around what pit level. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even push pit, and no one looks at me as like a terrible gamer or nothing. Like no one goes, oh, Dioxide doesn't push pits. I'm never watching his content or hanging out on his stream, or he's a terrible player. Because it has no class balance and no endgame. Okay, well that's a better take than the previous save. Yeah. Other streamers, they say they complete the game in 6 hours. Well, technically they didn't complete the game in 6 hours. There's no way you could have gotten all of your season stuff in 6 hours. No one has. Not even close. Like the occult gem is a huge grind. But again, I'm not trying to get you to play the game. I just like, you know, you can just say I don't like Diablo 4, and I'll be like, okay, cool, right? Not everybody likes every game, right? You don't have to make up reasons for it, or like, you know, piggyback off of 1 or 2 streamers that, you know, has or that conforms to your bias already, or natural bias already, right? You can just say, hey, I just don't like the game. Like, oh, okay, that makes sense. What if you get set pieces from certain challenges that is an item with fixed stats like uniques, but you can add an aspect to it like a legendary? I'd be okay with that actually. I'd actually be okay with that, believe it or not. Because of how fast the new season died off. I mean, I don't know. Wait, what? I'm so confused. So nobody's playing this season right now? Or are we basing it off of like Twitch metrics at the moment? Because we all know Twitch metrics is like, tells you how good a game is, right? Or let me phrase it, not how good a game is, but how many people are actually playing the game, right? People who are watching it on Twitch is basically the in-game player count number, right? Oh, don't get me wrong, I have issues with the game. And I vent about them every stream. But some of these wild takes, like, oh, no one's playing this season. The season's already dead. It's just like, wow. Like, some of these takes are just wow. Like Reddit takes. Reflex PoE? What does that mean? I do that, but there's no need to grind a cold gem. Like, majority of the content would be clear without it. I mean, you can kind of say that about a lot of games, honestly, though. You don't necessarily, like grind games, there are certain loot and certain things you don't have to do certain things in the game. You just do it because you want to min-max, right? It's like that in every game. D4 is no different. D3 is no different. D2 is no different. Both Path of Exiles is no different. Last Epoch is no different. Torchlight is no different. Like, none of that is no different. Because these games really don't have like leaderboards or like actual competitive modes or whatever. So once you do the things you do, you don't have to keep grinding for better gear or grinding for whatever. You can just stop if you want to. But the appeal of action RPGs is for some people to min-max and get as strong as you will, as you possibly can. It's a loot game. That's kind of what you do generally, right? Let's not pretend that's just Diablo. Come on. No, I did the majority of stuff on Path of Exile 2 on my solo self-found character, except for pinnacle bosses, because I literally couldn't find them because before the patch they were nearly impossible to find. But I did everything I wanted to do, basically, on it. Did I have great gear? No. I was solo self-found, so I actually had pretty, mediocre gear. And it took me a while to get good enough pieces to be able to do the things I want to do. T16 mapping, all like, slammed and stuff like that. Like I did all that on my solo self-found character. I could have kept going, right? If I wanted to, but I didn't need a better build or a better whatever to do it. What new loot in the end game did the new season add? It actually added quite a bit of new legendaries and the uniques. I think you're not even trying now, Carl. Carl. I mean, you can literally just read the patch notes. It's literally in the patch notes. Like the evidence is actually in the patch notes. It's like you're not even trying, sir. In game, I agree. I actually agree, and I talked about that a lot. In fact, talked about that today. I was just talking about pits and Infernal Hordes and all that stuff, right? Come on, come up with something new. Again, if you don't like the game, that's fine. I am not here to try to make you like something. But the whole idea, or like, let's say, I'll put it this way. Maybe there's this girl you used to date, but now you don't like her anymore, right? You don't like her. You think she's just whatever, right? But then you're trying to convince your friend that she's all like she's this and that. And like, yeah, you don't want to talk to her, you don't want to date her because she has cooties. You're making up all these ridiculous reasons that are not even remotely true, when you can just literally just say, I just don't like her. You know, she's just not for me. You know, we don't fit personality wise, or, you know, she has some habits that bother me. But start making up stuff like, you know, she slept with John Cena or some crap. It's just like it just doesn't help your case. Just say you don't like the girl and leave it at that. Right? Don't be making up things to make it worse than what it really is. Just be like, yeah, it just, you know, she wasn't for me, man. You know, we tried it, it just wasn't for me. And that's okay. That's fine. But like repeating what other people might have said about the girl and stuff like that because it's fun to do on Reddit or whatever like that. It just yeah. Real question for you though, Carl Draw. And it's not just you. I'll say other people too as well. And maybe it's just me. I truly want to understand this. So this is me actually not trolling this time. I'm gonna ask this question. The expansion wasn't even $70. It was actually $39.99. See what I mean? You see how people just make up stuff? You remember how people thought the expansion was going to cost $100 because someone made up a really poor photoshopped table, and not everyone, but a lot of people like literally believed it. Yeah, stuff like that. But honestly, though, answer this out. Like answer this for me. Answer this for me. Why do people, curiously, like out of curiosity, if you don't like something, right? Let's say you don't like something, right? And it's fine. I am not convincing you to like anything, but like if you don't like something, right? Why do people who don't like something go and engage and watch the said something? I'll put it this way. If I don't like a game, right? I'm not going to go to a streamer and watch the game I don't like. It just feels like a waste of time to me. Right? Like, I could be playing the game that I'm telling the streamer, hey, this game is way better. And then the streamer's like, well, why aren't you playing that game right now? Why waste time watching something you don't like? Genuine question. Like, honestly, I don't feel like we have enough time in the day to do all the things we want to do, right? You know, in today's age, you know, we have to, you know, you work a job, you might have to work 2 jobs, you know, like times are a bit more tough than they used to be. So why waste it on something you don't like? Genuine question. It's not just you. Anybody, like even like I get comments on my videos sometimes where it's just like, you know, they'll watch the video and then say D4 bad, and I'm just like, but you watched the video. I mean, thanks, because the comment helps my algorithm, and you watch the thing you don't like, so thanks. I think, like I take that as a compliment. If you really dislike D4 that bad, but you're willing to watch my video, that's a compliment, in my opinion. Like, you took your time out of your day to watch something you don't even want to watch. I mean, I wouldn't do that. Don't get me wrong. Better person than I am. But I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, this isn't to say you shouldn't like something at all, whatsoever. I totally understand if there are things you don't like about D4. There are probably a lot of things that I don't like about D4. So we might agree on a lot of things, but again, you know, if I don't like playing the game at all, if I can't stand it, you won't see me watch a streamer play it. Unless, like, you know, no, not even that. Not even, no, I wouldn't even do it then. Most people want D4 to be good, but just not. But that doesn't answer my question, though. How does watching a game that you don't like help what you wish? If you wish D4 to be good, tell me, how are you adding to the conversation or constructive criticism to make D4 better? Right? If that's what you really wish, right? Like, I talk about it all the time. I literally just had a conversation an hour ago about Pit and why I think it's atrocious, right? Like, but I said things that I think that can make it better. It's constructive, you know, viewpoints, and being like, oh, hey, cool. If they did this, this could do this. You know, we can do that. Like, that's fun, in my opinion, to engage in something, to make something that I personally feel is incredibly bland, right? But just giving one-liners with no context, right, and no substance, watching something you don't like, just, I don't know, like, is there like a community of people who do that? Like, are you guys, like, are the people on Reddit where it's just like you have to meet a quota, where you have to say, you know, dislike a game that you don't like, but make sure you find a streamer and, like, you know, tell them, hey, your game sucks. You got to reach like 5 streamers a day or something. Like, is there like a code or something that you know, like, I don't know. Like, that's almost what it feels like. You got to please the, you know, the boss, right? It's like, yo, so I was busy today, but I went to 4 different streams. I couldn't tackle 5, sir. I'm sorry. I'll make it up the next day. Right? Like, I just can't imagine wanting to do that willingly. Right? If there's like a group or a cult, I get it. At that point, it's okay, well, you're just trying to meet a quota, right? I mean, that makes sense. You're part of a community. That's what y'all do. That's what you do. You just hate stuff. It's just fun to hate things, and you just want to go around and tell everybody you hate this, you hate that, right? That would make more sense to me. Blizzard doesn't read feedback. If they did, it wouldn't be in the current state of this. Yep, Blizzard, yeah, that you're right. They've never read a lick of feedback. Ever. Even before Blizzard existed, they never read feedback. You're 100% correct. Hellbomb, what's going on? Hello, Mr. Streamer. Good to catch you on again. I'm here for a bit. Do you think your rapid fire build can compete with your current Rain of Arrow build? So rapid fire is still S tier as well. I just think Rain of Arrows is just overall just stronger than any other rogue build. But again, I gotta know what your goals are, right? Like, what are you trying to do in Pit? Because every build can smash T4 basically. So the only real difference really is like how high does it really push in Pit, and depending on whether you want to spend a lot of time trying to reach a certain goal in Pit. Are Realm Walkers no longer in the game? No, that was part of the seasonal content. I guess type of people, I have like 30k hours. If you just do 2012, I probably spent around 10k euro for any type of MTX packs and gamble boxes, but I'm not attached to the game. If I feel PoE bad, I just stop playing. I mean, Howard Stern built a multi-billion-dollar career off of hate watchers. Well, okay, fair. Okay, all right. Fair. First time I must of the game is hard like my PC. Anyone having this is in D4? The game actually, I think it was the game. I don't know if it was Twitch or the game or whatever, but I disconnected from Twitch like 3 times yesterday. And I had no idea what happened. I'm thinking it's the game too. I'm thinking it's like the memory leak thing, but it was horrible yesterday. Like, did they refig that? But to change something, you need to go through 3 departments, 3 managers, 5 calls, 5 months of development. Is it Poquinho? Is it Poquinho? Poquinho? I don't know how to pronounce that. You, sir, are making way too much sense, and logic. This is the internet, sir. Logic isn't fun, nor do what people want to discuss. We need drama, okay? We need to make up things, over exaggerate things, yell at people and stuff. That's where all the fun is at. Telling the truth and being logical is just not good for conversation, right? You mean people have bosses? You mean devs have bosses and managers they have to answer to, so they can't make all the decisions themselves? What? Get out of here. I tell my boss what to do all the time. He never bosses me around. What you talking about? I mean, he's literally my boss, but I do what I want. What you talking about? In fact, I told the CEO yesterday to shove it. Because I run things, you know what I'm saying? I answer to nobody. Which is why I don't have a job. But that isn't the point. That isn't the point. No, I'm kidding. No, I teach. No. The realistic answer that people don't want to hear because it's boring and it doesn't conform to confirmation bias, right? Is that, of course, Blizzard listens to feedback. That's the boring answer. Of course they do, right? Or I put it this way, the developers do. The community managers and the developers do. What they get to change and how they act on the feedback is based on whether the higher ups wants them to. They don't get to just go and just implement whatever they want to, whenever they want to, right? Because Blizzard is such a big company now and a part of a bigger company, right? They have so much red tape that they have to go through before they can do things, including community managers can't just post what they want to post. They have it gets checked. Like, they can't just go, we'll look into it, because that gets checked. So just because hundreds of thousands of different feedback people list didn't make it into the game doesn't mean that they're not listening to feedback. In fact, I can actually tell you things that we have in the game now because of feedback. Most recently, the armory. Are there many more things that they can do? Oh, absolutely, for sure. But the armory was a really big one. Season 4, Loot Reborn, because the loot was terrible, was another big one. They listened to how, tempering was like really, really harsh. So they made adjustments to how tempering works. I mean, I can go on and on. That's player feedback. That's not them. That's players screaming saying this sucks. And they came up with a solution that worked, right? But that's the boring answer. That's not what you want to hear, right? Because that just makes too much sense. Thoughts on Elon's embarrassing PoE drama? I think it's hilarious. And I've always thought that he was never playing on his account the entire time, for even when he did it in D4, right? Like, because logically it's impossible because okay, I'll put it this way. When he was doing Abattoir Zir in December of 2020, well, last year, right? December 2023, right? He had a druid character with a glyph level that would have taken you 12 hours a day to farm. On average, a day to farm. There is just no way in hell that he could somehow spend 12 hours a day through December and run multiple companies at the exact same time. You just can't do it. You cannot do it. Unless he has some sort of like, you know, time chamber like Dragon Ball Z, right? Where like a year is like, you know, a year to him is like a day for us. And if so, I mean, please sell it. I would totally buy that. Like, yo, you know how much I can get done with like, you know, an invention like that? You know, please release that. If you got it, please release it. Right? But it's just humanly impossible. That there's only possible with a lot of arms. Yeah, but I'm saying just leveling the glyph itself would have taken you 12 hours a day to do. He had a really high level, like, unique glyph. You can't buy that. You have to play it to do it, right? Which obviously he would not have time to have done. So I knew then that he wasn't, you know, playing his account the entire time. Like, there's no way. It's impossible. So to see him get like, to see him embarrass himself in Path of Exile 2 was actually quite funny. Because obviously Path of Exile 2 has more complex systems, obviously. So it's easier to, you know, for someone to not know what they're doing in Path of Exile, right? So just to watch him like stumble over things, try to click on the map he couldn't enter, have a whole tab of Elon's maps, which is actually quite hilarious. Elon's maps with easy affixes, right? Easy and then saying that four of those is like things is the highest difficulty, right? And then him literally click dragging his maps from his inventory to the stat. I mean, there's so much wrong. Here's my thing though, like if you're doing that and you want to try to like, you know, like cover it, right? At least do maybe 20 minutes of research, or even ask the guy who's leveling your account, hey, how do I make it look like I know what I'm doing? That's it. That's all you gotta do. So therefore you can save yourself the embarrassment. He's like, okay, well, make sure you do this, make sure you do that. You know, only click on, you know, the maps, you know, nodes that are highlighted blue, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I'm gonna be honest, you know, he deserves all the ridicule he's getting for the gaming stuff. Like, I don't know why he wants to be so accepted in this in the ARPG community. I don't know why. I mean, I don't get it. Bro, you ain't doing nothing, man. All right, we got. And then he got like Asmongold into it, which is also hilarious. You know, talking about his boss is his editors or his boss and stuff like that. You don't even know what that means. You don't even know what editors do for content creation, bro. Just stop. Like, just stop, man. You're only making it worse. D4 started this week and ended this week. Thanks for the heads up. I'll let them know that when the week is over to turn back on D4 when it ends. Because I still got things to do. What's a rotation? kind of complex actually. Somewhat. If I made could see some people enjoying D4. Don't get me wrong. Like I mean, I'll be interested for about 3.5 weeks or so, and then I'm kind of onto some Monster Hunter WoWs whenever that comes out. But I will enjoy my 3 to 4 weeks of D4 gaming before I like move on to something else until next time. But yeah, Heartseeker until Rain of Arrows is off cooldown, and then if I'm fighting an elite pack, I need to either cast Smoke Grenade or Dark Shroud before I cast Rain of Arrows again to get the dance buff. And then Caltraps is there to just whenever I see an elite. Actually, for speed farming, you don't even need to use these two. Honestly, it just complicates the rotation for now. But if you're doing higher level pitch, you need to use these two. But in T4, you don't need to use them at all, like at all. Rain of Arrows is just plenty strong without it. That is shard support required for the build. You can do a soft build of it already without it. There is no such thing as a soft build without it. If you want to do it without shard, the rotation is even harder. Like, considerably harder. So it's actually worse if you try to do it without shard. In terms of like, managing the build. Having it with shard is by far the easiest way that I can actually get this to happen. Otherwise, people would not want to play the build at all, which is rough. It's rough. Honestly, the hardest build I think I've ever had to write on Maxroll to make it accessible. You got Shroud of Death? Oh, very nice. Very nice. Lots of deeps. Okay. I'll take that glove. That's an upgrade. Okay. I think it's time for me to experiment again. Now that my elixirs are gone. I didn't get another thing. Nope, didn't get another thing at all. Actually, I still didn't get. I haven't gotten any root thingy or root whatever. I forgot what you call them. I haven't gotten any today. I wonder why. The root dungeons or whatever. Of all the road builds, what's my favorite to play? Honestly, probably Brujos, yeah. Probably Heartseeker. It's just so fluid. It's fluid. It just works. Like it's pretty effortless. I'm gonna say it's not effortless per se, but like everything just makes sense and it just flows. They drop from solid chest massively. Get some whisper keys to open. Oh, sweet. Noted. Doing that right now. Silent chests in the Witch Tide or they're in the Hell Tide? I know they're in Hell Tide. And just all over the world, but I'm assuming they're in Witch Tide too. Alright, you sir, you got some keys? You do. We'll just buy a bunch. Alright. 36 whispering keys. That'll work. You found a lot in Witch Ties? Okay. Cool. Nice to know. Alright. time to experiment again. Because now that I'm doing like a 3-to-1 rotation now with Crown, I wonder if I can do the same thing with just Barrage and still be able to like sort of call it. I can't think of it. My mind just went blank. I literally forgot what I was saying. All right. Yeah, I forgot where I was going with that. Beast Fall boots. Let's. Okay. Let's remove that for a second. This here. Barrage is expensive. It is more expensive than Shard. Than Heartseeker with Shard. Yeah, okay. Guess let's see. Let's throw in the resource elixir. Actually, interesting. Why did I get an extra? Yeah. Kind of like I thought, but let me see something else. I'll just take off the helm for a sec. That is not impossible, but what the hell? Do you think Flicker Step will increase the DPS? No. The extra additive ultimate damage isn't worth losing the aspect for. The problem is that after beast swap beast, you have no way to get your energy back. Well, actually, technically you do. You could do, but you have to remove. Okay, so you have to remove Dark Shroud, which means you have to remove another thing. There's no... Technically, I can get my energy back by doing concealment after Rain of Arrows. But that's just not worth because then you're gonna lose the Dark Shroud. But if you try to put Dark Shroud on like Mott Rune and the gear, then that means you lose one of your damage bonuses, either Vex, so that's ranks to Rune of Arrows, or War Cry, which is 15%. So either way, a trade-off is a trade-off, but for more work, which isn't necessarily a positive at all. Yeah, that's just not gonna work. I think what I was doing makes the most sense. But I'm about to run the numbers. Call the Nameless versus Crown of Lucian. Okay, that was worth trying. I figured that would be the result, but I just wanted to try anyway. Never know what you might discover. Which am I currently rocking? Right now it has to be Yin's Blessing because I don't have enough. I don't have, like, my gear isn't tailored correctly yet for a different boot. Although I guess what I could try to do is get rid of I got rid of Dex many places actually. Like I got rid of Dex here. I'm about to get rid of Dex here to get all res or something, and then I can probably change out to a regular boot and then get all res on that may not have Dex, just to get an aspect, which I don't think is worth it right now. Not yet. I don't think so. I just need a better ring. Better rings, which I haven't found yet. You know, since I am running Crown, what would it feel like with Starless? I'll be losing a pretty big aspect though somewhere, right? Yeah, that's a big aspect. It's big, that's big. This one's 50%. Yeah, every aspect is huge. Because I'm using Shard, I'm already losing the slot. Starless Sky is not really usable in this build. Well, so the problem with Starless Skies is that it reduces the resource cost. So you spend less resource. So if you spend less resource, guess what happens to your preparation? Right? You reduce the cooldown slower, meaning that you, like, you know, cast less Rain of Arrows. What's your max pit? I don't know. I haven't tried. I'm not gonna try this early. Like, it's like I still got a bunch of stuff to farm for. Trying to push is like really inefficient at the moment. Not even gonna lie. With Crown, that actually does feel good. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's 5 attacks. Okay, so it takes 4 shots. So if I did it with Starless, guys, it takes 4 shots instead of 3 shots as long as I'm running Crown. Starless, guys, is probably worth not using for her, honestly. Because for her, it is like overall a 50% damage boost. This is probably worse a little less, but the ranks of the ultimate skill helps you keep your cooldown. I mean, prep is slower, but just spend more resource. Well, technically, the only reason why that works right now is because of Crown. If I remove Crown and I kept Starless, watch. Oh, whoops. Way more shots, even though I'm still attacking really fast. You see how big of a difference that is? I throw in Crown, all of a sudden. Maybe with Barrage, Tech, and Starless. Well, that won't work because Beast Ball still drains all of your energy. So you're gonna be once you drain all your energy, you don't have enough to even cast. But I mean, maybe. But that means you have to run Crown still. Or well, actually, no, you don't. I was wondering. No. Okay. So the Crown is the experiment right now, right? And I don't go being like, you know, he's gonna update the guide with that right now. That I'm still experimenting with it. I'm not ready to go. Hey, everybody switch to this type thing. That's just an experiment. How many altars have I found? Not quite sure, but I don't have all the powers. I can tell you that. Okay, see right there, that's where it hurts. If I don't get that energy back. Actually, you know what? Actually, wait a minute. I'm silly. There we go. No, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of hiccup until you can get your energy back, even with Starless. I'm trying to do it with Barrage. It's solid, but you lose an aspect from the ring. You not only do you lose the aspect you lost, but you also lose crit damage and damage versus distance, which are both pretty big. That's the thing. But I mean, it's solid even without the Starless. If I just kept with a Heartseeker, basically. See, and that's after every 3 shots. So I can do it that, but that requires Crown to do that, right? So without Crown, with Crown, See, only problem is that so beast fall. Yeah, that doesn't make a difference though. At least not much. Let me see. Nah. Because beast fall doesn't reduce the energy from cold clip with the resource trait. It just gives you the energy back, but it doesn't reduce the cost. So I can still shoot 3 Heartseekers before running out of energy to be able to cast Rain of Arrows. No, you could trade runes. So can I show my gear? I can, but I don't. I'm just gonna say that this isn't something you probably should be following quite yet, because some of this is experimental, which is why I don't like doing it until I'm like sure of things. But there you go. Crown, Lucian, try to floss death, regular glove, pants, boots, placeholder, Sky Hunter, Water Con, regular ring, other regular ring, sword, and shut up for Rathiel. We're appreciate the follow. If you don't have the expansion, you have to have the expansion to get runes. To have runes, runes are an expansion item. You basically lock. Well, I mean, when you say lock, what do you mean? I think they've been really clear that the runes are, came with the expansion. Just like Spiritborn came with the expansion, those kind of things. It's an expansion feature, per se. To be honest with you, though, the runes don't really do much for most builds. They're just usually either maybe a little bit of quality of life or like a little bit of damage. But they're really not game changing for most builds. Imagine there's a Nazareth. Well, yeah, that's why keyword most builds. With the big, bold, underlined, italicized, 100 and 300 size font on the word most. It's a free trial weekend. I've thought about getting the runes for your build for the science, so the weekend ends. I won't be able to use them, basically. You mean there's a free trial of Vessel of Hatred? Sorry, you missed the bullet. But if there is a trial on Vessel of Hatred for the weekend and you do get runes, then no, you will not be able to take them back to your non-expansion account. Similar to, like, let's say you started playing Spiritborn on the trial weekend, right, for Vessel of Hatred. Like, you won't be able to keep that class once the trial is over. Maybe use a Barrage tech, you can replace a Shard Raptor, right? So you really won't lose the aspect. And you can get damage to distant temper as well if you use regular dagger sword. Yeah, but the same thing, Halbon, you have to use Beastfall boots, right? Beast Fall boots give you no value at all. None, right? Like all the stats on it suck. The only thing it does well is reduce the cooldown. That's it. It's horrible outside of that, right? So, yes, you do lose a sword, right? But you gain a regular boot back when you go with the Shard of Arathio route. So, what you're really losing is not really an aspect at all. You're losing just crit damage and distant damage from not having a sword, but you gain more dex from the boots, and then also impetus bonus because you're not using a core skill. So now this 36%, 32% damage bonus can actually go to your Rain of Rails where you normally could not do if you just went Barrage. Also, you will have so there are trade-offs that are not just as simple as they seem in a sense. So it's not like you're losing a whole sword for nothing. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's really not that big of a difference between using a shard and going to Beast Fall boost or Barrage. Like the damage difference is like maybe one tier of a pit level, maybe. And that's if you don't mess up the rotation or you accidentally spend precision on your Barrage by accident because your buff on the bar kept moving around. You couldn't keep up seeing it and stuff. So when you take into account margin of error along with that, then it just honestly not reasonable to believe that doing Barrage or doing a core skill in general for this build is going to yield better consistent results, if that makes sense. And this is someone who did the most lucrative rotation in PTR with this build. I didn't play it like this in PTR. I actually played it with the regular sword, and the rotation I did was Barrage, Heartseeker, Smoke Grenade, Rain of Arrows. Barrage, Heartseeker, Grenade, Smoke, Rain of Arrows, Caltraps. Barrage, Heartseeker, Smoke Grenade, Rain of Arrows. And that was with Beast Fall boots. That was the only way to really do it with Beast Fall boots and not have a hiccup. And not accidentally spend it on Barrage, like your energy on Barrage. The precision on Barrage. And that was ridiculous to try to keep up. But doing it that way means that you lose a rune slot. Because you have to drop Dark Shroud. Meaning you lose either Vex, which is 3 ranks to your Rain of Arrows, or you lose 15% from Warcry damage. So you see how it's like it's like trade-offs no matter what you do. Like there's not a obvious, oh, this is way better route. It's kind of like you're trading something for something. Does that make sense? Even Kyle the Nameless right now versus the crown I'm using right now, that's also a trade-off, right? Although we can no longer craft the desired mythic, you can. It's just done differently. You got to craft it with your runes now, which I think is, I don't like that system, honestly. I prefer the old system, but were you cooking or were you cooked? Both. Probably. Do you have an updated planner for the current version of the build? I don't want to use Flurry. Feels so bad. What build? Which build? Your Rain of Rails, because I can see there's still one with Flurry on the planner. It's not in the build guide at all. It's not in the planners in the build guide. Even if you do !build, it takes you straight to the build website, which has which doesn't have Flurry at all. That's last season's. Renabelle's strongest build? Yeah. Oh, on YouTube. Oh, well, that's because I don't have an updated video yet. I haven't done a video yet, like a new video yet. The YouTube video says season 6. How do you fix your energy? Well, that I have to know more of exactly the type of issues you're having with your energy. For better reference, if you can go to the website, maxroll.gg, and check out my Rain of Arrows build there, I go through all the troubleshooting you need to make sure that you don't run out of energy before you cast Rain of Arrows. So today's my last day off. I got a substitute for 3 days this week. I literally only use like 3 days, or sorry, I only use my days off to literally for like season start. Believe it or not. Is Rain of Arrows the strongest rogue build this season? Yes. You don't have to play it by any means, but if you're just talking about like is it just, you know, does it do more damage than other builds? And yes. The Destiny has a future. Can you elaborate on that? Like, I need more information. Like, I don't think Dance of Knives caught cancer or anything, so I'm gonna need more information. Is there a way to carry the snapshots on Dance of Knives between the floors and the pit? No. Doesn't matter which element I temper on your weapon for alchemical admixture. It's all except poison. Yeah, pretty much. For the rogue Rain of Arrow, is it better than Shaco? Like Kyle and Nameless? Way better than Shaco. Shaco is like nowhere near as good as Kyle the Nameless on any rogue build except for Death Trap, because you have to wear Shaco for Death Trap. What's your day job? I'm a teacher. Thankfully right now we don't have any like really important things to go over with my class, with my stuff until mid-February. So there are no strongholds on your map. Is there currently a bug? So when you say those no strongholds, it's like you just don't see them at all. Like this right here. Now I didn't do my strongholds, but what picture can I speed farm right now? 95 is really smooth. 100 can just kind of depend on the boss. Once I get my my gem, my witchcraft stuff going, it'll feel a lot better. But I'm missing like one witchcraft gem. I'm missing all of my occult gems because I haven't been able to find altars. Did they rebalance pit levels again? Nope, they sure did not. I don't know if they following this was. What do you think on Shaco instead of Air Perdition and Terios instead? Shroud on Twisting Blaze. I think you lose way too much damage. Shroud is like almost 60% damage buff with all the passives you gain. And you lose so much damage. Like another 70 something percent for not going air to Shaco. I just think you lose way too much. I mean, it'll be very easy to cap resistance and things, right? And you'll be tougher for sure, but I don't think you would like your damage result. It's trying to suck it up and farm shards. Are you about to do Inferno Hordes? Got the T4 disc nods, not feels weak. Is Renovera a good switch or just roll a Necro? Well, if you just got the T4, right? Let's be honest. When you first get the T4, you're going to feel pretty weak naturally. Like you don't walk into T4 and being like, all right, yo, check this out. You know, I'm doing this, right? Like you don't really waltz into T4 unless it's like 2 or 3 very specific builds in the game, right? So if you walk into T4 and you feel like you're not doing much damage, it's because you just have to farm for the gear and level up your glyphs and things until you can do the damage, right? Get your Paragon boards, etc. If you switch to a different build, sure, Rain of Arrows will help you do more damage, sure, but you're still gonna have to farm and get things. Desert Knives is incredible in T4. First build that I used for leveling before Rain of Arrows. I started off with Barrage and I somehow ended up getting enough of the Rain of Arrows stuff. Heartseeker stuff to where I just kind of leveled with Heartseeker actually for the rest of the way, which is quite interesting because I didn't know that I can do that, but I found a way to make it work. And then I just did Heartseeker until Rain of Arrows. Alright, I'm gonna need these silent chests to do a little bit better than what they're doing right now. Just a little bit better. Just crafted your first occult gem. Yeah, you're definitely ahead of me in that. That Photon Hydra. You're definitely ahead of me. But I am not getting any of the root things from these silent chests. That is highly unfortunate for me. Going to blue. Oh no, I mean still, like that's still more than what I got. You know what's going on. So you're saying if I stick with Dance with Knives and min-max the gear and farm everything, it's gonna be amazing? Yeah. For T4, yes. Like T4 and like maybe T75, T80 speed farming for pit. Yeah, it's gonna feel like absolutely amazing. I just think your expectations were just a little high. You know. If you got the gear and you got strong enough to do T3 and then you enter T4, then it's gonna be the same thing, right? And then and so on. You got the voice of the Star Legendary Gem. That's what I'm trying to get. Literally that's what I'm trying to get. But I need another head. I only have 2. So I need like 1 more. Actually, no, I need more than that. Wait. I miscalculated. So I would need to do... Actually, no, wait a minute. So for the Voice of the Stars, I would need to get... Yeah, no, just 3 heads. So Eldritch Sagil, Heart of Enigma, and then Raging Enigma, right? But in order to get Raging Enigma, I need Wicked Pack and Phantom Strength. So no, I need 5 heads. So yeah, I got a while. 4 heads, sorry. Yeah, 4 heads, right? No, 5, because I would need a 5th head to be able to craft it. No, okay, no, there is no head for that. Or wait, or am I miscalculating this? Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't. Okay. These don't require. Okay, so only the blue requires heads. Too much. Okay, because I got to craft. Yeah, 4 heads total. 'Cause I got to craft 4 blue gems to make it happen. And I also need more gem fragments too to be able to actually finish it up. What's the altar supposed to look like? It's pretty obvious when you see it. Like it shows up on your minimap, and it's pretty obvious when you see it. Like, so you're not gonna walk past it on accident. I promise. They're just rare. Sometimes I feel like that too, where I'm just like, man, did I not like walk past one in like 11 hours? Like, did I accidentally just like not see one kind of thing? I've done that. Yeah, I do so much experimenting that I don't do just grind because I'm always like changing out things and trying things. So I literally just need to sit in something and just play instead of experimenting. That's why I'm only like 209 Paragon right now. So it's literally that. It's because of that. What else is there? Do I have it? No. See, and I'm missing aura specialization, right? Not unlocked yet. Don't need to kill. Well, I definitely want to kill because I want the masterworking materials because I definitely need that too. You know, you need a little bit like a little bit of everything. Posture check. I haven't played Random Arrows yet, so that'd be your next character. But they did fix the aspect issue where it was only going up a bit at a time. You have to face the North Star War doing neighborhood dungeons at 12 PM for autism. Dude. Wait, why do I still have things in my stash? It's telling me I have things in my stash. Oh, that was from the whatchamacallit.
My eyes can only watch so much.
You need armor? I've got it here.
Wait, where is the blacksmith at? I swear I'm like not clicking on the right thing. Wait, you're not the blacksmith? Seriously though, like where? There's the anvil's down here. Or is it up there? Oh no, it just looks like it. That looks like a anvil. I'm like, wait a minute. It's not down here, is it? It's over here. Or yeah, there it is. There you are, sir. I'm almost never in this town. This looks so weird on the map though, on the mini map. Look at that. I was like looking for this thing. I'm like, wait, hey bro, where are you? Okay. All right. Well, If you guys get an altar while you're on the stream, please feel free to send me an invite. Your 2 Reigner build is Heartseeker version better than the Barrage variant? Or I guess a matter of getting the perfect beast fall boost to roll. So with absolute perfect play, which is not going to happen, but let's just hypothetically, with absolute perfect play, you make 0 errors. Going with Barrage is going to probably yield you about a 17% more damage, which is about 1 pit tier. That is if you do not mess up any of your rotations at all or accidentally spin your precision on your Rain of Arrows. Oh, I'm sorry, on your Barrage, which will happen because you can't look at the bar all the time and be able to manage that all the time. So with absolute perfect play, Barrage is going to come ahead about 17% more damage. However, take into account human error because it's going to happen, and the Heartseeker with Shard of Varathio is going to be more consistent because the requirements of rotation isn't as hard, as difficult to do, and you cannot accidentally spend your precision on your Heartseeker. I'll put it to you this way. So yeah, you can go either route you want, but I guarantee you most people, unless you're like a really hardcore rogue player and love a very convoluted rotation, you're not going to like the Barrage way of doing it. Even Mippy hates it. I don't like it. It's just not worth. Rain of Arrows does so much damage already. It's just not worth hating yourself trying to play a build. Heartseeker is better for this filthy casual then. Well, I mean, just for really anybody, really. Casual or not casual, to be honest. Like, I played the most optimal rotation that included Barrage and Heartseeker to get all the buffs and to not mess up the precision stack thing. I did it in PTR, most of PTR. So I played that, and there's a reason why I wrote the Barrage part of it out of it on Maxroll, because I have personal experience of that rotation and can tell you that it is absolute ass to do. And anybody who was watching me felt the same way. It was like, bro, I'm not gonna be able to do all this. I'm like, I know. I don't want to do all this. Is boost still getting infinite energy? Technically, yeah. But none of that is really important in any build right now, to be honest. Where's the whatchamacallit? Or I must have already got it. How do you get Infernal Compasses this season? They're rare. I've got mine from Whisper turn-ins. I think you can get them from Chest and Helltide. I'm also debating on whether or not I'm going to make the adjustment with Crown of Lucian instead of Cowl of Nameless on Maxroll. Um, So that might be a thing. I haven't decided yet. And then maybe for a push pair variant, I might put back on Cal and Nameless. But I think for every other part of the content, I think Cal is or Crown is better. And it's considerably more fun. It's okay if you don't have cap on resistant armor and Maxroll build. I mean, typically you want to try to cap it. You're going to take a lot of damage if you don't. I know it's hard to cap, but like generally speaking, you're going to want to try to. Thanks for the information. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Innovation makes the energy gain smoother, yes. You have to have innovation, yes. Yes, ranks of innovation on both rings are necessary. Also make sure you're using primary Heartseeker and not fundamental Heartseeker as well. Best place to farm gem fragments? Honestly, just keep doing Wish Tide because they drop there too. Wish Tide does basic most things you need. And then do turn-ins and stuff. Go for materials cache. You love this song? Is interaction action with Shadow Clones and Eagle Horn with the bouncing pin shot. Is that true? Yep, it is. Gonna be honest with you, it's still really not worth it on pin shot because it's not something you can do everywhere. It's a very specific thing that you can do in very specific places. But it's fun. It's funny to watch. I knew about that since PTR. Thanks to Ada. You get material caches? They're just whispers. It just shows up randomly. You get a choice of 3 different things or whatever, and that's one of the things that just shows up randomly. Thanks for the answers to make an awesome guide. Yeah, man, you're welcome. I'm gonna hopefully make it even more intuitive this weekend because I think I might update it and do it with Crown of Lucian, but I'm gonna play with it a bit more. I'm thoroughly enjoying it more with Crown, but I want to make sure that it's possible to do. So just keep the stream and Discord bookmark and stuff for updates. I'll probably include it in the video guide. I'll talk about it there too. Ooh, enraged fugitive head. Come on. Yes, that's 3 heads. All right. What are you gaining with Lucian over Cal? Spending more energy. So I don't have to wait as long to cast Rain of Arrows. So I can technically cast Rain of Arrows in twice the amount of time. Or I can get almost double the amount of Rain of Arrows as I normally would with Cal. That's why you see me casting Rain of Arrows a lot more than I used to. I can do it after every 3 attacks instead of after every roughly 6. So that's double the amount of Rain of Arrows. And I also get a 75% multiplicative bonus. So that sounds like really, really good, right? Like really good. However, you got to remember, trick attacks is very, very strong. So even with double the cast of Rain of Arrows, which is effectively 100% more damage, plus the 75% multiplicative damage, I don't know if it's still better than Paladin Nameless. I could actually do the math on that. But I will tell you that this feels a lot better. And for all content, including speed farming pit, I think Crown is better. Now, if you're doing like pushing, like, you know, like fishing pushing, then Cow might be better. Overall, probably. But for everything else, I think Crown would be better. So I think for 99% of players, Crown would be the better choice. But I want to keep playing with this so I can be sure of it before I tell people to go farm a Crown. So it's mimicking Barrage, dumping the trigger preparations? Sort of, yeah. Without the downsides of Barrage. But, you know, you still got to keep the shard, so that there is that. Dust Daisy. Graphics looks nice and smooth. Thanks. I do try to take pride in stream quality if I can, without GPUs and things like pooping out, you know. Silent chest. Bro, it has not dropped a root hole sigil for me. Come on. It's funny because I was actually getting them quite a bit yesterday, and I haven't gotten a single one today in 8 hours of play. You just gotta keep up the grind then. Oh, you have an altar? Great. My name, so Dioxide, hashtag 1987. You have an altar as well? Okay, I'll come grab yours after Photon, because I think I need two, to be honest. Sweet. What tier are you on? Well, let me get this last little like B-net. Give me one sec. Just tier 2? Okay. Let me click this thing real quick. And then I'm leaving. Promise you I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving right now. Don't click that. I just clicked it. Now I want to kill things. Okay, leave. Oh, fragments. Now leave. Oh, more fragments and hearts and whoa, lots of fragments actually. Hold up. Alright, Shakarun. Okay, cool. Alright, leave. Stop giving me things and leave. Oh, you're in pit. Okay, so you can't. You can't do it. Actually, can you? You can't invite anybody in mid pit, can you? I don't know. I don't play pit in groups usually. All right, let me drop down and get you Photon Hydra real quick. Yeah, let me get Photon Hydra real quick. On Maxroll, you have reinforced Alkin. You play with Variana. Can you update the guy, please? No, I think you still should do Alkin in the guide. I'm playing with Variana because I wanted a perk early on, but I still think Alkin is better. I just haven't made the changeover because I got lazy. What I think about the Dancing Knives build? Very good. Best speed farm build on Rogue for sure. Now how's a Forgotten Altar work? Like in terms of like certain powers, like will it give you a power you don't have still, even though you found it in someone else's game? Or how does that work? Do I listen to Rise Against? I do. Where to find Shroud of False Death? It's just a mythic. There's no specific place to find it. You can either craft it with runes or just hope that it drops while bossing. It's usually rare to kind of get it this early. Sometimes it drops this early, but it's just a loop pool of different mythics that you can get. Can I invite you for altar? I can't because I think Mr. Pent asked, so he's the 4th slot. Unless Photon Hydra can stay there and invite more people. I don't know how that works. I can't join pit. Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, thanks for trying. Wait, who left? Who just left? Yo, Hydra, did you just leave? Wait, why'd you leave? Or did you already grab your altar and left? I don't know how this works. I'm confused. Like I'm literally ignorant of how this works. Oh, so you can just get you can just ask a bunch of people to join, jump in. Is that how that works? That is kind of crazy. That is interesting. Okay. All right. Solve, I got you. I'll get you. Make sure you are in T2 though, because that's where um wait, I can't add you. Solve, I can't add you. Can you add me? Oh, hashtag, sorry. Or for the old people, old folk like myself, the pound sign. There you go. Yeah, my add friend thing is just not working, like, at all. People have to add me. What's altar for? The witch powers. There are certain altars that or certain powers that you can only get through by altars. Request invite. Mr. Pent, add me. See if it works for you. Can you get in the fight? Yeah. But for you, $5. I'll give you a discount. $4.99. No tax. No tax or inflation. I'm a nice guy. See, I'm a nice guy. All right, so once you got your altar, leave. So click on your altar, get your power, and then leave group so I can add more people. Thank you. Oh yeah, man, you're welcome. Don't thank me. It was Hydra who did it. Hydra is the man. Ain't that right, Hydra? Ryzen, what's your or add me, Ryzen, add me. Because my thing isn't working for some reason. Wait, did I already add you? Who's Tiberius, by the way? Cherry, what's happening? Ask John's. Oh, Tiberius is you. Okay. I was wondering. Where the how'd you go? Um, Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Ask Johns and Ozo. Yeah. Just throw a slot. Ryzen. Once you're there, grab your power and go. So I can add more people. We are in tier 2, by the way, because that's where Hydra was. So make sure you're in T2 for this. Okay, add me if who's DLV, by the way? Who's DLV? Discipling. Okay, cool. I'm gonna do this for like a couple of more, and then I gotta keep playing because I'm not really providing any content. If that makes sense, I want to help everybody. Don't get me wrong, but at some point, people are gonna want to see me kill things. Can anyone tell me the goal of cleansing powers are in the headhunt zones? Honestly, I don't know. I just click on a bunch of things and kill. Oh no, it ran out. No, I didn't get it. You said it caps out? I don't think I clicked on the altar. What happened? Did I click on it? Oh, did you click on it? I don't know what happened. I didn't get the altar. At least I don't think I clicked on it. I'll check. Yeah, I didn't get one. But it went out. Oh, you clicked on it when you found it. Yeah, I think mine just expired. Because it was there on my map. And now it's like not, it's showing as gray. But I don't have any new powers. Did it work for you, Oros, and whoever else joined in? It might be a time thing. Yeah, that's rough. I probably should have clicked on it and instead of it. I didn't know it can expire. All right. If anyone finds one, let me know. But thanks, Photon Hydra. I didn't get the altar, but you helped a bunch of people get it. It can cap out. Oh, you mean like how many people can do it? Imagine getting all of them except for the 2-year-old. I know. That's exactly where I'm at right now. Yeah. All right. Bet the farming for me. Thanks, Photon. That was unfortunate for me. At least I know now. I know.
The open road is nice, but I did.
All right. Thanks, Joe. I'm not mad or anything. Like is this? I mean, I am a little disappointed because I really wanted the altar, but I'm happy that other people were able to get the altar. Like a lot of people got help for that. All right, let's see. Let me make sure I changed it right to the right torment. Taff, appreciate the follow. Hexa Whispers is Diablo in the meantime. What do you use in the meantime? Literally anything else. Literally anything else. Probably like another Eldritch power. Well, no, that's a growth and decay. So you're gonna want growth and decay power. So anything, decay augmentation or something. Yeah, a number of wish powers are kind of just filler, with like 2 or 3 of them being like absolute ballers for your build. If you need another hex and take Shatter, yeah, that's true. If that's the case, yeah, I would do that. Oh, there's a cleansing pyre. Okay, yeah, you just kill everything inside, and then you get some loot afterwards for doing so. It's a lot of builds, yeah. There's more actually. There's like 3 more I have to add to that. Headless. Wait, I got the wrong cow trap set. Wonder if I made that switch on accident when I was trying to test something. Oh, I guess I forgot to put the skill point there. That's all. That's definitely the best roasting. All your builds work 100% and very detailed. Thanks, dude. I probably say that's probably the teacher in me, so it's like I do care. I do listen to feedback when people tell me something that isn't working as well, or it isn't feeling a certain way. Ooh, a spawn. I'll be. Or maybe. The Heartseeker build this season be better than Dancing Knives and then to hit higher pitch. Actually, I think Heartseeker does perform better in higher tier pits than Dancing Knives does. Meaning it will reach higher tier pit right now, like currently right now. Like the one I did on Maxroll. Did the trap is bug or it's not as strong as it used to be? Honestly, I don't know. If I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, I do not know. I haven't really spoken to like some of the other like rogues who are actually playing Death Trap at the moment. If they actually have one like already built like pretty well ahead into it, so I can't tell you. But if you find out something, let me know. Is Rain of Rails the highest rogue pusher at the moment? Yes. But no one's pushing like right now because, well, you know, you got to get gear and stuff, so it's very inefficient to push when you got to level glyphs and all that other stuff. But the damage numbers aren't here compared to previous times. Well, you also got to remember too that they did nerf two of the ultimate aspects for her and Behemoth. It's like both of those aspects got nerfed. So that affected Rain of Rails and Death Trap. And Shadow Clone, I guess. Rotational, what's going on, man? It's been a minute since I've seen you, man. How you been? You got a Doombringer? This build hard to play? It is challenging. Right now, I'm spending a lot of my time doing the best that I possibly can to make this more intuitive to play in general. So I'm constantly trying to find ways to make this more fun, etc. Because there is a lot of moving parts, and if I can consolidate some of those parts, I will. Wanted to up the glyphs to 100. Well, most builds can do that this season now. There's a bit of power creep this season, so T100 is not really like a difficult milestone anymore. Early on, or too early on. Oh, whoops. Looking for a build to push pit 90 to max out this for on Dancing Knives. Just do it on Dancing Knives. Dancing Knives can do that. I was doing Paragon 300 and 150 last season. I'm chilling this one. Can do more in the season. Well, I mean, right now, no. I mean, it's like earlier in the season. Like, I'm not saying you should be doing 100s on Destiny Knives right now. I'm saying that it can. Once you have your gear, like, you know, your gear pretty built out and whatever, you can totally do 100 pretty easily on Dancing Knives. But no matter what rogue build you choose, it's going to take some gearing up to be able to do hundreds consistently. Yeah, I got a root hold. About time. Now I can get some elixirs to go along with that. How about Twisting Blades? Same story. Like, just about every rogue build can do with the T100. So it's just more so of picking which one you rather play. We got some movement down the bottom. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna be in this area for a long time. I know we're mostly quiet here, right? Everybody's just chilling. Everybody's farming. I don't have an issue with it by any means. We can just be chilling, vibing to the music, killing things. Or like the idea of specialized builds, even more now with Armory. Yeah. I'm gonna play a bunch of builds now with the Armory. He's alert. Look out for where to blast. Cool. Well, where are you from, Hellbon? Chaos, but I want the materials. What do you think the best to level the rogue up? You can't level with Rain of Arrows. So out of the two you just mentioned, go Twisting Blades for sure. If you're on tonight, I got 10 wave. You got 10 4 keys that are 10 waves. Is that what you said? Cypress. I don't know where that's at. I don't. You said when you said you got for work, or is it like third shift, like overnight, or like are you like in like Europe somewhere? But wait, that thing is over here. Run. Run. Look at that restless rot farmer. It's a little too crazy. I wish we can kind of get it from other places as well. Did it drop anywhere else besides Rishtide? Oh, Europe mixed fruit. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right, makes sense now. Give me a second, Matthew. Once you're right in the blessings part, you start getting tons more. I actually forgot about that honestly. I forgot about my things. Oh well, yeah, okay. I had it in there anyways. Oh, perfect. Debating between Pinshot or Heartseeker, the road to transition to from Dancing Knives. Any suggestions? I think you have way more fun with Heartseeker, to be honest. Barrage Bro, is there a way to proc cold damage either than cow traps? No cold imbuement, only poison. If you roll, actually, yeah. On the on victimized barrage, you wear Fist of Fate. That's how you proc cold. That's how you proc freeze, chill and freeze. You proc it from Fist of Fate. We agree that the build link in the bio is not correct anymore. Oh yeah, I probably need to update that. I'm sorry, Matthew. Let me. What's the fastest way to do it? I have the big brain fart here. Okay. I think somebody else was having that same issue, and I literally forgot that. Hold on. Maybe there's let me see if I can edit real quick. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, Matthew, I got you. All right, let me. Cool. All right, so Matthew, check it now. Hit the new link that's there. And I'll also link it here, so therefore you have a direct link to it. That's my bad. I totally forgot to make the update there. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Okay, thanks. The cold proc rate has really been low compared to last season. You might just have a low. So, two things could have happened there. Okay, likely one of the two or both things happened on your Fist of Fate. One. Okay, no, okay, here we go. So one, you either got a bad roll on the lucky hit chance to apply random control effects. You got like a really low roll, or you got a low roll on the lucky hit chance in general. So those are the two things I would check. Also, if you have a Kyle the Nameless, that will also help with your lucky hit chance as well. So just make sure that you give it away now. Just give it away. So hold on to that. Bad. Bad. Everything else is bad. Let's get this upgrade of shard. No, we're gonna do first crit on the attack speed. There we go. Yes, yes, beautiful. Oh, this is gonna feel so good. It's gonna feel so good.
Use it well.
So the Chinese build you made a gap of 100 with Heartseeker. You mean like the Heartseeker build in general? I mean, Heartseeker can do it. I've been telling people that that it can do it.
Well done.
It's still impossible to max out aspects. No, it's a lot better this season.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Like I was able to do that on the PTR with Heartseeker. Easily. Pretty easily. Keep in mind, Chinese build usually requires Chinese gear, so just kind of be mindful of that. If you don't know what Chinese gear means, then it's probably a good thing. Let's see. I don't like any of the whatchamacallits. I guess this is the I guess we can go here. Where can you send it? I mean, you can link it here if you would like. I don't know why I stopped there for. You don't need Varathia if you have Beastwell Barrage and the 150 resource. I explain why that's the case in my guide. Sure, you can go the Barrage route, but the margin of error, the chances that you make an error and that you proc precision on your Barrage is not good. And you also take longer to cast your Rain of Arrows. So like, you can go that route, and the rotation is way more complicated. Like 99% of people are not going to be able to do that and not make errors to where you don't like ruin your damage. I played that version on a PTR, and in fact, I was one of the first to actually do it. I even did it with Heartseeker and Barrage to get all the damage buffs. It's kind of really not worth. And it's ass to play. Bubba with the sub, appreciate you. And for speed farming, this where Crown is by far better. I cast more Rain of Arrows, and you don't really need top end damage anyway. You just need more waves. This is so smooth, man. Having that GA on the attack speed on the Shard of Rathiel. Yo. Casting Rain of Arrows like once a second now. Am I still online? Yeah. First couple of days, I blast Twitch when new season comes out. Yeah, I'm guessing no one found an altar yet. a new altar. Way ahead of you, but I completed the season pass. I didn't blast in here as much, to be honest. I was doing a lot of other things. I did a bit of pit. I did a bit of nightmare dungeons. Ooh, nice. We got head, guys. We got head. You heard me right. We got head. Take it however you want to take it, but we got it. Screw the context. No matter how you look at it, it's a good thing, right? However you want to take it. But yo, that, oh man, this feels so good. How many runs? I didn't count how many fugitives I fought, so I don't know the number. Let's stop it, decapitated. I mean, I guess you don't have to worry about gag reflex then, do you? Do you want to craft a legendary gem? I'm gonna try. I don't know if I have enough gem fragments for it, but we'll see. Yeah, doesn't this look fun though? Like now that I got like, I'm starting to get close to the Maxroll build. Like how many Rain of Arrows I'm actually like able to throw around the screen again. Like once a second, roughly. What pit do I think Rogue will be clearing this season? Somewhere in the 140s. And it'll probably be with Rain of Arrows. Remember the whispers at the bird turn in? I know, right? Sorry, I was too excited about head earlier. Yo, this song. Death Trap is higher than Rain of Arrows. No. According to the tier list, no. You read it from left to right. This isn't to say that Death Trap is bad. I'm just saying that Rain of Arrow kind of just takes the cake for just the damage. It's destructive. Yeah, now this is starting to feel really fluid now. I can get a lot of Rain of Arrows out. I don't even have to use smoke grenade or cow traps in this. So this makes for very seamless farming. Who is it? Ryzen. Was it you that said you had the Infernal Hordes keys? Now we're blasting, y'all. Oh, Sunlight says you. Okay. I might try and do something before I log off. Are altars inside root holds as well, or? Oh, you found an altar? Cool. My battle tag is dioxide hashtag 1987. Alright, let me TP out and change torment difficulties. Grab this last little flower. There we go. Are you Kyoto? Not Kyoto. Who are you? That's weird. It's not letting me accept your invite. Can you invite me? So Lox, you might have to add me. Same problem. All right, let me relog. Hydra, yeah, I got you. Yeah, you can't leave though, because you had the altar. So let's let me. I want to log. See if it works this time. Oh wait, wrong person. Wait, what just happened? I swear I clicked on the right. No, wait, what happened? What is going on right now? Hold on. Let's try it one more time. Is my mouse slipping? There we go. Weird. All right, did it go through for you? You get the same message? All right. I wonder if someone else can invite, or it can. I wonder if someone else can get in your party and then they can invite me. Like let's say full time maybe. So the invite, but you get the pop up error. Huh. No. He can't relog because he has the altar, so he can't relog. All right, try actually so casual TV, try inviting someone else first. Invite someone else and see if that works, and then I'll have that someone else invite me. See if we can try to go that way. Sometimes that works. Boo. All right. Well, I appreciate the attempt. that's twice I couldn't get an altar today. Nathan. Game says no. Yeah, I think it's on casuals in. Sometimes it's like that, you know, he has to log in. Yeah, I don't know if you have like another friend of yours that can join, if they can try. Like, I mean, if not, then it's definitely on your end casual, and so that there's not much he can probably do. But we appreciate the attempt though. Alright, let's see how many gem fragments I got. Let me see if I can actually craft the legendary occult gem. Yeah. Where did you find it? Probably Nightmare Dungeon.
You have been busy.
Alright, let's see what we can do here. So I need outer sigil, heart of anemia. So let's do heart. Outer sigil. Okay, and then oops, wait a minute. Then I need Raging Enigma, right? Let me make sure. Okay, yes. And Raging Enigma requires Wicked Pack and Phantom String. Okay, now. No! Wait, what? Oh, I didn't craft this yet. I don't have enough skull fragments, that's what it is. Okay. And Voice to the Stars requires diamond. Okay, I can actually get the diamond if I can get the skull. Okay, I'm close. I'm close. I'm very close. Speaking of which, I wonder if I can. Do I have any skulls on accident on any pieces of gear? How much skulls did I need? I'm sorry. I should have counted.
Hand it over.
You have something. Show me.
Or okay, that's not that far. Do I want to carry in her now? Add me. I guess I can switch up the content for a little bit. Hey, how do we get the 150 resources? For what build? Usually, if you're talking about like Death Trap, you can just literally do a resource elixir and you'll have it. Wrong tier, yeah. Is there another way to only elixir? Elixir is just the easiest route by far. I mean, unless you want to sit there and try to masterwork your beast fall boost with the GA on resource. I mean, that's way harder, and that's why we just recommend just doing the elixirs. And the elixir is so cheap to craft; it's just like you might as well. Is there something else you had in mind? Is that what it is? Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just like you just might as well. Like, it's there's no reason there's no reason to do all that extra master working on a pretty shitty statty boot. Honestly, just don't waste your mass on that. Yeah, well, you won't need it for random barrels this season, but Death Trap you do. In terms of like the Beastfall beats. I think you need to store everything else. I'm gonna play another version so I can play your. Okay, cool. All good. You're welcome. You too. What level pit did you make already? I didn't really try to go that high. I've stopped at 100 just because I'm just trying to level gyms. So anything past that is kind of a waste of time. Right now, it's a waste of time. Hey man, returning player from season 7. Last time I played season 5. So new things really confuse me, like dungeon and caress. Is that an important thing? It is once you have tributes. You can use them to get boss mats fast. Sometimes kind of target farm a certain piece of gear with certain stats on it. It isn't necessary, but it is helpful in a group, especially when you have like material tribute as well as boss match tribute. Those are the two by far the best. There is a mythic tribute too as well, and that was also very helpful. How strong is this versus Dance of Naz? Well, Rain of Arrows is Rogue's strongest build. Dance of Naz is Rogue's best speed farmer for sure. But in terms of like power, like you know, for like higher tier pits, Rain of Arrows is definitely king. But honestly, it's just, you know, whatever you want to play. Like most rogue builds can definitely go past pit 100. So your boy, what's going on, mister? I'm happy to be able to get Rain of Arrows like be able to get Rain of Arrows to the point where I can kind of spam it. I won't say spam it, but like, you know, use it a lot versus what it was before. I can cast like once a second now. I think that's significantly a much better quality of life for sure. We're not doing bad for Aether right now. I think this is pretty good. That's this one. Yeah, Renovate any tips to that bad, but it seems like your barrier stay up and you don't die. Yeah, well, as long as you're shooting, your barrier should always stay up. If you're not shooting, then your barrier drops. So, play aggressive. I don't mean necessarily run into the mobs by any means, but don't be afraid to, be aggressive, especially when you're poisoned, because it's the only way you're going to survive any dot that's on you. Because without the barrier, you just die instantly on the damage over time stuff. Other than that, make sure that you're capped on your resistances and armor and stuff. The normal stuff. Because that will hurt a lot if you're not. Let's do this one. So you're still lazy build where not much players are involved. Yeah, that was last season. It was significantly easier to run it last season. Did I ever change the rune now? I don't think so, because my Vex is still only registering as 1. Got to the ground. All right. Yeah, what did I do with my runes? What happened? Did I not change them right? Pog Vex. Oh, that's why. It's supposed to be Seer Vex. Seer almost the other way around. That's what happened. What's the missing damage? How many skulls did it actually give me? Ooh, okay, so 4,000 skulls. Okay, not bad, I guess. I gotta change out a rune or switch runes.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. Use it well.
Actually, how good is it for what I'm doing? I even have it. $700 offering. Deal. Okay, so 50 offering for. Not worth. Although this one is though. Zan, if I want to do Zan instead of. Actually, Zan will only give me. Because Vex is. I'll only have one Vex rune, okay. We could try a different rune actually. Let's see, 150, 300, 460, 750. Not worth. Okay. So we'll do Pak Om. And then Seer Vex. I should give me my ranks back. Okay. Is Victimized Heartseeker too low DPS compared to close quarter? It's not too low. It's just that close quarters is better. That's all. I left it in the guy as a variant for those who don't want to play up close with close quarters combat. So you can choose to do either or. But close quarters combat was better. My testing. But again, like I said, I mean, if all you want to do is like, let's say level your glyphs 100, then either or works. I mean, you'll smash T4 with either one regardless. The difference will be basically just how high it goes in tier and pit. Was that Peace of Mind K-pop song before the song? I'm gonna have to like go back. Just a bit ago. I probably don't remember. It's just like didn't know it's still on. Yeah, I'm blasting or trying to. I need altars, man. Been even trying to get people on stream to kind of share altars for everybody on stream. Wait, who are you? I'm having fun with the season, but I think the thing right now is I'm so laser focused on trying to like make Rain of Arrows as intuitive as possible that like I just want to keep playing. Oh wait, you had altar speech, and you ain't sharing with me? Wow, wow, wow. No, wow, no, Peacha. I thought we were friends, man. I thought we were cool, man. All these years, man. Been there for each other and everything, man. It was just you in the party. I didn't know you had an altar. Joy, you should have been like, yo, stay. I got an altar. No, I'm kidding. I was actually trying to click on someone else to join because they had an altar, which I couldn't get because for some strange reason they had an error, like the little group error or whatever, so I couldn't join it anyways. So I accidentally clicked your name on accident. But had I known you had an altar, man, you know, that would have changed things. But check this out though, while you're here though. I got Rainy Rail's cast time down to 1 second. I can cast Rainy Rail like once a second. Which is the fastest of any particular rotation you can do it in. However, there is a caveat to this though. Caveat is I gotta wear Crown of Lucian, so I can cast many rails probably twice as fast, and I get a 75% damage multiplier as well. But no, precision is on Rain of Rail every time. Every time. All these are bad. There we go. Because you basically pay like combo points now. I cast 3 Heartseekers and then Rain of Rails. Because 3 Heartseekers gets my cooldown low enough with Crown of Lucian. Every time precision stack. Full precision stack. Right. So my question is, Peacha, now is, because I haven't done the math, is 100% more damage for being able to cast Rain of Arrows twice as often, and the 75% damage multiplier from Crown of Lucian, is that enough to topple Cal the Nameless? That's the question. I'm thinking no, but I'm thinking it's closer than any other helm could possibly be. However, for speed farming, I mean, there's no reason to not do Crown. Like, it's just way more efficient, and you have so much damage that like you don't want to be sitting there waiting for a Rain of Arrow cast. But like, my speed farming has been better in Pit for sure with this. Otherwise, I had to do like 6 casts of Heartseeker to get the same results as 3 casts. I mean, it's close though, right? I mean, that's still like, I wasn't close, but it's significantly closer than any other helm would be. And there's the fun factor, you know. Who wouldn't want to be moving around like this, casting a lot? But yeah. I'll do it. I'll do it. All these beams are terrible. Compared to like the last Inferno where we did. Nowhere today. Nah, I took 3 days off basically. I only take days off from school when I do a season start, so literally I pretty much use all of my sick days on season starts. So I'll go back Monday. Season 7 so far, the game get a bit harder. Early on, actually, the season theme stuff is actually pretty hard early on, until you get well geared, just like in any action RPG, and then you're, you know, one-shotting all the T4 again. But the grind is a bit longer for the seasonal journey, though, for sure. Occult gems take a while to get. Gem fragments take a while to get to be able to craft the occult gems. Altars are rare as well. You need it for wish power, so there is a journey to getting some of your power, which I actually kind of like, because a lot of other things are just really easy to get. So it's kind of nice to have something to like look forward to. Do ulti still spawn if you have other wish powers? I don't know. I think so. We'll fight Butcher. It's weird. We had like shittier boons this time around, but yet we have more Aether. Or shittier starting boons, I put it that way. It's actually not bad. This is actually not. That's actually better than. This is better to have that than Yin's actually. Just because of the non-physical damage. I mean, it's additive, but it's better than like not having additive. Let me actually say some of these Rathias. I'm running out of room. I'm at the start removing like shittier pieces of gear now. That. I'm not ever gonna use that. For that. For that.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need.
Is pin arrow an option for the season? Yeah. What are your goals? Let me ask that. Okay, push. Yeah. So like but give me a number. Hey, like what tier are you trying to push? What's your goal? I'm gonna try something real quick. Sunlocks. Give me 1 second. I wanna bring my helm with me and like swap out. Maybe 100 plus? Okay, well then yeah, pin shot can do that. Wait, why couldn't I pick that up? That's weird. There you go. Just out of curiosity, just making some comparisons. Go this way here. How many fragments do I have now? $71K. I need 75K, right? You said farming some glyphs and bringing some friends. That might be a little tricky. I think Pinshot can probably probably cap out at right around 110-ish pit in terms of pushing is concerned. So I don't know if you'll be able to carry carrying a 4-man party T100 on Pinshot. That might be rough, even with like really good gear. But yourself, like you yourself, yeah. Okay, so it's 75. Okay, so one more Helltide, not Helltide, but whatchamacallit. Still looking for the altar. I don't think he opened another thing. Oh, folk, what's going on? Didn't even see you there. I really like this song, actually. I'm inside. Okay. Star, appreciate the follow. I ain't gonna lie. I like the fluidity of the crown better. Hey, where they're all going? They're all like walking past me. Best concept in this game is this. I agree, 100%, 100%. Which is why it makes me sad that they haven't done anything more than Infernal Horrors the past 2 seasons at all. Easily can make scaling content, you know, add leaderboards to it. Dude, I mean, just so much with this thing. Like way better than Pit. I get tired of, you know. Well, I'll put it this way. I understand why people ask what Pit tier can this build do, but like I just despise Pit pushing. I'd much rather talk about what wave clear can Infernal Horror, you know, can it do an Infernal Horror, this kind of thing. Like, I would much prefer something like that. He was never able to find a. That's alright. Well, I appreciate you anyways, Hydra. I should have clicked on it. So it was my fault. But I ain't know. Yeah, I wasn't the flood station. I wasn't paying attention. I was in the flood station. Oh no, I was saying I should have clicked it for sure. I blame myself. You lying, Little John. You lying. Even more Aether than last time. But I swear, our boons also didn't feel like they were that great that early. Also, some beast fall boost for Random Arrows. I explained it in the guide. I don't know if you read my Maxroll Random Arrows guide, but I go into a lot of detail about that there in the FAQ section. Because I knew I was going to get asked that question a lot. But if you do Beast Fall boots, you're going to have a much harder rotation. That means you will make mistakes, which in my opinion, for the 17% damage bonus for going that route and gearing that way instead, isn't really worth it. Because if you let's say if you mess up 25% of the time, because that's a realistic number to mess up on this build, then that means you're doing less than if you just went shard of Arathio instead and no Beast Ball boost. So it's kind of like so I get people asking me all the time, and like I said, just like I play the super convoluted version on PTR. Like I did the Heartseeker, sorry, Rain of Arrows, Barrage, Heartseeker, Smoke Grenade, Rain of Arrows, Barrage, Heartseeker, Smoke Grenade, Caltrops, Rain of Arrows, Barrage, Smoke, Heartseeker, Smoke Grenade, rinse and repeat. Like I did that on PTR. And people watched me and they were just kind of like, are you serious right now? Like, this is how you have to play? And like, I instantly already knew I had to figure out a different way to write this on Maxroll. Because even when I was messing up, like the rotations, like about 20% of the time, like, and if you mess up once, that's a big drop off in damage because you have to do the whole rotation all over again. Because your arrows just won't deal any damage. So that's kind of what happens. Yes, I can craft Voice of the Stars now. I have a Voice of the Stars. Hog. All right, so now, hold on one sec. It's time to level this up now. Oh, whoops. Where is it at? No, where'd I put it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I forgot what it looks like. Hey, where'd it go? Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, this is gonna sound real silly, but how do I upgrade my gems again? I literally like kind of forgot. Are you?
What have you brought?
Not you. No, the witchcraft powers. F. Okay, never mind. I see it now. Yeah, purging touch is very important, so we need to.
I can't afford that.
All right, we got some power now, or more power. Yeah, I totally just forgot. How is TV compared to Rain of Rose? Is they're both S tier on Maxroll. Rain of Rose is definitely a bit stronger than TV. Right now for pushing, that is. All right, I'm coming. One shot boss will pay 65. They level 10 glyphs and they sit their nerf class. No, they nerfed like Spiritborn. That's what they did. Other classes kind of. Other classes got the overall uplift. I didn't play Rogue this season. Doing all that rotation is 17% damage. No, so the Barrage one, when people ask me about the Barrage variation, that one is 17% more damage than doing the one that I have written on Maxroll. Best case scenario. I'm stuck in an infinite loading screen, it looks like. What do I think about Rapid Fire? I haven't played it yet, but on paper, it should do really well. They keep buffing Rapid Fire every season for whatever reason. And now the clone actually does damage, so I think Rapid Fire would do pretty well. Yo, that was a long loading screen. Holy. I'm in Snorlax. You don't see me. I don't see you either. Well, your dot is here, so I think you're loading in. Uh-oh. Game crash. Game might have crashed for you. Request invite on me. I don't know why I'm not tired. It's so weird. I should be like really sleepy right by now. Yeah, the pure Heartseeker build this season. No Flurry, no Barrage shenanigans. What's wrong with the Flurry part of it? Like the Flurry part of it is like honestly the most fun part of the Heartseeker build and Barrage. Like it's like literally teleport dash. That's what you're doing it for, so you can super speed around everywhere. It's like a natural thing, making it one of the fastest speed farming builds in the game. Well, yeah, actually probably in the game. Underneath Dance with Nas, obviously. You could go Victimize if you want, though. You can go Victimize Heartseeker. Yeah, you can still do that. It's on Maxroll too. I have it under variants. Yeah, there's a build variant with Victimized Heartseeker in there, if you prefer to do that. Like I know people. I like playing range too, so like I totally get it. That's why I also kept that variant there. And this was Shadow Clone, as well. I did the Victimize should be a war crime. I mean, I don't disagree. Have I tried poison on Renovaros? Well, Renovaro already has all 3 imbuements. So if that's not what you're talking about, you gotta be a little bit more specific. Well, I was like stun locked for a while. What level are my glyphs? I actually don't remember. 98, 85, 54, 46, 46. I really should be working on them. Probably do that tomorrow. Well, later tonight. You know why my system base struggles so hard, struggle with shields. Honestly, it's just, I mean, shields suck, don't get me wrong, but all the builds can pretty much overcome that by just gearing up a bit better, a bit more. But it does suck at first, not gonna lie. I felt that on day one for sure. People are hitting billion after the PTR adjustment. If it wasn't for people, if it wasn't for PTR, people are gonna hit billion DPS easy. Well, I mean, the highest overpower crit I've seen so far is like 220 billion. So yeah, pretty much. Do I think it's unprofessional Blizzard to move the D3 season with only a few days notice? I honestly think it was just in bad taste to have it in the same week as D4 season. That doesn't make any sense. Like you're competing against yourself at that point in terms of like just having people playing your products. So I think it makes sense to move it. I do think that how late they waited to move was definitely unfortunate, but I think they kind of just had to do it. Is Jason Nas a good starter build? Yeah, it's the best leveling build. The power creep this season is real. Yeah. The question with the Soul Harvest being bugged, would you, with replacing it with Breath of the Coven for the attack speed work well for Dance of Knives? As long as you have a low or high uptime on Shadow Clone, sure. But if not, then no. Is it really that glyphs is important? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, glyphs are important. Because usually a key passive scales with a glyph bonus, which is massive for your damage. We'll do this one just cause. Which pit tier can your build speed run? Currently, probably right now since I guess I got some upgrades. Probably 100 now. It was 95s like about 6 hours ago. You want how to pump your damage? Keep in mind that Dance of Knives is not like a high tier pit build. So like you're not gonna speed farm as high as Rain of Arrows. Ow. However, transition these DOKs to say Rain of Arrows once you're around 60 plus. I don't think it really matters what build you play before you play Rain of Arrows because Rain of Arrows requirements are different than any other setup. So no build really directly transitions into Rain of Arrows. So you just pick the build that you like to play until then. And then farm up Rain of Arrows stuff. Try to buy it again. I just get 25 races horses from the elixir. Is that higher tier than tier 2 elixirs? No. But make sure that your beast fall boots that you have on to make sure you hit the 150 threshold is masterwork to 12 to make sure you get that resource. So if you're not hitting 150 with the elixir, it's probably because your beast fall boots aren't masterwork. All these boons suck. Do make sure though, I'm just gonna put this out there, that even if you get all the items necessary for Rain of Arrows, it is practically crucial that you get a GA roll on the cooldown on the Word of Hakan. There's a pretty big difference in your ability to be able to spam. Not to spam, sorry. To be able to get your Rain of Arrows off a cooldown quicker with a GA roll. Now you don't need to masterwork it by any means. Like once it's GA, that's it. But the difference between having it and not having it is pretty massive. But you can get started with the build without the GA. People ask me all the time, like, how does your Rain of Arrows have only 9-second cooldown, right? And theirs is like 18 seconds, right? It's like the difference is the amulet, the cooldown on the amulet. see. Boo. Oh, these are bad. Alright. Alright. I think that's enough front of horse for me. This build is not good without GA cooldown. I'm really not worth it. No, you can still play it with it. You can roll you'll have to like you can roll ultimate cooldown reduction on one ring and kind of make up for it, which is what I did early on. I mean, you don't want to have to do that, but like, I mean, it works. Yeah, GG Sunlocks. Need bar for more horse? Oh no, I'm done with hordes. That was my last one. Is Vanderveer the strongest road build? Yes. Alright. It's time to do some actually before I do that. Ooh, 24. Nice. Okay, so we can just redo this. Lame. I'm actually okay with that, but we're gonna start with crit. Okay, cool. Okay, let's send it. Not what I wanted. Not the attack speed. That's okay. I'll leave it for now. And we'll send it here. Bruh. That's what I'm talking about. That does not get better than that for a shard. For this build, that is. The basic skills don't matter, and the damage of the weapon doesn't matter. But GA attack speed with triple crit on that, yeah, that is exactly what I wanted. Yeah. All right, send this. Oh man. Okay. For this setup, that's exactly what I wanted to. Okay. Okay, game. Okay. All right. Usually it takes me a lot longer to get some of the things I need. I mean, obviously my Skyhorner didn't roll what I wanted like in the at the very least. I probably should re-roll this, honestly. Yeah, I probably should re-roll it. How much mass do I have left? Do I have enough to...
My hammer sings on your return.
Nope, not gonna do it. I'm gonna just leave it as it is. Why is there no beast fall boost in the guide? It tells you at the bottom of the guide. In the FAQ section. We're not running a core skill, so beast fall boost doesn't help here. And if you do it with Barrage, it becomes a lot more complicated, and most people won't even play it. then you won't like the build. So there's several reasons.
This place is unsettling.
Wow, my damage is like for real. That Voice of the Stars helped a lot. All I gotta do is get that aura specialization now. And the altar that I just can't find. Yeah, we slamming this 100, yo. They died to poison. I still rather play with Crown, but it's hard to not want to play with Cal given the broken trick attacks. I hate that helm so much, man. Imagine if like trick attacks wasn't bugged. Crown would be significantly better. Bro, I flew through this, man. What? Resurrected Malice. I didn't one stagger it. That was good. That was good. What's Heartseeker doing this build? Lowers the cooldown with Shroud of Erathiel. And yes, I know you can do Beast Wall Boots and Barrage, but that complicates things a lot more. And it ends up being worse if you include player error, which is going to happen with a much more complicated rotation. All right, let's do this. Let's do this with Crown. All right, so we're gonna do Crown. So Crown's gonna feel better, like a lot better actually than even what you were seeing. But damage though, because freaking Kyle the Nameless, stupid helm. I wish they just delete the helm from the game, please. All right. Here we go. I gotta change elixirs though. Resourcefulness and let's go. You found the piranha? Nice. Piranha. Alright, here we go. I'm like chewing through my potions on accident. I'm pushing way too many buttons. Whoops. Lightning. What's wrong with Cal is Trick Attacks is bugged, meaning it's scaling off of itself, and then also double dipping with precision key passive, meaning that you have to take that helm on almost every rogue build and you're forced into it. So helms that would make other builds better just don't exist because of Trick Attacks on Kyle the Nameless. That's the only reason why you want that helm. So the rest of the helm is pretty much useless outside of unstable elixirs, but it sucks because you're pretty much stuck with that helm just for the raw damage. I mean, I would love to use other helms. It'd be nice. Should I run Beast Fall boost or normal boost? On what? What does the guy tell you to do? No! I got stunned. Ow. Den mother, okay. I was able to one stagger him for Den's mother. I didn't do that with Kyle the Nameless on Resurrected Malice, and Resurrected Malice has ads. Unless Den's mother just has way less HP. Ah. That's interesting. Intriguing. Den's mother's very squishy? Okay. I mean, as I said, like Resurrected Malice has like ads, so ads with more trick attacks is like usually like, you know, like would have been the one, one stagger. That's why I was kind of like thrown off like a teeny bit by that. All right, that's fine. Let's do Crown again. Then again, I only have a 4 trick attacks helm, so maybe that could be why. Boy, position is hard to get that damage, that the distant damage bonus. Oof, lightning. Lightning just instant give me. Through my barrier too. Coming through unlocked, nice. Yes! Altar in the pit. Aura specialization, nice. I needed that. Oh really? You shielded and you're still alive? Stream recliner, bro. I haven't had an altar all day. 11 hours. And then the one time I was supposed to get it, I waited too late to grab it. And everybody else got it but me. So I deserve that altar. Dang it. Okay, resurrect the mouse. Okay, this is actually a good boss to... 'Cause I had the other boss last time on whatchamacallit. Oh, that was one stagger. I wonder why we didn't one stagger it with the cow. The resurrected malice. Plus level the Heartseeker worth anything because I got a GA leg but plus 4 Heartseeker dex in life. I mean, that's good for the Heartseeker close quarters combat build. But the thing is, you gotta figure if how many people are actually playing that build, right? Like it's a good build, but there's also like stronger builds, right? It's listed as an A tier build, and so it's not gonna have that kind of popularity. If it was S tier build, then obviously people would be like, "Yo, I'm playing that." You know how it is.
Better than starting from nothing.
Let's check. Or I would just need to remaster word this, honestly, and just try to get the more ranks on trick attacks. I missed the rotation. got to swap elixirs. Oh, I messed up. Rotation. Expecting to be GA unrecognized. Wait. I wouldn't say needs to be, but all-res is probably preferred for sure. Makes it much easier for you to cap. Until you get like the right stats you want for everything else. No! You serious? Blow up. Another altar now. I got the powers I want now, but thanks. Late bloomer. Oh, Piranado. I do want that. Forgot. Alright, Hydra. You have a good one. I think it's just really hard to get enough Rain of Arrows in that that window and like not get hit by stuff. Whereas with like Crown, I can do a 3-to-1 ratio, so it's easier to throw more Rain of Arrows in the stagger window. I think that's kind of what's happening here. How's the new season, no powers? I actually like the season 7 theme. Quite a bit compared to the other themes. I'm gonna do it again. It was better to run Crown versus Cal. I'm trying to figure that out. I think for speed farming, Crown is simply better because you don't need the extra from Cal at all whatsoever, because everything just melts in T4 anyway. And even like, you know, mid-level pit tiers or whatever. Why not use Shaco for the cooldown? Because you can't lower the cooldown past a certain point. You're already capped without Shaco. So Shaco would literally be 100% worthless. Where do you find new items for seasonal gyms? Witch Tide for the most part, and then altars and Nightmare Dungeons and Pit. What runes am I using? Pak Ohm. And then Cervix. Let's actually get Piranado in this. I'm gonna do a little bit more testing, but let's get this Piranado in this. And this joint, just we got it. Boom.
I'm short on coin.
All right. Got Doombringer. Drop is it good for Heartseeker Flurry build? Doombringer is just more health and toughness. So if you want to do more damage, you don't want to use Doombringer. But if you want to be more tanky, then use Doombringer. Ooh. I did. I'm happy with the build. Mostly, yeah. I'm still like looking for ways to make it more intuitive for more players to want to play the build, because it can be pretty hard to get the rotation right. So if I could find ways to make it more intuitive to play, you know, I think more people will be happy with it. But because it is Rogue's strongest build, people are going to want to play it, right? So I think it's kind of my responsibility to kind of, you know, search all the corners and do just that. Ooh, that hurt. Ah, that was lightning. Dead mother again. Why can I not? Are you kidding me? That's so weird. That should not have happened. Like what? You didn't hear my response to say, am I happy with it? Yeah, I am. Well, I am, yeah. I'm a CDR on the ultimate DAB. Honestly, all you need is a GR. A GA on the cooldown reduction, and that's it. You don't need to add any more other than that. Once you get that, you're set. Gloves? I don't like that. Like, I didn't like. I did not one stagger kill the Den Mother. That was not good. Versus Crown, that is. Like, it's in general, it's not bad, but relative to Crown like just demolish. It wasn't even close.
See some steel you need.
All right, swap to Crown. All right. Experiment number 570 something. It feels weak in comparison. Well, yeah, Rain of Arrows is the strongest build, so it's gonna feel stronger. But Dance of Knives is the best farming, speed farming build. Is a common room worth it? No. What are you hoping for the Comet Rune to do on Rain of Arrows? Add more damage for it. No, but you're not really doing any. You're not helping Rain of Arrows. Comet does no damage, so adding Meteor, adding no damage to Rain of Arrows is still no damage for Rain of Arrows. It's best to just buff Rain of Arrows itself. Those little proc things that the runes do don't really deal any damage at all, really. No real damage. When you're leveling it, they do. After that, they fall off. Which Paragon variant am I using? There's only one Paragon variant. I had no chance to know some streamer playing Twisting Blades. Not at the moment, no, but maybe might soon. Can't make it work properly? What's the issue? Can we see for with properly gear, with proper gear and Paragons? Can you give me a little bit more information, like what level are your glyphs? I'm assuming you have all the aspects. What's your Masterworks looking like? Slither. Okay, so I didn't want stagger Slither, but it was better than doing it with Paladin. Unless I don't quite. I mean, I understand it kind of, but not really. I prefer Crown, but on paper. Season's finally seeking is hooking into me. I specifying leveling list to 45 now. Well, 46 is where you want them. Because that gives you another multiplicative bonus for sure. You see it? Twisting Blades, but pushing nice side periods. Had seen the dancing nice high tier pusher as well. I mean, no one's really pushing any high tiers right now. No one's like really pushing right now. No one has all the gear, honestly. And the people who truly push aren't caring right now. They're grinding, getting all this stuff. Is the random variable build you have all made on Maxroll, is it good? No, it's bad. I'm playing it right now and it's bad. Like, it's terrible. Like, it's awful. I would advise you not to play what you see on the screen. Does no damage. I only write builds on Maxroll to make sure that they're bad. I don't know how to answer that question, honestly. Yeah, like why would I purposely write a bad build on Maxroll on purpose? Like, make it bad on purpose. Is my version on Maxroll good? I mean, I can make it bad if you want me to. Want me to make it bad? I can do that. It might piss everyone else off, but you seem to have some different items at the moment. Yeah, that's because no one's fully optimized. The build on like the build guys are like basically like what you strive to get. No one has all the items on day 3, sir. I can't even wear the boots I want to wear because I don't have enough RS to cap those places right now. So yes, some items are going to be different on day 3 or day 4. Like, do you really think I'm gonna have perfect items all the way around? That's not what you ask at all. What are you asking then? Maybe I need sleep. I'm getting cranky. Maybe I'm hangry. 'Cause I'm also hungry. I mean, you could try different items and stuff. Like, don't stop experimenting, obviously. But I also wrote in the facts section of the guide, like the FAQ section of the guide, why I went the route I did. Because I played it a lot on the PTR, and I played it a lot this season. So there's different ways you can do this. but some of the other ways are a lot harder to perform and has a higher margin, higher user error. And with higher user error means you do no damage if you mess up the rotation, and then you actually end up doing less damage had you just not done it at all that way. It's already pretty hard for the play. Yeah, you're welcome. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you or nothing. Man. I must be like cranky. I'll put that one on me. But just the way you asked it the first time can rub someone the wrong way. How much CDR on the ult? All you need is a GA roll on the Border Con. That's it. Definitely needs a sneaker. Yeah, I probably do need a sneaker. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie to you. If I'm in the wrong, I'm wrong. I will admit, right? I think he was just trying to answer a stupid question and probably like worded it not well, and I took it the wrong way. So, my bad. Yeah, I realized that. So that was my fault. I'm sorry. Okay, what I want to do now. I kind of want to go back to Cal the Nameless. The fact that it's this close is actually a very good thing. I think I might, don't quote me on this and don't like, be telling everybody, yo, crowns away. Dockside says crowns away. You can talk about it, but I'm not 100. Like for speed farming, for sure, crown is the way. Like it's just so smooth, man. Okay, now I gotta change elixirs. Because depending on which helm I'm use, I have to use a different elixir. For Kyle the Nameless, you want the advantage elixir. For Crown, you need the resourcefulness because you spend just a little bit too much energy too quickly. Get be back in here with the Rogue Nation. I should probably put that on my Steam title. Dance of Knives or Rain of Veils, which one's better for endgame? Depends on what you mean by endgame. Do you mean like T4 activities endgame, or do you mean like pit pushing endgame? Yep. Angel of the Lord. Yep. 100%. You got it. Although you can farm T4 Rain of Veils, but Desert Knives is just so much easier and seamless. What unique boost did you try at the moment? Well, I started with Beast Fall boots on PTR with the whole Barrage thing. Barrage, Heartseeker, Weave kind of thing. And it works, but it's way more complicated than it needed to be. The Shroud for Rathio with normal boots. And not only do you cast more Rain of Veils per second, technically, but it's easier to play. And I have to think about the people that are reading the guide. If I wrote it the way that I did it in PTR, nobody will play the build. Because the rotation literally will be Rain of Arrows, Barrage, Heartseeker, Heartseeker, Smoke Grenade, Rain of Arrows, Barrage, Heartseeker, Heartseeker, Smoke Grenade, Cow Traps, Rain of Arrows, Barrage, Heartseeker, Heartseeker, Smoke Grenade, Rain of Arrows, rinse and repeat. No one's gonna want to do that. So when people ask me about beast fall boots, that's what I tell them. It's just you're not gonna want to do that rotation. And the benefit is like maybe 17% damage if you don't mess up your rotation at all. So if you nail your rotation 100% of the time, it's about 17% stronger than doing it with the Shard of Arathiel. So one pit tier, basically. And chances are you will mess up. Because everybody will, because it's a convoluted rotation. I mean, this is not a simple rotation either, but relative to the other possibilities, this is easier. So do you go with Rakonos to cap res with normal boots or concussive? If you can't cap res with normal boots, then you use Rakonos, as per the guide suggests. If you can cap with normal boots, if you got really good rolls already, I don't know, man. I'm back and forth, man, but man, I don't know. Crown just feels better. All my pit bosses with Kyle Nameless has been pretty awful. And you would think it would be... I mean, I get it. I don't have any ads. Just what make Crown... But I didn't think it was going to be that big of a difference, though. Holy hell, though. I'm gonna have a lot to talk about in this Marina Veil's video guide that I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna do it today. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. But it's probably gonna be like a 30-minute video just to talk about all the things you need to be aware of in this build. Is Rapid Fire Rogue as good as this Rain of Arrows? It's S tier. Is it as strong as Rain of Arrows? No. But it's S tier. Meaning that, like, you know, you would do well with it. Rain of Arrows is just the best rogue build right now. Or the strongest rogue build. Let me rephrase that.
Use it well.
There's gonna always be one build that's like a little better than the other builds, right? And this time around it's Rain of Arrows. Yeah, I think I'm gonna suggest Brown. I'm gonna have to like... No, lightning. Lane. Nody was up. Mr. X Max, sorry. Appreciate the sub. How am I liking new season? I like the seasonal powers. The season theme in general, I like a lot, actually.
Yo,
Making do with the
Darkseid,
raid. I can't
we just got
get a
raided,
dance
son.
because I'm in the pit, but
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new
what's going on,
viewers.
sir? Doing alright.
Cheesy. Out.
Megindo raided my stream with 50 views.
A few unfortunate deaths there. Most of my deaths are actually kind of has been the lightning, man. Lightning damage so far. Is there an alternative if you don't have if you're struggling with resources, you can do Lum. If you don't want to use Dark Shroud, you can do Mott. It's probably really your best bets, really. The other ones. You could try Cax, but that's gonna come with some unfortunate side effects that I don't think you really want to deal with.
I've been starting from nothing. Solid bets here. I'll keep my forge hot.
That's kind of really pretty much it. Yum. It's been a while since I actually used that room. What does that do again? Oh, no. No. I mean, you can, I guess, but if you have nothing else to put there, sure. But yeah. All right, back to Crown. Best wish elixirs. Let's go. Seen you around the community. Haven't got to catch a stream here in Australia. Okay, that makes sense. Understood. Appreciate the rating, man. I'm just trying to find ways to optimize and make the Rain of Arrows build a bit more intuitive to play. Because the rotation can be quite rough. That's the so-called clear screening road build. Sure. If you want to name it that. Yo, this is just silly. I don't know, man. Oh, you still alive? Whoa. Who are you? Oh, you spawned as a whatchamacallit when they relate my heart. Okay, fine. My Bloodwave is slapping. Yeah, but man, Bloodwave is ridiculous. It is. It is. It is so strong. It's funny because and it's that strong without any bugs. So it's like not as strong as Spiritborn builds last season, but it's close without any of the bugs. I don't know, man. I think Crown just feels better. Cal gives me the bigger numbers, right? Like the juicy like 200 to 300 billion crits or whatever, and the right scenarios. But I can cast Rain of Arrows so much more with Crown, and it's better for bossing. Like it's Crown is by far the better choice for fighting a pit boss. For speed running. If you're fishing for like Spirit Caller, different story, but just regular speed running, it's not even close. Nobody with this definitely take a shower afterwards, he feels dirty. I'm gonna do a few more runs with this and then